All right, hey, good evening. Meteorologist TravisMeyer, AlanCrone, Chloe, and Aaron. So we got our storm teams here, but all the active weather is going on up to the north and also to the northwest of us. We have an active tornado on the ground. It's been fairly, I'll call it weak, but if you were underneath it, I wouldn't call it weak. Multiple tornado warnings, a confirmed tornado, again, pretty much to the west of Emporia. Those are the blinking ones, but down into our area, now we have a confirmed tornado that's right on the Kansas-Oklahoma state line. You can just see the hook associated with that. And if we can, I don't know if we can get to rim 24 and Val. Val is underneath this, and then we're going to go to Vaughn, because Vaughn has a great shot. So it's this circulation, and then Al's going to kind of show us what's going to happen with the storm tracking capabilities with that. But anyway, so that is wrapped up. So we do have a tornado basically on the ground in that area. It's the circulation, again, there it is. So what you're seeing right now, this is an updraft right in this area. So it's had a couple of different spin-ups with air getting pulled into it, and then there's been a couple of little vortices. So right in here is where that's occurring right now. And so that's what we're seeing at this particular moment. Basically, Vaughn's brother is just a little, we have him back just a little bit so he can catch up with it if it's continuing. But again, you're looking at that updraft area and that circulation that's on the ground right now. So right now it's just picking up dust. I'll stay out of the picture, but I just want to make sure you know what they're looking at. It's kind of shaking around, but there it is. So that's live right now. And so we have a tornado on the ground. And that is going to be basically open fields and areas right in there. Let's go to Vaughn and talk to him for a second. Hey, Vaughn, if you would give us an update on what you're seeing from your location, because your brother's right underneath the bear's cage, so to speak. What do you have there as you're looking at it?
Yeah, so this storm in the last 10 minutes just went crazy. I mean, it got a boost of energy or something. I am 1 mile south of Bremen, looking straight west. And this thing, basically, in the last 15 minutes, has not moved anything but towards me. So it has taken a due easterly turn, what we call a move right. And any of those right movers are always, usually end up being tornadic. But you can see the motion in that thing. It has got some crazy motion. And like you said earlier, we're kind of staying to the east of it. We got trackers right under it. And Val was seeing rotation on the ground with this. So momentarily, within the next, I'd say maybe 5 minutes, it's going to be crossing I-35, which would be north of Blackwell, south of Bremen, or right at Bremen. So you can see that. It is just a classic supercell with some strong low-level rotation right now with it. And these are got to be watched today because there is – National Weather Service put out a statement saying there could be some strong tornadoes today. So Anyway, we're going to watch it as it moves east. And I was thinking Newkirk was going to be out of it, but I'm not going to say that now. Yeah. This thing's moving due east. Back to you.
Okay. Hey, thanks. And so that's Vaughn. We're going to talk to him more in a minute. Let's also take a look at that structure. You see the circulation feature. And Al, let's get the REM 24 back. Is that possible to are they punching it up? Sorry, I got to, yeah, if they could punch up REM 24 real quick, and then I'll talk to Al about this. So look at the structure with this right now. And so Vaughn is back just a little bit so we can kind of keep the guys separated. But I just want to show, check this out, or that circulation. Still, you see what's going on here on the ground right now. So it's right there. And Al, how fast is that moving?
30. We think it's moving 30 miles an hour to the east.
Okay.
So it was moving northeast about 30 minutes ago.
Wow.
And started to separate, started to have indications that it was turning east, and now it is due east at 30.
That's just awesome. And so, yeah, I mean, you don't get to see structure like that very often in the daytime. If we have a tornado, it's nighttime, and we're just kind of grunged in. You can't see anything.
Usually you can't, all the rain's is on top of it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean.
That's just never.
And that's just a great position of where the tracker is at this point because there's a lot of rain to the east and north of it.
Oh my goodness. This is, this is pretty stunning. And then Vaughn's got a great vista shot, but that's just literally underneath it, looking at what's going on with it. What is the track on that, Al?
Punch up, Chloe. It's 3.
If we could go back to radar.
Yeah, if we can
Oh,
go
they've
back
got
to
it. Okay, they had it for us in this control room. Thanks,
yeah,
guys.
yeah, go to 7.
We'll go back to weather 7.
Yeah, go to 7. There it is.
Here we go.
Yeah, okay, so there's Vaughn's location, there's Bremen. He mentioned Newkirk, and you can see the flashing polygon does include the Newkirk area. So, you know, it's not too far away from our friend Von Caster here. You know, what, 7 to 8 miles, something like that. And look at that really strong wind on the backside of that coming out of that really bright reflectivity of green. So there's a lot going on with it. Now, let me do this for you. And we're looking at the Wichita radar right now. Now you can kind of see where you've got that, you know, more classic hook that you normally see right there.
And then the hey, what's hail size on there? Is that good? Is that big hail?
There was some pretty large hail with it. It may have come down a little bit. Yeah, it has. It actually has come down quite a bit.
Okay.
So there was some really large hail, tennis ball sized hail from an algorithm standpoint on the down, you know, areas just to the north of that circulation. This is, well, that didn't work out right. Again, we'll go back to circulation features right in through here.
All right.
So continue to move east. We're thinking about 30 miles per hour. I'll shuttle it so people can just kind of see where it's going. It's going in that direction. Obviously not that fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hope, for Vaughn's sake, let's hope not, and all that. All right, let's go back to some pictures of what's going on with the tornado if we can, and we can go back to Vaughn too and get some information from him. Hey, Vaughn, if you would tell us. All right, it's coming right at you right now. What Al said about 6 miles away from you. What
check out that. Yeah, check out that structure right there.
Man.
I backed the camera up. That's what a classic supercell looks like out in western Oklahoma. We hardly ever get to see that. Look at the inflow right there, right into the storm that's coming from the southeast, right into the storm, and that's the mesocyclone right there. And I'm telling you what, it's an incredible sight to see. Hopefully we don't have any kind of damage, any kind of injuries with this thing, but you rarely ever get to see that in eastern Oklahoma. Once in a while. But like my brother said, always follow a dry line if it's going into eastern Oklahoma. So that's the only time you really get to see these kind of structures.
Amen.
But you can see the spin on that. You can see the spin, and you can see the motion. Even at my distance, what am I, 5 miles? Is that what Alan said?
What'd you say, Al?
7.
Look at the motion.
About 7 now?
Yeah, 5-7. Yeah.
7 miles. Look at the base just spinning like a top. I mean, that has got to be less than 500 feet off the ground. Those lowest clouds there. It's just, I mean, it's amazing.
Oh,
it really is amazing. That kind of power. So,
And
back to you,
yeah,
Travis.
okay, thanks. And yeah, nature, and then you can see his shot there and the structure of that storm. Again, that's just strong updrafts going into that.
Can I show you something real fast
Yeah.
that I think's helping this? Go to 3 if you can, Chloe. Look at the winds.
Yeah.
I mean, and there's nothing between here and that storm, except for that south wind that's flowing straight into it.
Yeah, we do have the tornado watch. In case you were with us, we do have that tornado watch in effect for areas of just to the northwest of Tulsa, Osage, Pawnee, and then also extending over into Payne County. We have the active tornado warning. And this will transition into more severe type of weather. So if you're in Chautauqua County, Bob's up in this area, he's going to be watching that. The circulation feature is really strong at this point as that continues to move to the east. And so you have that moving all the way over toward, all these are really small places. So you just have Raymond, and then you have Newkirk. So that'll be getting on over about, that'll take a while. What did you say the speed is moving east?
It was at 30.
Okay. All right, so we're right roughly in that area.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell you, it looks pretty impressive from there. Also, we could go to, let's see, I think Val's repositioning because Vaughn has the best shot, I think. Well, we could catch Kyle as well. Kyle's on rim 23. He's a hair, is he a hair bit closer? I don't see him on.
Tom Pastrana now.
It's Tom?
Yes.
Where's Tom located in relationship to Vaughn? Is that, do we see him on there? I don't
Stand
see
by.
him. Okay. So, we're looking.
Tom is just to the southeast of the
Oh, there he is.
circulation feature.
Okay. All right, cool.
Hey, the helicopter, I think, is up.
Oh, yeah. So we got that too. So we'll probably get a fantastic shot from there. You guys have to, Al, you can decide if you want to do 23 Shall we switch that over to Sky News 6? We could do that. If we could possibly do that. All right, let's go back. It's got the debris signature. So with that tornado, let's go back to Vaughn and video, and then you guys can try to see if we can get Sky News 6 back up there. Hey, Vaughn, if you would, give us an update again from what you're seeing, and has this cycled very well?
Yeah, it's getting a lot closer to me, probably within 4 miles, I'd bet. And it is consolidating right there in the middle. You can kind of see that lower end on the right, but right to the left of that is a consolidation. And I'm going to zoom up on it real quick right here. That's what we're looking at right there. And it's had a little V come to a notch, but so far, I mean, there could be little things on the ground right now, but not seeing it from my vantage point. But anyway, we're going to I'm in perfect position for it.
Yeah, man, yeah. That's amazing. Again, it's beautiful as long as it doesn't touch anything. That's our goal right now, is hoping and praying that that doesn't happen. Sky News 6 is up in the sky right now, looking into that area, and you can see what's happening right there with that. And so that'll be, of course, another wind farm, Al. So hopefully no tornado hits any of the wind turbines. But you can't but help have a turbine and a tornado close to one another in central and western Oklahoma anymore. That's just become part of the skyline out there. Al, any new updates on the track of the storm?
No, I still think it's going east at about 30 miles per hour. We'll pull up just keep that shot up because it really hasn't changed that much from what I've shown you here recently. And again, if you're joining the stream here, this is far north central Oklahoma, right on the Oklahoma-Kansas state line area. This is not into Osage County. This is into part of the Kay County area, but we want folks in northwestern Osage County and southern Kansas to kind of pay attention to this. There's no other storms to the south of it, and we showed you a couple of minutes ago, if you've just now joined the stream, that we have an uninhibited flow into the storm. In other words, there's a really strong south wind that's blowing right into this thing. Shouldn't really change too much with this off and on for the next, hour maybe, off and on? I mean, it'll cycle up and down, but.
Pretty amazing what we're seeing there. And that is, again, from Sky News 6, as we're looking at what's going on right up there, not too far from Ponca City, if you need to be kind of like reminded. So that's north of Oklahoma City, south of the Kansas border area. But as we look, and I'm going to see if they're going to be able to zoom in and see, we are looking and seeing what's going on here. And so the rain's kind of wrapping around a little bit. Yvonne, if you would you come back and is that rain trying to wrap back into this quite a bit, or not too bad?
Vaughn dropped. We don't have him currently. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because it looked like that might be trying to wrap a little bit in there. And but it doesn't look like there's going to be much, because this is a low precipitation type of thunderstorm, which helps us out being able to see what's going on. So very impressive with that location. Is Vaughn coming back? Do you know, or is he is back? Vaughn's back? Is that what you're saying there?
No, I'm
okay.
inquiring.
I saw a thumbs up on something. What are you thumbing up on? Okay. Oh, that's his video. Okay, thank you. So that's what you're looking at, the structure again, and what he's talking about with that, of course, right in here. So this is the updraft. This is the rain shaft. So this is where the hail will be dropping big time if you get caught inside of that. And we could get a bigger picture too, if we could, just of the radar, and let everybody know, because I know we've been focusing on this because it's kind of unique for nature, but to get to see how interesting this is. So this is the storm. There's two other cells that have formed now, kind of tail end on this. So it's a flanking line of thunderstorms. And so these storms potentially could rapidly develop and become severe very quickly. And we could have a tornado out of maybe the one that's near Pine Creek. But this is part of what should continue to move east and then get into our area and then dive to Tulsa. Now that could happen after midnight. This could go on for a long time. And Ron, what time? 7:04? Okay, we're about 4 minutes out. We're going to be doing an update on Channel 6, and then we'll have updates as we go through this evening and continue to get you some video of what's happening. We have, like I said, our storm team is in. So Aaron is running our storm trackers. Chloe is running radars. Alan is running all our storm all of our storm tracks, so he'll have all the latest information on that. And Jalen just joined us as well. She'll be running a lot of social media to make sure that you know what's going on, and will help keep things updated as far as that's concerned. We do not have the storm that was north that was severe is no longer there. Hey, Bob, I'm going to come to you just real quick. As that storm is moving, are you you having Bob move south from Ark City? Is that what you're doing? Is that what he's planning on doing, Mr. Aaron?
That's what we can do.
Whatever you want, I'll do.
All right. Hey, if you want to send us all money, that's fine. Venmo, that would be good if that's what you're saying. But
yeah, no, that wasn't in that thought.
Okay. Well, we're going to have Bob and Vaughn continuing to track this on in. We have Ellen Hancock, which is waiting to intercept the storms too once they get closer to Tulsa. And so that's the situation right now. Al, you have any updates or anything you want to say?
Yeah, no, it's still going east at 30, but notice that big chunk of, if you pull up 3 real fast, notice that big chunk of really high reflectivity green area there, that's velocity. So the circulation is where I've got that little track there. But that area there, that is strong winds coming out the bottom side of the storm, and it's going to kick up a bunch of dust ahead of that. We've seen that off and on for the last 30 or 40 minutes with this thing. It is cycling, and that really, really tight circulation is still just west of Vaughn's location.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. We're going to take a quick break here, and then we're going to go on over to Channel 6 and do an update, and then we'll be back as we work our way through the evening. Thanks for sticking with us.
From News on 6, this is a severe weather update.
Hey, good evening. Around the area, we're watching storms that have formed up to the north and west of Tulsa. We've had that tornado watch in effect for Osage County. That's coming in a little bit later on. Severe weather's up in Kansas and then in our area up to the northwest around the Ponca City area. And that's where we've had tornado touchdowns. In fact, that's why one of our red polygons here is flashing. And then also development of thunderstorms are on the backside of that. So this is I-35 heading down to Oklahoma City. Right now, Vaughn is located pretty much just to the north of Blackwell and to the north of Ponca City. This storm has wrapped up on itself big time. Vaughn is out there and has an amazing look at what's going on with the dynamics of that storm. What do you have, Vaughn?
Yeah, look at that right there. That is a very lowered area. There is a storm coming in from the west that's kind of sucking in. So we don't know what that's going to do to it right now. Got a little rain wrapping around the back of it. Uh-oh, right there, Travis. Right there, behind that little lowering, Look right there.
Oh, yeah.
That could be a tornado on the ground. That could be a tornado on the ground right there. So that's what's dangerous is you start focusing on that, and there's something right behind it. So, let's keep a close watch on that area right behind that little lowering right there. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Crone's keeping a track as well on where that storm is headed. Al, what do you have for us?
Yeah, it's moving to the east right now, 30 miles an hour. So this is going to be northern K counties. There's Vaughn's location. You can see Bender, that's right around the corner. Newkirk is in the polygon. It's not moving exceptionally fast, but moving east at about 30 miles an hour, Travis.
All right. So what we watch with this storm is that this is going to be moving into portions of our viewing area. And from K County on to the east, we're going to have to keep an eye on this because this storm is no longer moving northeast into Kansas. And then the secondary storm that's back to the west, that could cause some problems as well. So we're following this very closely as far as what's happening. And both of these storms are close to the dry line, but they're still far out west. Those will eventually get here. And as I mentioned before, tornado watch is in effect for areas really on the just north and west sides of Tulsa. Our biggest thing will be later tonight when we have large hail damaging winds for some. And so this is the part of the thunderstorm complex that is developing and is going to continue to move back across areas of eastern Oklahoma and across southeastern Kansas. Debris is continuing to be lofted up into the sky, and that's what that's showing right there, that blue area. So we do know that tornado's been on the ground and continues to loft a lot of that. It is very tight to where Vaughn is located at this moment. And if we have just enough time, Aaron, I'd like to go back to Vaughn for just a second if we could, because that looks pretty nasty right now. Vaughn, one more quick update before we go back to programming. What do you have on that right now?
I'm pretty sure that's on the ground, Travis. There's a little funnel right there me and Aaron were talking about, but right there, that's on the ground.
Yeah.
That is on the ground, and I think it's still a little bit west of 35, and it's going looks like it's going to pass to the south of Bremen, but
I'm looking
probably to my south too.
Yeah, I see it on 24.
Yeah, on 24, it looks like there's 2 tornadoes. There's a bigger one, and then there's that smaller funnel behind it.
Yeah, you got 2 of them, Vaughn. You do. Aaron, thanks. There it is. Check that out. So we do have 2 tornadoes. So, Vaughn, you're looking at 2 tornadoes. You're looking through the rain right now. But those are the tornadoes. Check this out again. Look at what's going on. This is Sky News 6 as well, as you're looking at tornadoes. These are live right now. Again, this is northwest of Oklahoma City. With these storms. And so look at that. That's wrapping around the outside of the bigger tornado. This is a very large tornado right now across that area. We will continue YouTube streaming, so join us over there, and you can subscribe real fast and join us here. Keep it here. We will keep you advised.
Hold on.
Okay, welcome back. We are streaming once again. We were just on Channel 6. If you joined us, we have a big tornado on the ground, and Vaughn is literally right in that area as we're looking at the tornado. In fact, there's 2. There was a satellite tornado that was wrapping around the main tornado. This is a very large tornado right now, causing a lot of problems. Let's go to Vaughn. Aaron, can we go to Vaughn right now? Is he ready to, if he can hear us?
He's having to reposition.
He is? Okay.
It's moving awfully close to him. He can talk to you while I move.
Okay, let's, okay. We can do, yeah, got you.
Yeah, we can talk. We can do it.
Okay, Vaughn, you
right
can
now.
talk.
I'm good.
And then we'll go to Sky News 6 because we're lofting debris up in the air right now in this. So this is right into wind turbine farm. So that's pretty impressive what we're looking at right now. With that,
no doubt.
Multiple vortices that have been going on with that. And when I say that, this whole wall cloud is underneath, and you'll see these circulation features that are going on, wrapping around.
Gotcha.
And so do you see that, Vaughn, at this time?
Yeah, I've got a bird's eye view of it. It's probably 4 miles to my west, coming straight at me. Very cone-shaped tornado, and I've got rain in between me and it, so it's going to be more difficult for me to see those multiple vortices wrapping around. But it's clearly, that's what I pointed out a while ago. We were looking at that lowering, and then just back behind it was where this was.
Exactly.
And that's the cone tornado right there. Yep. And it looks like it's going to pass either right over me. I'm 1 mile south of Bremen, actually half a mile south of the south side of Bremen. So this is either going to pass over me or to my south by about a half a mile or a mile. So eventually here within the next couple of minutes, I'm going to have to move east and then back south just a hair. But
let's go
still
ahead.
got a really good view on it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and have you move while we've got the other guys in Sky News 6 catching it at this point, because that'll give you an option to be able to see it for a little bit longer, because we'll need you to do that. So let's go ahead and get you to move and get into a better position so you can see that. And then, Alan, let's go over to you real quick, and then we'll go back. That's a big one. What do you have?
Yeah, it is. It's moving east, and it may try to, because it's got those main vortice and circulation around it, it might start to try to drive just a little bit to the south and east. So I've kind of taken the track and pushed it just a little bit down to the south, but there's still not a whole lot in that general area. In fact, it's not even going to show up there on the estimated time of arrival. So when we do that, we just want to go down to city streets here. So here's Vaughn's location, there's Bremen, and there's the circulation feature. You can see this broad area right there that's underway. So it's moving east, but I've drawn it just a little bit south of east, if that makes any sense. And notice also that our friends at the National Weather Service, they reissued, they reissued that polygon to get in the Granville area as well. So they've pushed that down south, and that's going to be tornado warning until 8 o'clock tonight. So we're at what, 7:12 right now.
Yeah. So if you have friends in western Osage County, K County, obviously their beepers are going off probably because of what's going on there. And Vaughn is. Let's go back to Sky News 6 if we can. And guys in the control room, I guess we're going to let you run that, since because look at what's going on here. This is amazing. So this is going to be a large tornado. Again, it's very hard it's difficult to estimate the strength of it. You can get a general estimation, but you'll get people on pretty much on social media say, oh, that's got to be an EF4, EF5. A lot of times you can see some of these, and it's picking up so much dirt as well that it's really hard to gauge wind speed off of that. We do know it's very significant at this point, obviously, is what we're looking at with this. So as you look at the circulation feature, also tremendous amount of dust that is being pulled into this. So you have that, and then you also, is that moving right now? There it is, okay. And so what we're looking at now, we don't see any satellite tornadoes at this particular moment. And it's hard to see with all that dust, but I don't see a whole lot of, underneath it you could have a multi-vortex. It is a multi-vortex tornado, but underneath here, since we zoomed in on it, there's going to be different suction areas that are literally getting pulled up into there. And that's where the damage occurs. So you can have a house sitting right in here, and some of those could go around and hit another house, and then that house is like, how did that make it through the tornado? Just because it wasn't right in that vortice, and so in that strength of that part, and or part of that. So again, very impressive as far as what we're looking at with this. And the bigger picture, again, let's go ahead and move to who else do we have right now? There's that circulation. Al, you can give us another update on that.
Yeah, east right now 30. And that last couple of scans, it's like, is it dropping south of east just a little bit? I think it did, but at that last little volume scan, it may be now moving more east. Regardless, if you're watching on the stream, you have friends and neighbors that is in that area. This is northern K County. So you can see Blackwell at the very bottom of the screen there on Highway 11. Blackwell's technically not in that polygon, but it's pretty close to it. The Granville, is that how you say it, Travis? Granville? Yeah. Granville, north to Middleton, and then all the way to the Newkirk area, and of course Bremen. So that circulation is 1, 2, 3 miles west of Bremen right now, the way it looks.
Okay, so that is getting, as that's moving to the east, you can see the tornado on the screen at this point. Whose video, which one is that? Is that Sky News 6 that we have inset there? Because I'm looking at all, we've got several. It is? It is Sky News 6, okay. All right, cool, because you get to see the tornado and see what's going on as we're talking about the conditions. Bob is to the north of that. He is just repositioning right now. We'll talk to him in a little bit. He's going to stay on the leading edge of this area so we can continue to keep updated. This is not in the immediate Channel 6 viewing area, so we do not have that as part of the issue as Alan was showing. And Chloe, if you could you zoom out just a little bit on the radar, because what I want to do is show where in relationship to Tulsa, so because we're staying in really close to what's going on with the storms. But as you look at this is Tulsa in the lower right-hand corner. So you can see us right here. So this is where the storms are. So they're still lot of miles between us and fence posts, if you want to say that. Al's giving us that, so 88 miles. From the middle of that storm down into downtown Tulsa. So this cluster of storms is expected to continue to expand eastward with time tonight, and then that will continue to move to the east into Chautauqua and Osage counties, and obviously it's in northern Kay County right now, but it is literally getting very, very close into our viewing area. Future radar, and that's great. And Chloe, are you doing that right now? Yeah. Okay, so this, you want to tell us about that for a second if you can?
Yes, I sure can. So this kind of gives us an idea of where these storms are going to be in the short term, just in the next 2 hours. So I'll actually rewind this to right now. So we're at about 7:15 this evening for the time being. Then we get to about 30 minutes from now, 7:45 or so, a little bit before 8 o'clock this evening. Hasn't even reached parts of northwest Osage County at this point. So these storms are moving relatively slow. Eventually, as we go through the next several hours later on this evening, as they form a line, there's a chance that they'll move a little bit quicker than they are right now. But a line will likely begin to form a little bit more of a cohesive line as it moves further east and eventually southeast. But here's a look at 2 hours from now. This is about 9:16, a little bit after 9 o'clock this evening, and hardly hasn't moved much compared to our model guidance for the time being. So these storms are moving slowly, so it's likely by the time we get into overnight hours, past midnight, a lot of folks in parts of green country here will see the effects of those storms. So quite a while.
Okay, yeah, no kidding. All right, we'll go back, and as we mentioned before, the tornado has been cycling a little bit. Still very spectacular sight as far as what's going on with this storm and how impressive it is. So this is again evolving because this was the main part of this, and then you're getting the secondary parts that are coming into this, and it's just kind of the flanking line of severe weather. So that continues to evolve as it's starting to wrap back around into this. And so you can see, is Vaughn still right to about where it shows up on the GPS, Aaron?
He's just to the east of it.
He is? Okay.
Yeah. He's been trying to reposition, but yeah, he's just east of it.
He's got a great shot. Let's go back to Vaughn now, because Vaughn, you've got a great shot again. Can you give us a little bit more of a structure idea of what's going on there?
Yeah, there's a lot of rain, a lot of moisture coming in between me and where the condensed funnel is. But it's going to be right there in the middle of that dark area. So you can see the right side right over here to the rain shaft over here, and then you can see the left side right there. It's going to be right there in the middle. And right now, the contrast is so bad that you cannot see the funnel from where I am. I moved 2 miles east of where I was just a while ago. So I'm going to be 2 southeast of Bremen now, with this thing probably still moving right in my direction. So we're going to sit here just a little bit, see if we can't make out that condensation funnel with it. Very, very powerful storm. The inflow to this is about 25 to 30 miles an hour, straight from the east, maybe a little bit from the east-northeast. So it's got some strong, strong inflow to it, Travis.
Oh, man, it really, really does. We've been talking about that, and it still is, so that's going to live long for sure. Who's on route or destination weather 20? Is that, who would that be? Is that REM 24? That would be, I think that is. Would that be Vaughn's brother Val that's still on 24? He's still on there. All right, could we go on over there for a second? I thought I saw an outline of, he might have been close enough to actually see. It's kind of gotten murky now because he's getting into, he has to be really careful so he doesn't run into it as well. Because when you get in this situation, then it's kind of like, okay, how close am I? I know I'm real close. But for anyone who's interested, this, again, he's Vaughn is literally just a couple miles to his east, and so Val's kind of right in it. So he'll be really close to it. Normally with the updraft, the way it is, as it cycles, you'll get it wrapped up in rain, and so you won't be able to see it until you're literally in what we call the bear's cage sometime. And so that's not a great place to be. You've probably seen it on videos before. But as we see this wrapped up and going around, you do have to be careful, and then that could cycle out. And then if that cycles out, and Al, I can't tell if he's running right. Is that right ahead of him? I'm trying to see, the contrast is pretty hard to see. Can you tell?
Yeah, it's very difficult to see at this point.
It looks like it is. It almost got to be that's a tornado right there.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yeah. You see it right in the middle, that little cone right there.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, and by the way, you don't need to change this picture, but it's about to move right across I-35.
Okay.
So I know, I just saw a message from Oklahoma Highway Patrol. They have shut down I-35 at the Oklahoma-Kansas State line area, and they're trying to shut down the northbound lanes, the inbound lanes basically, south of where Vaughn is located. Now, Vaughn's obviously not on 35, but yeah, there you go. Look what's happening right there. They're trying to shut all that down because it's about to cross 35.
Ooh, man. Really big deal going on right there. Again, I-35 north of Ponca City, and big tornado right now going on in this area. So they've got it zoomed in really well. We've got a great camera because they have to be back a ways to be able to get this and get it from a safe place so we don't have a bunch of hill chunks falling. So I-35, okay, they've got it stopped there for people to say, all right, don't go into a tornado.
Yeah, they're just closing interstate right now from OHP.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So that is the tornado again in that location. Vaughn's really close to it. One more time. Let's go back and talk to Vaughn. Vaughn, another update from you. What do you have?
Yeah, still looking back straight west. It appears to me this circulation is going to be straight to my west. So a while ago, it was a little bit south of straight west.
Okay.
So like that road right there that you see in my shot is looking straight west. That tornado is going to be somewhere just to the south of that road, somewhere in that dark area there. So I've got some lower clouds coming up over me right now. Looks like this thing's going to be about, 3 miles to my west, be my guess, right now crossing 35. So,
yep.
Yeah, this has definitely got wrapped up in some rain, which is not good. Of course, when we get on this side of 35, it seems to always wrap up in rain. But anyway, it's going to be very difficult to see. Sometimes these things, when they start to occlude, can start spinning up real quick and then move real quickly to the north and the east. So that's the thing that always worries a chaser. If this thing tries to occlude and moves real quick, it's hard to get out of its way. So we try to keep a safe distance away from it, but still try to get eyes on it. Back
Amen.
to you guys.
All right. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it so much. And so this is, again, as we look at what's going on, let's go back to Osage Sky News 6, if we could, for just a second, too. And so you kind of get a vista. So he's also looking at this from a perspective that is back away, so you can't see in there. We do know something's going on in there, and I think we'll have Alan do an analysis of radar and get some more information for us at this point, because Al, it's in there somewhere. What's going on? Where do you see it?
From a radar standpoint, there's a little bit of contamination in some of the velocity data on 3. If you guys could punch up 7 in the control room, and then we'll punch up 3 in here. There it is. Yeah. So you can see Vaughn's location. There's Bremen area. That road, that's I-35. So that's why they've just shut down I-35 between 177 and then probably all the way down to the south. Here's the Sky News 6, by the way, is all the way down to Highway 11. My goodness, that shot from Highway 11.
What a camera.
All the way up through the Bremen area, that's remarkable. So again, it's moving to east. Travis, I'm going to keep it at 30 miles an hour. I think it's slowed down. I think it has slowed down just a little bit at this point.
Okay. And I kind of wonder because it's taking forever to get to Vaughn.
Yeah.
And I was like,
I think it has. Now, with what Vaughn said, when they occlude, they can change the speed. It changes everything, and it does appear it's going through a cycle right now. But that's the way it looks from our perspective, from this particular radar site that we're looking at here. A little more to the east, we'll be able to change some radars, but right now this is what we got.
All right. Hey, thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate that. And then as we look from where Vaughn is and where the circulation is, it's just to his west. So you got to be careful. You see that they're just literally about 5 miles apart. So Val's coming in behind it. We know it was on the ground just a few moments ago. And we've got at 7:38, is that? Okay. We'll have a cut-in coming up on channel 6 at that time. So you're seeing this part as it's going to be hitting Vaughn. Aaron, is Vaughn repositioning right now? What's his status?
I think he's about to here pretty quick, but yeah, he's steady at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, He's well advised on where it is.
Yeah.
But he's at the moment still sitting.
All right. Well, he's in a great position there as long as we can get him back to the east or safe there, and so he doesn't get overrun. Because Val's right in behind him. Let's go to Val's video first, if you guys could, and then we're going to talk to Vaughn before he has to reposition. So you see where he's running into this. So he's literally right behind it. I haven't seen any, Chloe, have you seen any damage from Val's video or anything where it's crossed in front of him? Because I didn't see anything. So he's on a country road. That country road's probably not used to seeing rain, so they're probably pretty happy about that. As long as they stay away from a doggone tornado, because that's the biggest thing right now is just how big of a problem it is with what's going on. Hey, we're talking again about tornado warnings that are up northwest of Tulsa by Ponca City. So that kind of gives you a general idea. We've had live videos on multiple platforms and also on multiple trackers and Sky News 6. So got you covered on what's going on with that. Let's go over to Vaughn before he's moving and check out, because it looks like Val's trying to get a little bit further south. I think he was, and so he's probably repositioning. Vaughn, I know you got to move here in just a minute. What are you seeing out of that? Is it hard to see, obviously?
Travis, yes, Travis. I've got rain curtains to my south, rain curtains to my north and northeast. This thing is right here in the middle, right down this road that I was talking to you about earlier, right where that lights are coming from. That, if the tornado's on the ground, it's right down that road, right towards the south end of Bremen. So I'm looking straight west again, right down an east-west road, which is West Fork Road is what I'm on right now. Coming up on 13th, my next north-south is 13th. So I'd be West Fork Road and 13th is where I'm sitting, looking back to the west. Right now, I'm starting to get some winds out of my northeast. So maybe this thing's getting cut off. Hopefully that's the case, that it's starting to get some of its inflow cut off, because I'm starting to get some out of the northeast.
Yeah, and I think
my hand out the window.
Repositioning you will be a good thing right now. So let's get you back further south and east. Go ahead, Al.
You want to look at the radar, and let me show you something that I think is impacting the storm. So there's Vaughn, there's Bremen area. Rotation, couplet, I mean, it's still there. It's a little messy compared to, 20 minutes ago. Hang in here, all right? I'm going to change the radar just a little bit and go out just a little bit. Look what's happening here. So these are new storms that are rapidly developing. This is the storm near Medford. Now look at this. I'm taking you back on the radar, folks. It's not moving this fast. But look at the storm around Medford. Look how that's merging with another storm near Narden, and that's now trying to merge into our tornadic storm. So we now have different cell mergers that are taking place, and when that happens, it can change the inflow a little bit. So we may be going through at least a cycle with our tornadic storm, which would mean the one behind it, around Medford to Lamont, might end up being the next one.
Yeah, that flanking line, again, that was developing over the last hour or so, and that's really picked up now.
Bob has a good vantage from his spot now, too.
Bob does, too? Okay. Yeah, he does. Okay. Bob is...
Where did he go?
There's... Bob's at Newkirk.
Oh, he went down south. Oh, sorry.
Good. Yeah, he is in a good place. Hey, Bob, if you got a minute, can you give us an update? We're going to reposition Vaughn. So you're looking at that one. What do you have for us there?
Yeah, I'm sitting on West Peckham Road on the west side of Newkirk looking back west. You can see that cell. This area that I'm showing you right now is kind of just a little bit to my north and west. And I kind of believe that may be the newer circulation that was occurring with this cell after the tornado hit Interstate 35. So I'm watching this real close because you can see there's definite rotation going on in this cell right now.
Amen on that. All right. Hey, thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. Our guys, again, on the spot and with the latest. We've got about we got 5 of them that are in those areas. So, and that's just, that's not counting the helicopter. So again, so Bob's looking at it here. Vaughn, we're going to reposition him. Tom, and you see the helicopter now flying around to the Blackwell. And everybody's kind of repositioning because this one, as it occludes and kind of goes away per se, we're still going to be able to look into that. Bob will pick that up where it's bad. And then we're going to go with these storms because they're still going to produce hail. We really haven't looked at hail for a second. Is there a way that we could just
sure
pop that up?
Real fast.
So marginal hail kind of maybe still golf ball size, looks like could be right in there. And then these other cells have started to pick up a little bit, especially the one west of Lamont. And these are outside of our viewing area. That's why we're spending our time on our YouTube stream. But pretty cool to get to see all this stuff now that is available as we look at our statewide network and our storm teams. Again, it was very, very strong tornado for a while, and indicative of a problem. I'm not going to even estimate because it's hard to tell with it going over open terrain. But it was very impressive as far as that's concerned. So that's still going on. A big picture is still rain and thunderstorms are going to have to happen across much of eastern Oklahoma. These storms will come together and then they will move east. And so they were already just starting to get a little bit of the anvil and probably a few lightning strikes maybe pushing in northeastern Kay County, and then also getting ready to move into portions of Osage County, and then they'll move into Chautauqua County. So these are expected to stay together because that warm, moist air shooting into these, unfortunately, is feeding the monster. And you can see how far back this goes. So one of our models was picking up on this about a couple hours ago. And so it looks like this will continue to slide east with time. Is Kyle still... well, Vaughn's got a pretty impressive little look there. Hey, can Vaughn talk to us for a sec?
Yeah, he can. That is that secondary circulation that Bob was talking about.
Okay.
That's what he's looking at.
Okay, Vaughn, can you just tell us what you're looking at right there?
So this, you heard Bob talking about that other circulation. This is it right here. I'm on North Main Street and West Bender Road. This is a little circulation that is formed on the eastern side of this, and it's clear that there's pretty strong rotation right here, and it's basically right over me. So I'm going to move a little bit to the east to try to get a better shot for you. But this area could put down a tornado at any time. And like I said, I'm at West Bender Road and North Main right now, just to the east of Bremen.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. So again, wind flow into these is still really strong, and it's now that Vaughn's moving, it's a little hard to see, but there is flow into these storms. We mentioned that before. They'll keep them going for a long time, and so we'll be dealing with that. Al, that secondary or that second cell that's kind of developing that Vaughn's talking about, where's that headed?
It's moving east, but it has slowed down. Moving, I would think 20 miles an hour. So he mentioned Bender Road, so there he is. I mean, basically that's what we're looking at right now is all of these roads in this general rural area here in the northern Kay County vicinity. Now, yeah, there's a couple of communities, for example, Middleton, that's just outside of the Polygon area. Bob is closer into Newkirk, which right now is not in the tornado warning any longer. It was initially when the storm was moving 30, but it has slowed down. So technically our Weather Service kind of reconfigured part of that tornado warning. And now that flashing tornado polygon, which indicated that, yep, there was a tornado on the ground, it still should be considered so at this moment, would be across the northern Kay County area. So this is a slowing down system, 20 mile per hour tornado warned storm, and the tornado warning goes for another 27 minutes here. So this is going to go until 8 o'clock tonight. So there is Vaughn and there's the storm. We'll put this back in here so you can see where all the rain is located. And again, the area that we're also watching is this activity that's closer back to around the Medford vicinity, because all of this now, and bear with me as I zoom around on the radar, sometimes it'll get you sick, but from northern Kay County and then it extends back to Lamont, there's Medford, the Jefferson area, Pond Creek, and with that interaction on our tornado warned storm, again, I think it is changing a little bit of that structure. It has slowed it down just slightly. And if you're having friends down around Stillwater or Perry, so far, everything is going okay at this point. It's mostly from the Enid area, Wacomas areas back to the north.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Bob was, Aaron, did Bob have something there for a minute? It looked like he had just a funnel cloud. But hey, Bob, if I was looking at your video while Alan was giving us an update, was there anything going on with that updraft area, or was that just kind of holding steady state there?
You can see right now that there's definite rotation there, and every so often you see little fingers come down. I'm still a little bit further east to see, but it's probably rising scud into it, but definitely even from here I can see significant rotation with that area. So it almost looks like the area that had the tornado that crossed 35 that's southeast of Bremen is now kind of getting close to merging with the secondary rotation area.
Okay. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it greatly. Again, our storm teams are covering everything that's going on at this moment. Vaughn's got a pretty good. Let's go to Vaughn's. Vaughn's got a great shot. I want to go to him before we go to Chloe. Hey, Vaughn, update. What are you looking at right there? Is Aaron, is Vaughn?
Yes, I'm on here. I had to put it in reverse. I had to put it in reverse, and then I had to wait for the to hit the mute button. Looking back to the west, southwest, at this area that I just talked about,
yes.
It is. This is definitely, if it's changed areas, this is the area of rotation. Now, actually, that's almost right above me. That looks like a funnel beginning right here above me.
Yes.
And I'm pointing up. This is almost straight above me, but it's back to my west-southwest. So this thing is definitely, like Alan said, is changing some kind of, the structure of it because of those other storms. It's getting a lot murkier inside this storm, which is not good for chasers.
No, no, it's not. All right, we'll keep you updated on that as well. And Chloe, we've got a couple minutes. How much time before we have to go to Channel 6 update? 2:15. Can you do in a minute, give us a quick update on a few parts of the storm, Chloe?
Yeah, of course. Well, first off, we have this tornado watch still in effect for a lot of our northwestern counties, including Osage County, parts of Pawnee County, even, of course, Kay County, where that ongoing confirmed tornado is and where those severe thunderstorms are crossing the I-35 corridor. But we'll also take a look at radar right now. I want to show you a couple of our rain products because in terms of wind speeds, we've talked a lot about rotation and, of course, that thunderstorm itself and how strong and to severe it has been. But we've also had some heavy downpours associated with these thunderstorms as well. Now, originally the supercell, we call it a classic supercell, and it had that classic feature at first, and then it was a little difficult to see because of the rainfall. So we had some heavy rainfall in some of those areas. I want to show you some of those lighter colors, those lighter pink colors. Those are some heavier bands of rainfall moving through. So we're going to see some much needed rain in our northwestern counties. So that's the good part about this at the very least, because we're really needing the rainfall, of course, across the board. So in terms of the last 3 hours, we've seen quite a bit of rainfall in that swath behind that storm moving through, just along that supercell alone. And we're still tracking those storms developing to the south and to the west and forming that line eventually, Trav.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. What we're going to do right now, again, good rain for the folks there, but we're going to take a break and go over to our friends at Channel 6 and get an update for the folks that are watching our main station. We'll be back in a little bit.
From News on 6, this is a severe weather update.
All right, good evening. I have the entire storm team almost here. We got to save a few for tomorrow morning with thunderstorms. We do have an active tornado warning still going on up into Kay County, and Tulsa so far is quiet. Osage County is going to get under the gun for severe weather coming up in a little bit. We have so many of our storm trackers covering this line of strong and severe thunderstorms. Vaughn is underneath and close to the tornado warned storm that is staying just to the northwest of Ponca City, and his brother Val as well. They always say when the Castor brothers are close to one another, that's bad. Let's go to Vaughn and get an update on what's going on with our tornadic storm.
Yeah, it's rotating pretty hard right here where I am. I'm on West Bender Road, coming up on NP first. So right here, it's wrapping up pretty quickly, Travis. I'm going to have to move to the east a little bit. I'm getting strong winds out of the east right now, and you can see that moving right at me right there.
Boy, it sure is.
I'm moving to the east a little bit. Not a good situation right here because a lot of it's going to be wrapped up in rain, Travis. Thank you.
All right. And a lot of country out there, and Mr. AlanCrone's watching and storm tracking as well with the latest. Al, what do you have?
Yeah, it is moving east at about 20 miles an hour. Now, the circulation, there's actually kind of two areas, one closer to Vaughn and one to the south, around the Sumter and the Peckham area, and there's Grainville. I think that is eventually going to be the one that will become dominant. It's moving east right now at 20 miles per hour. In fact, there it is. There's a new tornado warning that's just now coming out. You see that new polygon. That's going to put Newkirk in that tornado polygon area. So we'll take it kind of east, maybe southeast. I think it's still going at about 20. There's not a lot out in through here, but Newkirk would be at about 809.
All right, and that tornado warning now going until 8:30. So again, from Al's storm track, you can see that that's well into Osage County. So we do want you to be advised that that's going to be the case as it's moving toward Osage County, and it's in K County, but it's getting awful close as we start to move a little bit further and closer to the area. This whole line of thunderstorms would be embedded with some chunks of hail, and embedded inside of that could be some localized very heavy downpours of rain. We have another supercell that is developing, and this is northwest of Oklahoma City, west of Perry, and Stillwater's right here. So these storms are all going to be continuing to develop and move further to the east with severe weather a likelihood for many folks. Remember, we do have a tornado watch in effect for Osage County, Pawnee County, Payne County, and then extending through Noble and K counties in our northwest part of our viewing area. So we'll continue to monitor that. We also have on our YouTube stream our weather channel. You can follow with us as we continue to cover this severe weather. We'll have more here on Channel 6. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised. Okay, and then Alan will, Hancock will see, kind of position him to be safe. Hey, welcome back. We are back with you from our Channel 6 update, and we will be going back to Channel 6 probably within the next 30 minutes or so as those storms start to get in our viewing area. Our viewing area basically, in case you're wondering, pretty much starts near I-35. And then, of course, down at Oklahoma City, it's like, well, not really, because in Oklahoma City, I-35 is just kind of the heart of their viewing area. But we're sister station, David Payne and his entire team. He's got a lot of folks. And so we watch together and we update and analyze what's going on. Talked to David for about 45 minutes this morning as we were looking at the tornado risk and where we're going to place our storm trackers and also Sky News 6. So again, that gives us a really good idea as to what's going on. And wanted to point out, and Chloe also has up to the north too. So there's still some very active weather going on just north of Wichita. This is part of the dry line, and this dry line hasn't retreated yet. Once the dry line kind of retreats and backs up, then these storms kind of can tend to lose their umph, especially if they were developed along the dry line. And so there's nothing that's going to keep them going. But tonight we have strong south winds happening, and so that's why we still have our tornado warning and new severe thunderstorm warning there for Enid. But this is getting close to our viewing area, so this is going to be a bit of a problem. And these storms are all very powerful. Once they line up, though, then circulation features are going to be kind of on the front side or on the south side, and I call it tail end Charlie, which is kind of the old language that we use to describe the south end, which is kind of feeding into the moisture or into the storms. And so that keeps storms rotating mainly on the south sides because the rotation gets eaten up by these bigger cells as they merge and basically make the other storms occlude. Vaughn is literally in the middle of it right now. And then Bob is in a good place as well to be looking right into where Vaughn is located. Let's go to Bob, get an update from Bob. What do you have for us, Bob, at this point as you're looking at that?
Well, the good news is I hadn't seen Vaughn flying in the air yet, but I'm looking to the rotation area back a little bit north and west of Peckham, and it's actually probably closer to being in line with Peckham now. So if you're in the Peckham area, you really need to have your precautions and take shelter now. I'll swing back a little bit. You can see the rotation on the far right, and then I've got a little bit of stuff going up directly west of me. So
Oh, yeah.
right now we're going to keep an eye on it, but definitely this is still a very active storm, Travis.
It is. Thank you for being in your position, because that's going to be hard to see unless you just have a good vantage point, and that's what you have at this point. We also have with the we can take Vaughn's video. Vaughn's not back yet, Aaron?
Not yet.
Okay. But
He'll let me know.
Okay. You can see what's happening again with the wind turbines. Man, those things are so huge. They're absolutely amazing. That's the size of a bus up there, a big bus, just to let you know. And I've had the chance to see one very much up close. My dad has one on his farm. I got to see it being built. It's crazy. And it's like also weird to think that they have to withstand excessively strong winds to get through a lot of these events. But what you're looking at here, and what we're going to do, is just kind of see how this storm is rotating, how they're working, and what's expected to happen. We can go on over, and Al has probably another update on the storm tracks and what's happening with that. Al, what do you have for us? What are you thinking of?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's moving to the east right now at 20 miles an hour. So when it first started, really cranking up, it was going 30. It has slowed down. It is going through a little bit of a cycle, a little bit of a stage. I still think the southern part of this is going to be the more dominant area of rotation, but all along this, and I've drawn it all the way from Dilworth to about the Granville area. It's moving east, 20 miles per hour. So here's Newkirk, and that would be at 8:09 p.m. This is still northern K County area. So I'm going to zoom out. You see that line? That's the county line. Here's Call City, Ponca City. We did this last Friday night, didn't we? From Ponca City northward. And then we're still watching with interest those other storms that are back behind it. Give me just a second. We'll throw that reflectivity rate back on and kind of gently move down to the south around Tonkawa, Lamont, all the way back down to Enid. Still nothing right now. Perry, Stillwater, Pawnee, Fairfax, Cleveland, Winona, Pawhuska, but it's all to the north-northwest.
All right, thanks. And I just noticed ping pong ball size hail now in the Enid area. That's part of the warning for those guys. The tornado warning now gets basically right on up to Osage County as that storm continues to track to the east. And then Bob's location as what we see with him. Val is underneath this. We could go to Val for a minute because he's literally kind of, Vaughn and Val are about as close as you can get to one another at this point. So here's what Val is looking at right now underneath basically that supercell. And we can kind of get an idea. He stopped for a second. We'll see what, trying to get a gauge on the winds there. And he's probably in a position where he's trying to figure out exactly if he wants to keep moving or if he wants to try to get in there. The problem is that once you get into some of this, and Vaughn, when we talk to him again, he can possibly explain that to us a little bit more. But I'll tell you what, you get right up into that and you're going to be, you could walk into a tornado or drive right into a tornado and not know it until it hits you pretty much. Vaughn got pretty close to that the other night down by Muskogee, and Ron was there, and also, who else was down there? Alan Hancock, yeah. And so those guys were literally lined up right into that one. And so Vaughn was like, yep, that's a tornado. So again, that's what we're looking at this point. Heavy rains, good rains for those areas, but involved in that also. And Chloe, you can probably tell us as much about it as well. You were telling us a little bit ago, and we had to leave. Rainfall rates, what is going on with that, and how much rain are you expected right now?
Yeah, I'll actually put in a pixel query value of what we're seeing radar-wise. It's been some heavy downpours in some areas. This is on, just roughly speaking, on the radar, just radar indicated a little bit over 7 inches per hour is how heavy that rain is falling right now in some parts near specifically where Vaughn and Val are driving, and some of those pocketed areas as well. I'll even move this a little bit further south along that line, south and west to be specific, and some of those other areas, really those areas where you're seeing the lighter pink colors, that's where you're seeing the heavier downpours. And even then across the board, we're still seeing quite a bit of heavy rainfall further south, even though it's just shy of 6 inches per hour in some areas a little bit further to the south and to the west. So very, very heavy rainfalls. Just in the last 3 hours, we've had a little bit over 1.5 inches recorded, close to 2 inches recorded of rainfall in some areas as the storm has crossed I-35 or the I-35 corridor where that confirmed tornado moved through. Heavy downpours moved through as well. So you've seen that rain accumulate in some of those areas across the board. And again, that's across specifically around where Vaughn, Val, and Bob are really close to Vaughn and Val specifically, not quite where Bob is quite yet.
Speaking of Bob, he just had 57-mile-per-hour inflow to that.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh, okay, that's not
So he's got the wind.
Yeah, he's got so many ways. We're talking about conditions that are favorable. Let's go to Bob for an update on that, because that is blowing and going right into that. Bob, what do you have?
Yeah, Travis, you're looking back west towards Peckham, and there's multiple areas of rotation here that you could see. And this storm's I had a 57.5-mile inflow from the southeast into this storm. So it's still bringing in a lot of wind into it, and it's still got a lot of broad rotation going on right now. So, this could spin something up at any moment. About 3 or 4 minutes ago, there was a thin funnel, and it didn't last but maybe 15, 20 seconds, but it definitely was a small funnel briefly. Back to you, Travis.
All right, thanks. And that is just one big supercell that continues to feed in with that. That makes sense with what Bob is dealing with that storm. That is very, very impressive as far as that is concerned. We've had a while since we've really seen or had a confirmation of a tornado. So that is good, but unfortunately that rotating part of that storm is not good. Maximum winds right now, Chloe, I guess you're looking at that. Let's take a look and see what those max wind gusts are right now coming into that. And Jalen, you have that? You do have that? Do you have a microphone on? Okay. Well, okay. So I guess you can't talk to us, Jalen, for a minute. But we'll take a look at that. And what we're looking at right now, some of those winds anywhere from 30 to 40 miles an hour. Alan mentioned this a while ago, too, when he was showing the winds. But you can see Medford at 50, 47 Kingfisher. So this is just flowing tremendous amounts of wind, moisture, energy into these thunderstorms. That's why we're anticipating these to last for quite a while. And that's going to set us up for most likely a very active night. And here in Tulsa, I was just looking at some new data, but hadn't made it quite into Tulsa yet, but it looks like that could make it here in Tulsa by midnight. So this is kind of slow go. And so that means there could be some it is just very meaty. You can just look at how impressive this area is, because this is a convergence zone of moisture coming in, and so this has been kind of a pain. And when it was more individualized, and these were individual supercells, the tornado risk is usually higher, but this is continuing to rotate across the region, and so that's continuing to move as we look at toward the Newkirk area. Is Vaughn? Yeah.
Vaughn is back, but I was just watching Bob's video. It's pretty interesting that there's been a parade of cars that are very obviously storm chasers driving by him. It's kind of interesting to watch.
He is? Okay. So I got Vaughn.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, update from you. What do you got there, buddy?
Hey, I'm staying right on the northern part of this circulation now. I've got north winds feeding back into this thing to my south. I'm still on West Bender Road. You can see my shot. That's kind of the area. I'm going to stop right here real quick. Okay, so you can see, look, right there's the edge of the circulation of the kind of the mezzo, and you can see the rain area right there in the middle part of it. We're getting north winds right here, 50 miles an hour right now from the north. 50 miles an hour from the north. You can see it shaking that sign right in front of me, but that circulation is just to my south, and they're picking up. Winds are picking up right now. I'm going to move. Thank you.
Good idea. Let's get you back in front of it there. All right, he's got to make a big move to get out of there, but you get a very good idea of what we're looking at underneath the storms and what's going on. Can we go to REM 24 and Val, his brother? They're close to one another, but Val's in the middle of it. Notice how Vaughn is able to see a ways, but Val is just getting hammered right now. Of course, it's great with rain. Not so great, though, when you're trying to get in it or get out of it, so to speak. And so, Al, I tell you what, I don't like being in that situation. Val's so experienced on those things, but I'd rather be someplace where I can see.
Yeah, that's the hard part, right, when you get into all that big rain. Now, Vaughn was reporting a north wind at his specific location. Let's go back to 7. We'll pull up 3 in here. So let's check it out. Now, I want to show you something here. If he's getting north winds, here's Vaughn's location, here's Val's location around Dilworth. That circulation is south. It is right in through here. Bob, here's Brake Road, here's the Granville area. We think this, even though it doesn't look like it on this radar scan, I think that is where our main circulation is located. It's still trying to do something strange because of these other storms that are hooking up to this railroad crossing that goes all the way back down to Enid, basically. But now it's getting closer into Newkirk, and it continues, from the way that I see it, continues to slow down.
Yeah.
I've got it at 20. It may be going now about 15.
Wow. Yeah, and hey, Aaron, also we got to get Vaughn out of their ways and get him back in front if you can of what's going on, because we don't need to get them both inundated, so to speak. So great information there. Circulation feature continues to show up across this area. And again, this is in perspective. Again, this is just north of Ponca City, and our coverage area starts here just off to the east into Osage County, which is right here. And so this is Kay County and Newkirk right in here, Ponca City, I-35. So a lot of this that or I should say I-35 right here. And a lot of this area here in Kay County will be rural area, will be ranch land as well, and a bunch of oil wells. And of course, wind turbines. Those are the big things that show up now. And then you have our big storm that's down to the south. So that will look pretty impressive as far as what's going on. But with these guys and with what we're watching with these cells, again, individual severe storms are kind of getting few and far in between. But with what's going on and what Al just said, with this circulation feature in here, if that continues to move to the east, that's what we're going to be concerned with. And Chloe, have you seen very much hail? Looks like the hail size came down on some of these areas. What do you have on that?
It does look like it's gone down just a small bit. It was a little bit higher up, closer to where Val and Vaughn are, at least on our side on radar.
Okay. And what about the one down by Enid? I was trying to see if that one is still growing or not. We can kind of, it's steady state. Maybe
to Enid.
Not really.
That one, it's trying, but
could be weakening a tad bit with the hail core.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Struggling a little bit.
Yeah. Is Kyle still on 23, or who's on 23? Is that Tom Pastrano? It is Tom? Okay. And Tom's back up north? Or not?
Tom is near Tonkawa.
Okay.
Right
so
now.
All right. So he's going to pick up those other cells.
Yeah.
All right. Good stuff there.
Hey, as you're doing that, just got word from the news department, damage in the Bremen area.
Oh, really?
Sending crews in that direction.
Oh, man.
Yeah, sending crews in that direction.
Okay.
Yeah, and I saw someplace on the chat there's no power from as the storm passed through, or at least limited power in the community of Bremen right now.
Okay, thanks, Al. Not good. So that's still a very, very potent storm that is moving across the areas. And then Vaughn's, he's in there. Let's take a look at his video. I don't know, he might be able to talk again, but we're trying to get him so he's not stuck in there, because, man, you can get stuck in there and not get out of that. So as you look at what's going on, he's in an area that's somewhat rain-free.
He's moving, Trav. We just lost him on the cell. I'm going to try to get him back, but he had stopped briefly just to look at it. He said he had a 55 mile per hour gust, and he said it's wrapping up pretty good. So I don't know if maybe it's cycling back up a bit. So but he said it's pretty intense still.
Well, it's a big ball just coming. Yeah, if you can keep him back up in front of it so he doesn't get buried.
He's continuing to stay on the kind of the front edge of it. That's what he's doing.
Good, good, yeah, because that's going to be that's a bear sitting right in there. Chloe, if we could, let's go back out radar for one more time. We do not have at this moment, unless Alan, you see something different, an active tornado on the ground that is confirmed. We have our tornado warning right now. And then let's go back to weather 7 if we could, guys. And what we're going to take a look at, again, from a perspective from Tulsa and what we're doing. You can see that we have Val and Vaughn close to one another. We have Bob, who's going to be tracking that area coming on in. Then you see Tom to the south, and then there's Kyle. And Kyle's kind of on a flanking line, a part of that. And then you have the other cell that's to the south. This is one Chloe was just looking at. Again, the hail core's coming down. And it looks like it's just kind of steady state right now. That blew up along the dry line. But then you see another cell that just pops up there by Ames and O'Keene. So that's still part of that dry line area. And so these could go on for another hour or two. So we'll kind of watch what's going on there. The problem is, as they move to the east, that's when we'll start to run into more problems. So we want to make sure that we are going to be watching this closely with what's going on. Vaughn has another good picture in there as well. Could we go back to Vaughn? Sorry. And then we'll have Alan do another update on what's going on. So is Vaughn, is he back with us yet, or is he still not back yet?
Not yet. I think he might be talking to David right now. But he is moving east. He's moving east.
Is he? Okay. That's good. Al, what are you thinking?
I don't think it's changed that much at this point. Still looking at, if we go up to 7 and 3, thank you very much. That polygon, that is the red one, that's not flashing right now. That is our current tornado warning. It does have Newkirk right in the middle of it. Peckham, the Bender area, and you can see heavy rainfall that extends on the state line near our Kansas City, back up to Cameron, and then also in the Hardy vicinity, and then Frankfort, and then Granola area over in northwestern Osage County. It extends all the way back to Lamont, to Pond Creek. This is a connecting all together. That's going to change a little bit of this, but we still think our main circulation right now is very broad currently. Let me kind of go over here and flip it around and take a look. There it is. So yeah, there's still a little bit of circulation that's all along that leading edge from where Vaughn is located near Bender south to the Peckham area, and there's Bob. Strong winds are associated with that ahead of it and even behind it. It's more of a broad circulation, at least at this point, but it's, again, to me, continues to slow down. 15 mile per hour movement here. Maybe 20 if it will pick back up, but right now it just continues to be that slow. There's not a lot in the path of this in terms of like communities, but Middleton is still in it. Newkirk, the Kildare area is just south of that polygon, but folks in the Newkirk area. And by the way, I saw another statement from our friends at the Oklahoma Highway Patrol. I believe, Travis, they're also going to try to shut down Highway 77. You see that?
Yeah, they're watching. It's like, yep.
Just in case they need to do that, so they'll shut north, southbound, and try to keep people off the roadway going into and out of Newkirk.
And then they're also looking at that Enid storm, excuse me, and they are going to see if they're going to shut down I-35 if that storm continues to grow. So, okay. So there's a lot of, it's proactive. That's what we love.
And that's a tornado warned storm now, back near Enid.
It's central Garfield County till 8:45.
Yep.
Tornado and golf ball size hail. So just what you don't need, but that's a dry line in Oklahoma in April, as we call it, the tornado 20s. And unfortunately, it's holding true to the calendar at this point. And so if you are in the you got friends. That's the newest one that's showing up. So we'll see how these continue to play out as we go through the evening hours. That's not confirmed, but there's a hook right on that, so you can see how that is located right in here. And is that out of that's out of Twin Lakes at this point? Yeah. Okay. And so you can see that the circulation there. And Chloe, you want to take us through that storm and a little analysis on what's going on with that?
Yes, so we moved our radar to the Twin Lakes radar, and you can also see kind of the hook feature. And if you were with us earlier this afternoon where you saw the early stages of that confirmed tornado up to the north, this is kind of similar to what we were experiencing or viewing radar-wise, where you saw that hook feature right there. When that lines up with our velocity scans, which of course it's kind of hard to tell from this view right here, but you can see the greens and the reds, the combination of that too. You can tell there's kind of a small bit of a circulation feature right there. Of course, enough for the National Weather Service to go ahead and put the green light on that, drawing out that tornado warning. Again, that's for Garfield County in effect until 8:45 this evening. There has been a little bit of hail associated with this, but Travis was talking about this a few minutes ago. It's kind of struggling in terms of large hail, which is good. We like to hear that for sure, but really that rotation is starting to tighten up a small bit. It's not extreme, but of course it is starting to line up with that hook feature right there. That's a classic supercell feature that we're seeing on radar right there. Pretty indicative of that rotation going through. Looks like it's starting to move close to Vance Air Force Base, just south of Enid, just a few miles south of Enid right there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that and really storms that develop along that line, Trav.
All right. Hey, thanks for that update. And well, we got a lot of big storms hanging out there. That's part of it. Hey, could you take us on a big radar view there too, Chloe, for a minute? And Jalen walked away, I think, for right now. And then we're going to be going back. We're going to take a break here in just a few minutes, and then we're going to come back in a little bit. I was going to, okay, so this whole line now and we did have tornadoes in multiple locations, is turning into a line of severe storms. So I wanted to point out here, there's those red. Yeah, if you could even zoom in on that.
Trav, whenever you get back to our zone, Vaughn is back on with us now.
Yes, okay.
And he's had 70-mile-per-hour winds there on the north side of that circulation. So.
On the north side?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I just want to point this out because this is kind of this is not an educational moment, but it's an important moment. So we have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. Doesn't matter where it is. Could be Oklahoma. This particular case right now, it's in Iowa. And it's severe thunderstorm watches say, well, there's a chance of severe thunderstorms. But notice we have tornado warnings along this leading edge. And then briefly we had a tornado confirmation. There was a blinking area just near Ames. So what I want to point out is even when we have severe thunderstorm watches, don't just say, well, it's just a severe thunderstorm watch. It can be, most of the time, it's going to be a severe thunderstorm. But sometimes it can be a tornado. So I hear that a lot through the spring. It's like, you had a severe thunderstorm watch. Why was there a tornado? Because a lot of times severe thunderstorm watches can lead up to a possible tornado. We do not know exactly, but we do have a good idea that most of these storms are going to be severe with wind and hail and a few little circulations, but most of the time we wouldn't have tornadoes associated with them. But they ended up putting out a severe thunderstorm watch, and that goes all the way into Minnesota. And then you can see there's rain and storms. It's a huge dynamic storm. There's snow out to the west into Wyoming, Montana, so it's a winter weather thing over there. But just to give you an idea that can happen, and it will happen, and it happens in Oklahoma. So back into our area and what's happening, we do have most of the real intense storms now going from north of Wichita. So we do have that confirmed, or have had that confirmed tornado for a while. That's been blinking for a while, I think. Chloe, have you been watching that? And then we have our tornadoes down here. So Vaughn and Bob, and then we have Kyle and Tom. And so with these, we're going to continue to see what's going on. Let's go to Vaughn and get an update. He's got a pretty good view now of what's going on. Hey, is Vaughn available to talk to right now? Hey, Vaughn, if you would, give us an update of this storm and what the analysis is for you.
Travis, I'm coming up on Highway 77. I'm going to be north of Newkirk. I've been on West Bender Road the whole time, and this circulation is to my south, but I had 70-mile-an-hour winds on the north side of it just about 3 or 4 minutes ago. So it had to be starting to tighten up right in that neighborhood. I'm going to guess it was about 2 miles to my south, maybe a little closer. But we're going to bust south on 77 here. Like I said, I'm north of Newkirk. Probably going to be driving right into the circulation, but I have no other means to get back that way. There's a river to my east, no way to cross it. So we're going to try to sift through this mess. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, be careful there, because that's very tight. And then Alan, you see that I think the National Weather Service said they're going to have the severe thunderstorm warning, but they've got a tornado warning inside of the severe thunderstorm warning. You want to explain that for a minute? Yeah,
it's because the circulation is still there and it's broad. It's got a 3. And you can see this is where Val is located. There's Vaughn, there's Bob, there's Newkirk, 177. Yeah, that is a circulation.
I can't hardly hear you.
And it may be trying to undergo some changes right now. But what we do know is that, Vaughn just reported that he had 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Bob's reported 50 to 60. And just to the west of Bob, about 3 miles, there's probably 70 mile per hour winds. So all of that area is prime for the potential for severe thunderstorm criteria. So the Weather Service will place the entire region under a severe thunderstorm warning. And if they need to, for example, they still have that red polygon up, and that's a tornado warning inside of the severe thunderstorm warning. So now the severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:45. That's for the K County area. And then within that, there's a smaller area of the tornado warned storm for central K County that goes until 8:30.
All right, that's quite a bit of stuff going on there. I appreciate it. And Chloe, I'm going to have you give us another update on that storm by Enid, if you would, trying to see how that's going to form. And then we can, I don't know if we have an updated future scan that you could also take us on the road there.
Yeah, for sure. We'll go ahead and zoom back into this storm real quick. Moving through, looks like that circulation feature moving right over, if not a mile or two close to that Vance Air Force Base right there, about to cross paths. Just a couple miles south of Enid is where that specific circulation feature is occurring. Here's a look at velocity right here. Again, we use this feature as a result of that circulation. You can see the tight couplet from the green and the red colors, one moving away from the radar and then the green, of course, moving towards the radar. That shows that spin moving through. It's starting to really tighten up, and Aaron was just now talking about that as well. It's really starting to tighten up in that area, but of course not confirmed quite yet, but we're still going to continue to watch this one as well. So that's continuing to move through. That's along that line just ahead of the dry line as it continues to move before it propagates back eastward as we go through the next couple of hours or so as the sun sets, moves back off to the west, and then that's going to continue. So we'll go ahead and zoom out real quick.
Hold on one second there. Zoom back in for 1 second. I want to point out something.
Okay.
This is for all the taxpayers. Vance Air Force Base is right in the path of that. That's literally going over
Right there.
Vance right now.
Right there.
All right, we're going to
Very
pray that all
much.
the important jets are flying and away from there right now.
Probably did earlier, right?
yeah.
Hey,
A lot of
Trav,
times
go to
they'll-
Vaughn. Go to
Okay.
Vaughn.
All right, Vaughn.
Yeah, go to Vaughn.
Oh, okay. Vaughn, what do you have? Oh, that doesn't look good. What do you have?
I think it's on the ground. I think it's a large tornado on the ground. Hold on a second, Travis. Hold on just a second.
Yeah, I think I saw it to your right.
Looks very large. It is. I'm traveling east on Earth Road, West Earth Road, and it's just crossed to the south of Newkirk, I'm pretty sure. Getting ready to get a shot right now. Hold on just a second. Turning to the south right now. Looking back. I'm
Oof.
telling you, that if that's on the ground, that's not a good thing.
No.
Not a good thing at all.
Is he going to have to go south? What direction, Vaughn? What direction are you going to have to go?
I'm looking. I'm going to go. I can go south right here. Get in behind it.
Okay.
Yeah, I can go south, or I can go back to the east a little bit. Man, I'm
That's
getting
close.
75 mile an hour winds right here.
Oh, that's
75
not
mile an hour winds.
Okay.
What direction,
Yeah.
Vaughn? What direction
North.
did it come
North.
from?
North?
I'm looking south right now.
Yeah. So that's
Looking
north wind.
south.
Yeah, and you got a north wind, northwest
Yes,
wind?
yes,
Okay.
yes. North wind. I'm sorry, north wind.
Yeah.
My bad.
You can just see it zipping right
Oh,
into that. Okay, and it's power. You
Definitely
can't.
tight.
They just
up.
increased.
Yep.
80 mile an hour wind.
Oh, my
80 mile an hour wind north.
Wow, that is just
Yep,
booking it.
it's got to be on the ground right there. Just it had to have crossed just south of Newkirk. Wow.
Yeah, I don't.
Wow.
We don't see a power flash, but man, that's got to be it.
It's if it's not on the ground, there's damage going to be done just by these straight line winds.
Yeah.
I'm headed south. I want to head down to the next road that goes east.
Okay.
And we'll get a good spot if this is if it's actually on the ground. Oh, whoa! I just saw something right straight to my south, Travis. Yeah. Hold on a second.
Yeah, that's
Give me
just-
another flash. I don't know if that was a lightning flash or a power flash. Straight to my south. Got to be careful in this situation because things are a lot closer than you think they are at nighttime. So,
Yeah, it's unfortunately getting so dark.
still got
with that
still
stuff.
got north winds. Still got north winds.
Okay, because we're
Still got north winds.
yeah. As long as you don't drive into power line, that's all I care about right now.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, we're about 2 minutes away from a cut in on channel 6. So
Straight
we will
north
be
winds.
cutting away from our YouTube stream here in just a little bit. All right. So again, this is near Newkirk. This is moving again toward Osage County. And Al, real quick, you want to get us a storm track for those that are on our YouTube stream?
Yeah, pull up real fast. We'll show you. And again, this is what Vaughn is looking at. You see that circulation that's dropping all the way down to south. So he's on the north side of it. It's moving right across the highway there. So there's Bob and Kildare. It's moving to the east. Again, it might be going 10, maybe 15 miles an hour. It's pretty broad, actually, but it's got a lot of wind. Let's just say it's still going at 20. And again, there's just not a lot. Here's Utica, the Washington area. I mean, this is all just kind of county road area. There's Canteen Road, East River Road, Newkirk's getting lots of wind damage, and then back down to East Adobe Road. So all in this area, you got to take precautions right now. That is still a tornado warned area, by the way. See that little polygon that goes until 8:30.
All right, we're going to leave our YouTube stream here for a little while. We'll continue to have streaming going on there. We're going to go over to Channel 6 here to get some updates, and we'll be back in a little bit.
From News on 6, this is a severe weather update.
All right, a lot of active weather going on right now in areas north and west. The Tulsa area is back to the south and east. We have a tornado watch in Osage County, Pawnee County, extending on over to Noble. We have a tornado warning right now for eastern portions of the areas of Kay County, getting ready to go into western Osage County. We have a tornado that's on the ground just west of Vance Air Force Base right now and coming into Vance Air Force Base. We call it multi-vortex tornado, which means it can be very damaging. So we're hoping and praying that folks that are airmen are not going to be involved in that, or anybody, but especially at that air base. Back up to where Vaughn and Val are located, and Bob, this is a very, very tightening up storm that has got a lot of problems going on. Vaughn is in that area at this particular moment. And Vaughn, if you're with me, can you give us an update? What are you seeing? What's going on right there?
Well, right now I don't have a view of it. I'm still getting strong winds. They look like they're out of. Oh, okay, I'm coming up to a view. Getting a view here. Hold on.
Go.
This is going to be to my south. This is going to be to my southeast. Right in there, I just had a lightning flash. So right in there is where, if we've got a tornado on the ground, it's going to be right there.
Okay.
Strong wind still out of the north. Not as strong as they were a while ago. That's a good thing. But
yep. I got to go, but yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. We'll have more information there. Let's go on over to we have a tornado on the ground right now. So this is not Vaughn. This is Tom, or this is Kyle. And so right now, that's a tornado that should be just near Enid, south of Enid. That's live right now. We're going to stay on the air for a little bit on this while this tornado's going. So again, this is the one, and Al, you have to look and confirm to make sure I'm in the right place. But he's going to reposition the camera there in just a second. But this tornado again was near the air base, and this is a live shot right now. And so it says near Enid at this point. So this is the active tornado at this moment, and there is a tornado warning for Enid at this particular time. And so what you're looking at is a live shot of a tornado going on right now just near the Enid area. And I'll get the exact location. He's right south of Vance Air Force Base, in fact. So that would be going over Vance Air Force Base. Is that what we're saying right now at that? So unfortunately, that's a very big tornado. That's probably a violent tornado at this point. And so that is not a good situation. That's near or over Vance Air Force Base right at this moment. We could, let's just briefly punch up, what is that, links 2, if you could, there. And Al, I might have you do a storm tracker on a second, but I just want to, it's on 3? Yeah, it's on 3. Okay, just, we'll come back to weather 7 for a second, guys, just for a second. Just want to point this out. So Kyle, just watch, this is the circulation, 3. So it just went right there. Vance Air Force Base is right there. And so that's it. And so that's where it's located, Enid, just to the north of that.
And there's the track that would put it near Fairmont at 8:38.
Okay, back to the tornado video, please. So this is, again, just passing off the highway at this moment. And so this is a live look of a tornado near Vance Air Force Base or in Vance Air Force Base, just leaving Vance Air Force Base. You don't have much to have to say about this. And you see the debris flying around the outside edges of it at this moment. and lots of debris. And it's some of this stuff you don't really look at because you look at the tornado. But this stuff that hurts you as well. Look what's getting picked up. Again, a very, very bad situation right now. So anything in its path is going to be in terrible shape. So this is going to be a very strong tornado. Just crossed the highway. So it's in an area. Now, what was the community that was in advance of it?
Fairmont. Yeah,
Okay,
Fairmont,
so-
and it was moving east at about 25. And by the way, this is Enid, an extension of the tornado warning that Vaughn is on right now near Newkirk. That's now going to be extended in that area. So that's in the Kay County area. Tornado potentially near Newkirk moving east at 20. That's not this one right now that we're looking at, but the one that Vaughn is on right now.
Okay, thank you, Al. And if we could, let's go and get a radar picture. Chloe, do you have that? Okay. So thank you for the box in there. Just want to point out, so this is the one Al's talking about. So this circulation feature with this one getting ready to move into Osage County. So we have the tornado warning with that. Very strong indications. He had 75 to almost 80-mile-an-hour winds on the back side of this as it was wrapped up. So there's a chance that this could wrap up at any given moment. It was in Newkirk and is both Val and Vaughn are in the same spot, basically. They're literally right underneath it at this particular moment. And that circulation just right near Newkirk, headed eastbound. And then I'll have you do a storm track in a minute. I want to point, let's go back, if we could, south for this tornado, just for folks. Just so you know that, and then Al, I'll have you do a storm track on this one if you would in just a minute. But let's go to Enid back down south just for a second. So these are the storms, these are west. So that was the Air Force Base. That's the tornado you're seeing behind me right now on the right side of your screen. And so this is literally just moving pretty much east-northeast at this point. So it just crossed the highway, and so that's where the velocities are very, very strong, and that circulation continues to be strong. Tornado remains very strong. And so hopefully, man, just praying nobody's in there. Hopefully the Air Force Base didn't get hit. Awful close, though, to that. All right, let's go back up north to our area where it's a little bit more important at this moment for us as we're looking at a possibility of a tornado in Kay County, and that could be extended to Osage County. What do you have for us, Al?
Yeah, we're going to take this, the area here, if I can clear that out, right on the radar that's underneath that red polygon. That's a lot of ranch land area. So what I'm going to do on this is that we think this storm is moving east at around 15 to 20 miles per hour. Let me just kind of show you where we think it's going to be as the time flies here. By 9 o'clock, it's going to be close to the Lyman area. Now, notice where Frankfort and 4 Acre and Carter 9, the Shiloh, the Burbank area is. That's already under a severe thunderstorm warning. If the storm continues on, it would go 9:15, 9:20, 9:30 into the Osage County area. But right now, Travis, we're at 8:21. So folks right in the Kay County area, you have to go around to street levels to kind of see where this is going to go. Canteen Road, East River Road, and there's Val and Vaughn. They're right near that circulation near Newkirk.
Not a good thing when the Castor boys are close together, we always say. Let's go to Aaron. Do we have Vaughn for just a minute?
Yeah, he's got a shot back into the area.
Okay. Again, the tornado is down to the south near Enid. Let's go. This is Vaughn. He's right next to Val. So they're both in the middle of Vaughn. What do you have for us on your storm? What do you have on that one?
Yeah, I've got strong northeast winds where I'm at. I'm on East River Road, only road that goes across the river right here. And I'm going to be northeast of Newkirk, looking back to my west-southwest. So that circulation is to my west-southwest somewhere right in there. It's wrapped in rain, but I'm going to have to move because I've got strong south northeast winds coming into this thing.
All right.
We'll
let you go. Thank you. Appreciate it very much. So once again, tornado active east of Enid, southeast of Enid, and we have a tornado warning that is in effect now moving across areas of Kay County getting ready to move into Osage County. So you guys can't say enough about, let's just be really careful. This is kind of wrapped up on itself. It's kind of like a bowling ball at this point. The one to the south, again, you see lower left-hand corner of your screen. Kyle's on that one. That's the one that's southeast of Enid. The National Weather Service said that they think it might have been on the south side of the Air Force Base, so Vance. But man, that's awful close. So
Travis, they're also going to use the terminology tornado emergency now for part of Enid.
Okay, because it's literally just on the south and east sides there. Flashing You can see with the flashing, that means it's confirmed. And so Kyle's literally right there where the tornado is located. So Kyle has to be careful too to make sure that he stays within a reasonable distance and doesn't get right in the path of it, because that'll mean power lines are down. He'll have to stop at that point. But you see the circulation feature, so this gives us a pretty good idea of what's happening, and the Air Force Base is there, and it's very broad. So across Highway 81, and so he's literally, it's as close to a tornado location as you can be. So a very large tornado with that particular cell and circulation feature. We'll stay with this for a while longer. We might go back to YouTube streaming here in just a little bit, but again, for folks who are wondering about this is something you don't see very often, Al.
Possibly brief tornado occurred. This is with the Newkirk tornado. National Weather Service Tulsa indicating a brief tornado may have occurred a few minutes ago near Newkirk.
Okay, and that would have been exactly what Vaughn
was talking about.
Yeah,
yep.
So that's, with all that information, we do expect that to continue to be a problem for areas of, especially in Osage County and eastern Kay County. So again, this is a lot of ranch land up in here, but also a lot of ranches. And so the guys are just literally right on that circulation feature in this location. So if you are into western Osage County, eastern Kay County, Ponca City's down to the south. So that's Newkirk, that it's a brief possible touchdown on that tornado. Any other information, Aaron, at this point on that one?
No, Vaughn, I think he moved into a bad cell phone area.
Okay.
He's working east into Osage County. Bob's going to go a little further south of Ponca City in case that one coming out from Enid holds together.
All right, I appreciate that. And that tight circulation continues again just on the east-southeast sides of Enid. That's, there's damage right there for where it went through. Yep, that's, so he's crossing right through where the tornado went. That's, if it's not a good situation. So that tornado, you know, we're not going to estimate, it's hard to estimate, but I mean, that's definitely EF2 to EF3.
Tornado debris signature, according to Weather Service Norman, up to 15,000 feet.
Okay, yeah, not good at
That's
all.
a very strong
That is
tornado.
very strong. So that's hoping and praying for the folks there. Again, this is live tornado on the ground, not too far from Enid at this moment. I don't know, he might have to back up, which is not good because he got right into the track of it. But you're seeing it live at this point as it continues to track. Again, this is a classic just stovepipe of a tornado, and usually when they're this size, they're EF3s just through history or through time and experience. So this is a very, very bad situation for the folks up there near Enid, southeast sides of Enid. You see the power flash there. That's when the power lines get nailed by that. That's not what we call transformers blowing, but you can see some of that sparking. Let's take that full screen for a minute if you could, just the tornado. And so when you look at that, and it's going to be hard to see now because trees and damage. So he might be backing up to get out of there. But you'll be able to see down here some flashes occasionally with that. So we just want to make sure that you saw that, and he's going to have to move to a different way. You see the power lines and power poles bent over there and missing. They're missing in action at this point, from that point. So that's the tornado. Again, that's near Enid. We have our own tornado watches here, and a new severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for areas of western Osage County. So let's go back and double box if we can, or 3 box, whatever you have. But that's the one in Enid at this particular moment, as it's crossing again from near the Air Force Base on the southeast side of Enid. And then it's severe weather from Tonkawa to near Ponca City, and our tornado warning. And Val and Vaughn. Anything from Vaughn yet, Aaron? Got an update from him?
Yeah, he just crossed into western Osage County, and he's going to have to work back to the south here to get back to the main highway. But his GPS is not correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then, Al, what do you have for us? If we'll take a look and see what else we have on that.
Yeah, we'll take a track on this just very quickly. And again, the circulation has kind of opened up a little bit, and that's been the case with this particular tornado warned storm for the last hour and a half, but still 70, probably 80 mile per hour winds in some of this. But you can see Washunga, Claw City, Claw City is in the tornado warned polygon area. That would be at 840. We're at 828 right now. And then that area, that yellow box, that yellow polygon, that is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for our friends and neighbors in northwestern Osage County. So that's going to be coming up in the next 30 to 40 minutes. We're at 8:28 right now.
All right. At 8:30, we're going to go to our YouTube streaming. You can join us there. We'll be back on Channel 6 here in a little bit. So giving production just a little bit of a notice of what's going on. If you haven't joined us on our YouTube stream, this is what you'll get, and you'll get updates as well of when we're going to be live and being able to share with you. Obviously, this is just outside of our viewing area, but we felt this was an extremely important moment as we're looking at the live tornado, unfortunately, with a tornado emergency. That happens when you're hitting populated areas or an area in which there's a devastating, potentially tornado that is moving through an area. And that's what we're seeing right now in north central Oklahoma. Tulsa is to the south and to the east of this area. This area of thunderstorms, still with the new data coming in, these will eventually kind of die down. This will take over and move across Osage County and then Washington County and Pawnee County and then into Tulsa as we work our way to midnight. Al was mentioning this. These are slow moving storms right now. So they're going to take their time. And so they are dumping heavy rains for some. Chloe's keeping an eye on that. And we'll be talking about that on our YouTube stream coming up here in just a few moments. So what we're going to do right now is we are going to leave Channel 6 and we are going to go to our YouTube stream and we'll have continuous coverage there. And of course at 9 o'clock on our CW we'll have that. We'll be back here on Channel 6 with new updates here on a next commercial break that we have available to us. So as we say, keep it here, we'll keep you advised. Welcome back to our storm coverage. And if you're just joining us on our YouTube stream and you were on Channel 6, you got to see the tornado, actual tornado on the ground. And that is continuing in that area. So that's, we'll go ahead and go to that tornado if we could, guys. That would help us out. Kyle's on that at this time. That's, again, not a good situation. There is a flanking line that's forming, which hopefully will help kill this a little bit. But at this point, the tornado is still active in this area. Tight coverage just near Vance Air Force Base, southeast side of Enid. That's been a tornado emergency. That's the tornado on the bottom left side. It is not as, I don't want to call it photogenic as it was just a little bit ago, but not as picturesque in terms of how damaging and how bad it was. But we are looking at that still on the ground, doing a lot of damage. And while we were on Channel 6, our storm tracker, Kyle, crossed over the path of that where it did a lot of damage, snapping trees and knocking over power lines. So this is a very powerful one, now exiting the southeast sides of Enid and getting away from Vance Air Force Base. But that is now headed toward the Fairmont area, and eventually, if this holds together for a while, it'll be up to near Garber. We've had Garber tornadoes in the past and all that, but we'll see if this lasts much longer. Unfortunately, it's being fed by a lot of moisture and being fed by a lot of strong winds going into this, and we can look at that, and Chloe, I might have you do something on that a little bit. But first, let's go back up north to our storm, and then I'll have Al do the storm tracks on all these. So the tornado warning still is in effect for eastern portions of Kay County. And so that's Val and Vaughn are both in the middle of this. So they're dark 30 at this point, so to speak. Near Cause City, this is strong winds, and so this is still a bowling ball of a supercell going on right in here. Al, I don't know if you've seen any debris. What do you see with that?
Yeah, not a lot at this particular moment. We'll just kind of zoom in and take a look here. Again, I think this circulation is going through some changes here. It's trying to bow out a little bit. There's really strong winds that are located just to the west of Cause City. Vaughn still and Val should still be getting some pretty strong north winds right now as well. And I lost sight of exactly where Bob is like, but very, very strong winds included in here. So this tornado warning technically is now going to go until 9 o'clock tonight. So it has been extended a little bit as far as I can recall. And there's also the severe thunderstorm warning that surrounds that entire area. So from Burbank to Carter 9, the 4-acre vicinity, we want you to be on your kind of heads up here. because this storm is going to move in that direction. So we're looking at the velocity data here. It's already raining in the far northern Osage County, but the heavier thunderstorm activity, the stuff that's severe, that has the potential still for a spin up, is located just to the west of the county line from Caw City to Washunga, back to near and west of Lyman, moving to the east at 15 miles an hour.
All right. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate that. Again, with the severe weather going on at this particular moment, we will be back on Channel 6 in a little while with another cut-in. But we wanted to keep you updated on what the latest is with that severe thunderstorm warning into Osage County. That'll be going on till 9:15. We'll be doing our CW newscast coming up at 9 o'clock. And so for you guys that are on our YouTube stream, you'll get to see not our CW, but you will get to see continuous weather information scrolling across the screen, or you can be live with us at 9 o'clock. There's a good chance that we'll be doing a lot of weather coverage at that time. And so it'll be our whole team, from Aaron to Chloe and Jalen and Alan and myself. And then, of course, our storm teams that are out in the field. So this is the latest of what's happening in case you're joining us. Tornado watch is in effect for Osage County and Pawnee County, and then Payne County and OSU, and then Noble County, K County. K County is going to be out of this here probably within the next 30 minutes or so. The worst of the weather is going to be exiting K County here before too long. With that severe thunderstorm warning, we'll see what they're going to do. The Storm Prediction Center, which is based out of Norman, they have to figure this out, balance this out. Are they going to continue the tornado watch for a while longer and then get inclusive of Tulsa and areas to the east, or will they go with severe thunderstorm watch like they did to the north? But in the severe thunderstorm watch, they also had tornado warnings. So the atmosphere is extremely volatile right now, and so that's not going to change. You see from the amount of lightning we have and what's going on. The lower left hand is Kyle, and so I haven't really seen the tornado on the ground, and it looks like it is there from the flashing still going on. So I'm thinking that that's still active. It's Kyle's gotten back behind it. He had to get back around because of the damage. I think looked like he backed up out of that situation. Velocity data from Twin Lakes. Can we look at that for a second? So it's still, he's right on it. So it's still right there. It's still going strong. And that's at 8:47. Okay. And then with that circulation, that'll continue to track it east. Al, while we're here, you want to take us on or Chloe can get us.
Yeah, just keep it there, Chloe. And Chloe, draw that east. It's probably going a little bit east-northeast, but draw it east right now at about 30 miles an hour. And that will put it right to the end of the polygon. You can see Garber at 9. So the last thing that I heard about this from like a very specific standpoint was that it looked like that it was going to be kind of moving slightly north of east, if that made sense. And that's the way that track looks like. So all right. Still tracking it at this point. Throw on to CC real fast there, and let's see if you see anything throwing up there.
Because it's
we'll take a look.
It looks still tight and
sometimes it's not exact.
Still
there.
It's still there. Can we bring Kyle's video up full? What's okay? So that's him. So
yeah, there it was. I just saw it.
I thought that was the tornado right there.
It was.
Might be repositioning there.
He's turned a little bit.
Where's that?
That was a tornado. It looked like. Now we're getting all kinds of different shots coming in on that same remote, by the way.
Okay, so right in through here, you can kind of see from the lightning strikes. Again, it's a little bit hard to tell if trying to get a visual on this, and it's hard without him giving us if that's involved in a rain curtain, because he's looking right into that area. And so that's still very tight, and it's still going on, unfortunately. So you can kind of see, we'll see what he's got going. Anyway, with that, it's someplace in there. So now it's evolved. And tornadoes don't look like tornadoes all the time. You know, they get rain wrapped. There's so many different ways to look at them. So he's getting a visual right now. So that's rain curtain. What has he got there? Is that the tornado? Looks like that's a tornado. Yep, there it is. So it's still on the ground. So you can see what's going on right in here. You've got, unfortunately, a perfect tornado. So any place right underneath it. Don't know how wide it is, judging from how far he's had to zoom in. but that is the tornado at this point. So you got the rain-free cloud base for him, and so that's a problem there. All right, that's the folks out there. We're going to go back to our place for a minute, but that's the active tornado. That is live at this moment. Kyle's been on that big time. All right, let's go on over to our radar and thunderstorms that are moving into Osage County. It's all a big severe thunderstorm now. New cell, Tom's on. I think that has just been growing a little bit here around the Billings area. And so these are moving east now with time. And so this is going to fill in. The rotation is still in there. And Aaron, anything on what Vaughn is seeing or not? What's he got?
I don't think he's seen anything, just this a dead giveaway. He's moving east now, trying to bounce back out ahead of that. But it definitely has been seeing some heavy rain for sure, a lot of lightning.
Okay, because that's what we're trying to monitor. And Bob's he's repositioning for us and getting on
Bob's heading further to the south to get ahead of that other big supercell.
Okay, all right. And then also with this, Al, I'm going to let you kind of analyze this for us with Chloe, and I'm going to talk to Aaron for a few seconds. So again, still really meaty.
Yeah, and lots and lots of heavy rain too, by the way. And you know, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, before this rain on the backside kind of flipped around, you could really see where these appendages and these rotation areas and even the tornado was occurring now. Obviously the one in Enid's a little different, but for this one right now, it's going to have a lot of rain with it. And you can see on the radar that the circulation has broadened a little bit. It is still there, and technically it still has a tornado warning on it right now for that small area that's in that red polygon. And Vaughn is on the north side of that. His brother Val is to the northwest of him. Kaw City, Washunga, the circulation that we can see is near and just north of Kaw City. Moving to the east, I think now it might have picked up a little bit, maybe picking up speed again. So let's take it between 20 and 30 miles per hour, the movement. That would be Carter 9 at 8:54. The 4-acre area would be after 9 o'clock, 9:06. And we just keep on going from Blackland, Personium, Myers, Big Heart. As far south as Burbank, we want to be on our guard here and kind of watching that. To see if that might sneak down and get into that area. There's a severe thunderstorm polygon that's underway for the Burbank area, and also Little Chief and Strom in part of far northwestern Osage County. But at this point, those tornado warning areas still continue for that area. That is circulation feature that's right in through there. And you can see that goes, severe thunderstorm warnings surrounding that small area of the tornado circulation, or the potential for that tornado circulation. Lots and lots of rain. It's moving to the east right now at 30 miles per hour. We go back to the Enid vicinity and still have that tornado warned storm that we can still indicate that it is on the ground. So from Covington now to Garber to the Fairmont area, we think you can see that little appendage right in through here. That is where it looks like that circulation is still underway. But we've also had really heavy rainfall with this area that's across the far northern section. So we'll go back into the northern areas here, far northern sections of Osage County. And Chloe, take a look at that, because I mean, this is lots and lots of rain. Some of this is radar indicated, but we think it's pretty close, at least at this particular moment here.
It's close, and we love to see this much rainfall, especially in counties where we really, really need it. And our northwestern counties really need the rainfall. So we've already seen 2 to 3 inches, in some areas higher than 3 inches recorded so far based on our radar indication. So of course, just as Alan said, this is not true to the book. This is not Bible for sure, but it is close to what has gone on in the last couple of hours. This is the last 3 hours specifically as these storms have moved through. Part of the credit is due to the fact that they've moved through relatively slow. It wasn't a long, fast line moving through, but also Alan kind of talked about the structure starting out with these storms. It was very apparent. You could see the essential wall cloud as it moved through and started developing as a supercell. And then after a while, you saw that heavy downpour. And as we're talking about rainfall, we just now got, looks like we have now, I believe this is an aerial flood advisory.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Aerial flood advisory for Kay County. That's in effect until 11:45 this evening. So just as we're talking about this area that's seen a lot of rainfall, that's indicative of that. So really just keep in mind for possible localized flooding in some areas, but again, much needed rainfall. But these storms are continuing to move through relatively slow compared to some other storms we've seen in the past, of course, but we're still kind of watching these, and especially this tornado warning, Trav.
All right. Hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. we're adjusting some of our storm teams to make sure we've got everything going on just right. And these storms, the Storm Prediction Center also stated that maximum intensities on these tornadoes now, based on the new data and some of the soundings that they have, would be 140 mile per hour winds with some of these tornadoes. So that is getting awfully strong as far as the wind potential with some of these. So that's why we want folks to understand that this is a very impressive storms, and up to 170 miles per hour. So now we're pushing EF3, EF4 type of damage in some of these storms. And the persistent nature of these is going to be causing us concern for the next hour or two, especially in these areas west and northwest of Tulsa. And so that's what we're seeing at this particular moment as they continue to build. And they're pretty much building because the environment is so conducive, and we have such strong south winds flowing into that. And that's where one of the problems comes in. Let's show the maximum wind gust, if you would. So that fits into this really well. Is that on one, links one, I guess. And then we'll show you that some of the winds associated with this flowing in to these storms are around 40 miles an hour or so. And that's a tremendous amount of energy. And that's at the surface. And then you have just above the surface, you have a tremendous amount of energy. So there's a lot of what we call CAPE. And that CAPE gives us the energy necessary to make these thunderstorms explode. And so that's what we've seen during the last couple of hours. What we're doing right now is we're going to have to get ready for our 9 o'clock news. Plus, we have a cut-in coming up here in just a little bit on Channel 6. So we do want to make sure that you are getting to stay in the know. So we will continue our coverage here, basically as with our YouTube stream weather channel. So again, we love that you're joining us for that. And what we're going to do now, though, is we do have to do a couple preparations for the newscast. And then also with this, with the new tornado warning that's pretty much into Osage County, we're going to have to be doing some continuous coverage on Channel 6. So a lot of the coverage will be showing up on Channel 6 coming up. And so you will have to, if you want to have real live stuff, and we're going to have we'll have all the data showing up here on our YouTube stream, but we're also going to be live coming up talking about the tornado warnings. These are going to be going on for a while across the area, so just be advised. And this is still have been an active tornado, and it's been on the southeast side, unfortunately, of Enid. So that is still basically going strong at this particular moment. Can we go one more time to REM 23 and Kyle on there, and we'll just look at that, and then we're going to have to depart at that point. So could you guys pull up REM 23 again? There we go. All right. So looking, and it's going to be hard to see because it's pretty much into the rain at this point. So he's looking into it, and I think I saw a little bit of a silhouette, but they said it literally, it is sitting pretty much in the same spot. And so I can't, I'll have to wait for a lightning flash just like you in order to be able to see it. But apparently the tornado is still there and somewhat wrapped in rain. So again, praying for the folks out there. And what we're going to do is we're going to be back hopefully sometime here, but we do have a lot of newscasts, so we'd love for you to join us on our newscast on the CW at 9 o'clock, and then of course on Channel 6 at 10 o'clock. And so we'll be back with more information. As we say, keep it here, we'll keep you advised, and also on our TV stations. See you in a little bit. All right. Hey, good evening. Unfortunately, not a good evening just out west and northwest. We've had a tornado going on and ripping up things just south of Enid, and that's still a very active storm at this particular moment. So a confirmed tornado. Kyle is on that storm, and we've had that as we were streaming and also when we were here just a little bit ago. So that is still embedded in this. Additional showers and storms are forming there. Back into our area, we now have a tornado warning that does extend into western Osage County. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, western Osage County, and a tornado warning at this time. Circulation feature continues to show up just basically where Vaughn is located, not too far from Vaughn. And so that is what is just crossing right now over into Osage County. Tornado warning has been extended. Alan's looking at the storm track. Al, what do you have?
Yes, sir. Travis, moving east right now at 25 miles an hour. So we're at 8:49. Webb City would be at 8:54. Shiloh right after 9. Carter 9 at 9:02. And 4 Acre at 9:13. So this is a tornado warning for part of Osage County. It goes until 9:30.
All right. Hey, thanks so much. Vaughn is in the midst of this and rain and thunderstorm activity, trying to position again. He's had winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour inside of this area of thunderstorms. Brief tornado touchdown around Newkirk that he saw. And Vaughn, real quick, what do you have for us and what's going on in the middle of this mess?
Trav, he drove into cell purgatory for a second, so we actually just lost him just right before he went to it.
Timing is everything. Yeah. So again, the last reports though, he had what, 50, 55 miles an hour winds with in advance of it?
Yeah, strong winds and torrential rains, yes.
All right. And just before that, when he was near Newkirk, it was 70 mile per hour wind, 75 up to almost 80. And so there's very, very strong winds within this area. And it's just a big rotating supercell at this point. And that could be potentially putting down a tornado just about at any time along this area here where the circulation is tightened up. And so this is going to be some low clouds, lots of lightning showing up with that as well. Don't forget, we'll be on the CW at 9 o'clock with our continuing storm coverage. And we'll also, what's that, Ron? Okay. And okay, so we should be in pretty good shape at this point as far as what's happening there. And with the chance of severe weather continuing for a while, what we want you to do is just to be aware that we will have to cover again through the evening hours or overnight hours, and we'll have timing of that on CW of what's going to happen as far as severe weather potential. And that's going to be hopefully dying down a little bit tonight. But unfortunately, for the time being, as this storm is continuing to move into western Osage County, we'll be dealing with some issues. And then, did Vaughn come back yet, Aaron, or not? Is he back yet? Yeah, he's back. Okay, he is. Okay, Vaughn, just a real quick update from you before we go back to programming. What do you got?
Yeah, so I here, 49.55.
Okay.
And looking back in my south, I'm not seeing any power flash, anything like that. Very, very difficult to see because there's a lot of heavy rain. But we're going to keep all of this as it moves east in Osage County. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. I greatly appreciate it. All right. That's the latest look at what's going on. We are going to have more information coming up. So keep it here. We'll keep you advised. Is in effect now for western portions of Osage County. Severe storms have been going strong for quite a while. Unfortunately, several tornadoes now have been reported. Our news teams are headed over into the Enid area. We've had Kyle, who has followed a tornado that has continued to move from the south side near the Air Force Base and then continued on the south and east sides of Enid. And so again, we're getting a lot of information. These storms continue to move to the east. And so we're watching a couple of really big ones. Now, the reason that they're very impressive to us is because there's dry line, and these tornadoes, unfortunately, can sustain themselves for a considerable amount of time. We've seen that with a tornado that was going on where Vaughn is located, which was back to the west, just east of Medford, and then that moved to around the Newkirk area and had a tornado touchdown. We have our active tornado warning now extending all the way into western and northwestern portions of Osage County. So that's going to be continuing until 9:30. So our coverage will continue at this point as we watch what's happening here. Vaughn is on the leading edge of this around Highway 60, and so he is in an area that's Shidler to the south. You see the Webb City area, and then he is just to the west of 4 Acre. So this is wrapped up there, and there's also within this is just like a huge ball rolling strong south winds into it and then wrapping around with strong winds to the north side of it, and you see what's going on in this circulation feature right in here. We're going to go to Vaughn first, and then we're going to go to Alan. He's going to give us updates on what to expect and how long it's going to take to get around here. First of all, Vaughn, can you give us an update on what you've been through and what you're seeing right now? Maybe. I heard the sound like, is he there, Aaron? It's like
his cell reception's a little in and out in that spot.
Okay.
Where he's at. Yeah.
All right. Vaughn, it's in and out a little bit there. If you can hear me, I don't know if I can hear you at this particular moment. Hate that when I have to come to you and then can't find you, but we see you at least on GPS. Aaron, let me know if he gets back in with us, if you would. And then in the meantime, Al, that is still going strong. That is a Supercell Deluxe. What do you have?
Yeah, it is moving to the east right now. This thing has sped up. It's slowed down. It's back to about 20 to 25 mile per hour movement to the east. And all along that line, the potential for some wind damage, and it's still, that is the tornado polygon, that red box that's underway. This is for the Osage County area. So this is a tornado warning for part of Osage County. This goes until 9:30 tonight, and then surrounding that is a severe thunderstorm warning over a larger area. So it's got a lot of heavy rain and a lot of wind, but the tornado circulation potential, it's kind of opened up a little bit, but we're going to keep it warned for that entire length there that goes from Lyman to Webb City to the Shidler area moving east. So 4 Acre, that would be at 9:16. This is not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but a tornado that potentially could be developing from a radar standpoint, and you are under a tornado warning. Blackland, you're also in the tornado polygon, and that goes until the Blackland area would be estimated time of arrival, Travis, at 9:24.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. And what we're going to do now, since Vaughn is in the middle of that, we do believe that we have Vaughn back in. Aaron just mentioned. So, Vaughn, if you would, give us an update on what you have at this point, would you?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to turn around here and look back to the west. I'm on top of a hill, so I should have a pretty good shot back to the west. Because I think that circulation is going to be just back to my west, or could be a little bit southwest of me. But like I said earlier, I'm on 4650, just west of 4 Acre. And it takes a little while to get turned around on these little bitty roads.
Yeah, and what's the inflow into that right now? Do you have much inflow at all?
Right now, no, not much inflow where I am at all. You can see the grass right there. It's really not even moving.
Wow.
So, yeah, I'm looking back to the west, southwest. Okay, I see a little bit of, yep, there it is right there. Okay, going to be looking right down my lights, looking in the, maybe I need to turn these off real quick. When we get a lightning flash, you'll see a lowering right there in the middle of the screen.
Yep.
If we can get the right kind of lightning flash.
Saw it briefly. Yep.
But that's it. It's going to be wet. It's going to be west southwest of me, and I, like I said, I'm still west of 4 Acre, headed east. So looking back to the southwest right now. So looking southwest now.
All right. All right.
Yep. So there it is. Doesn't look like anything's on the ground, Travis. Back to you.
All right. Hey, I appreciate it so much. And again, so Vaughn's taking the lead on this tornado warned part of the storm. This is western Osage County, so this is ways away from Tulsa. But I would just want to point it out again. The circulation feature here in western Osage County is very volatile. And so these winds will be probably 50, 60 miles an hour as it wraps around. So that's what we're concerned with what we're seeing with this. And so with that coming to the east, and Alan will do more storm tracks here through the time just so that we can stay ahead of this. And you see where Vaughn is located. But the circulation feature, as he was looking at, or the lowered base part of it, is literally just to his southwest. So that's what we're seeing right here. Doesn't appear to be on the ground. It is a tornado warning, but it is not a confirmed tornado. And so we've been watching this. This has touched down a couple of locations as it has been moving to the east. There is some hope that as it moves into central Osage County, that it is going to weaken some. So if that does happen, that should allow this circulation to die down. But if you're in advance of it, you have to be aware of what's going on with that. Also, speaking not of advance, but Vance Air Force Base and what's going on, we're going to just take a quick look down there because that is still a monster storm, and it's kind of back built right now on a flanking line. So the tornado warning, which had been confirmed, now has been canceled. That tornado warning. So it is a severe thunderstorm warning. Unfortunately, we're getting so many reports of damage from the Drummond area back from the Vance Air Force Base. And then we don't know if it's hit there yet because Kyle would have to tell us. He's busy helping with our Oklahoma City sister station right now. But that just kind of stopped around the Enid area and then slowly moved east and then got pretty much rain wrapped and kind of killed itself right in that area. As far as down the south, from Waukemos to pushing back to Covington, that's still very active where there could be new rotations that are trying to form. That's an active severe thunderstorm warning, but we have our news teams going there as well. Unfortunately, the damage we've seen is very substantial, and unfortunately the tornado has been very significant as well. So those are the things we're looking at. Also, from looking at it from shear standpoint and where it started, so as this continued to move to the east, some of the worst shear, unfortunately, was in this area. And that was moving to the east. And
Trav, you want to go back to Vaughn here.
Okay, Vaughn, let's go back to see what's going on with Vaughn. Vaughn, update, what do you have?
Yep. Yeah, look at the lightning flashes. It looks like I've got a funnel right here to my southwest. When the lightning flashes, you'll get a view of it.
Yep.
No, it does not look like it's attached. That last lightning flash does not look like that's attached. So that's a good thing. Very, very good thing. Wait a minute. Let me look what's behind it there. Very difficult at nighttime to see these things. That thing looked like a true funnel right there. But let's, yeah, okay, I'll keep walking. Sorry to bother you. Thank
Nope.
you.
Hey, anything to keep us updated on that, that's what you're there for. Thank you, sir. So, yeah, it's tight. I mean, it's pretty tight right in there. So, Al, let's have you get a new updated storm track on that because, I mean, that's kind of a shelf-looking type of thing. But, again, that could be a tornado getting in.
Yeah, there's several little areas that have been trying to spin up along it. Boy, that just jumped out right there between Vaughn, south to Scheidler, and just to the north of Carter 9. So not only some rotation, there's some really strong winds as well.
Yep.
So that's, again, good reason the tornado warning is underway there. So 4 acre, still got you there at 912, Blackland 917. And then just continuing on, the storm is moving east now between 20 and 25 miles per hour. So the area in red, again, that's the tornado polygon. Travis, let me just show you a big time track. I mean, it's taken a long time for this to do what it's trying to do here. But if this continues to move on, let's say at 20 to 25 miles per hour, so Pawhuska near north of you about 10 o'clock, around the Bartlesville area, you know, around 10:30. I mean, this is a slow moving system. So that's just a really slow in track right now for those storms. And right now, tornado warning into a part of western sections of Osage County, and that goes until 9:30.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Again, a lot of people are really concerned about how long that's going to take to get here and what's going on. But we are feeling okay that this system will gradually die down some, so we should be okay. But that is a fairly tight couplet in there, even though, and you can see what's going on. So very strong at this point as far as what's happening in here. Also, we've had some excessively heavy rainfall, and Chloe will take us through that in a minute. But with that, with what's happening right in here, and as that moves through central portions of Osage County, again, the hope, I mentioned this a moment ago, there should be a little bit of a weakness, hopefully by the time it moves east a little bit further, but there's still going to be severe thunderstorms, so we still have wind and hail and maybe some potential for flooding. Originally, the thought was that these storms are going to be more east-west bound, but they're not doing that right now. So again, some of the guidance is not great. Chloe, we've had heavy rains. Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on up in that area too?
Yes, along this line, and especially where that area, that circulation feature is located, we've seen lots of heavier downpours in those areas specifically. Not necessarily when these supercells started. We could see that rotation much clearer, and then that kind of got rain wrapped as it continued to propagate eastward. So here's a look at the rainfall rate, and this shows how much rain is falling within the span of an hour. So I'll go ahead and put a couple of radar indicated numbers right here. This is a little over 7 inches per hour is what's falling on the ground right now in terms of rainfall. So very heavy rain rates right now. And I'll show you also in the last 3 hours, we do have an active ongoing aerial flood advisory off in parts of Kay County, especially northern Kay County, where they saw that swath of heavier thunderstorms and even that confirmed tornado rolled through this area as well. You may have remembered that earlier this afternoon if you were tuning in with us. That is in effect until 11:45 this evening. But still keep in mind that flooding could be an issue in this area specifically. I'll even show some numbers of some radar estimated totals that we've seen so far, just a little bit over 3 inches in some areas, especially on the west side of the I-35 corridor that crossed eastward, and then just north of Newkirk, we're tracking a little bit over 2 inches of rainfall so far and counting.
Thanks, Chloe. Appreciate that. So again, the tornado warning has been dropped for Kay County. It continues here in Osage County. That storm is now probably has some winds that are fairly strong associated with that. We'll talk to Vaughn in a second about this. So the circulation feature, again, this is what we call a supercell. It's just a monster thunderstorm at this point. And so as you look at it, the circulation has tightened up a lot. And Vaughn is in the area. Is Vaughn's cell service good enough that he can talk to us here at this point? Vaughn? Yeah, I think Vaughn. You think he is? Okay. Hey, Vaughn, if you're back with us, a quick update from you. What are you doing with winds and what's going on with that system?
Yeah, so it looks like I'm about a mile, maybe a mile from 4 Acre here. I was getting some strong north winds. I think that circulation is still just to my south. It's pretty much right on me.
Yes.
It could be to my west, but it's somewhere right in this neighborhood. The rain is keeping me from getting a really good visual like I had a while ago. I'm going to try to get out back ahead of it so I can actually get a little visual on it. But, yeah, it's right on my bumper for sure.
Yeah, and it is just kind of to your southeast even a little bit. So if you can get back east of 4 Acre, that'd be great, because it is literally just kind of south of 4 Acre right now. And so you're on it at this moment, and yeah, if you can get it right ahead, you might get another good visual for us. So this is going to be working itself, and Alan mentioned this a little bit ago. We'll have another storm update for 4 Acre and then also Blackland. So this will continue to track across Osage County. How long it lasts was yet to be determined. One of the things we do know, though, is that with this circulation, it could drop a tornado at any time. Right at this point, it looks steady state, and so we'll be monitoring that. Hail is associated with this, not as much hail as what was earlier. We did have some storms with ping pong ball size hail. This is indicative of extremely strong winds, and so this is close to what's happening with this turbulent. This storm is extremely turbulent. And Al, what I'd like for you to do, if you could, is to, and I was telling Vaughn, we need to get Vaughn east as fast as you can, Aaron. But if you could give us another update on that storm track and what you're seeing.
Yeah, moving east now, 25 miles an hour. The circulation has tightened up. Taking a look at Oklahoma Mesonet data, the winds are flowing into the system. This could produce a tornado here at any time. Folks in 4 Acre, you're under a tornado warning. You need to be in your tornado precaution areas right now. What would that be? Away from walls and windows, not on a second floor, but on the ground floor. If you have a storm shelter, obviously in that. Mobile homes are great to live in, nothing wrong with that, but because they're mobile, they can be blown around pretty easily. So if you got a friend or neighbor that's got a sturdy shelter in that area, you want to be thinking about making that call and heading in that direction. So the area that is under the tornado warning, that's the polygon. And this has kind of slowed down, but I still think it might be moving east now at about 20. So folks from 4 Acre to Blackland, and maybe even a little more to the south of that, then I've got the track. But basically, if you're in that red polygon, you still need to be taking tornado precautions. But the circulation right now looks like it's pretty close to the 4-acre vicinity at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not a good situation at this area anyway. And so we're looking at this to continue to track Alan. So as you said, just to the east, Vaughn's getting into the thick of some of this at this particular time. And then Bob will have to pick up the south side of this, obviously. But he is going to get wrapped up into this. So in 4-acre right now, circulation is the strongest right here. And so that's not too far from literally on top of you guys. So we would love for you just to go to a safe place, just to be safe. We do not have a confirmed tornado, but anytime you have a Vaughncaster or Valcaster close by, that should scare you enough to go to a storm shelter or a safe place. So we want you to just be aware of that. This storm itself, again, strong winds are on this south side pulling, or I should say west to northwest winds are pulling in. And so that's wrapping it up around 4-acre. So Vaughn is literally going to have to drive into this, around the 4-acre area to get back around it. Now, if he was a cowboy, he would know all our country roads or county roads, and he'd be able to get to the east of it. But we're not going to take any chances because he could end up on a ranch and having to stay out there and work as we go through the weekend. So again, we need him for the weekend because more storms are on the way. But a circulation feature now over 4-acre. And if you're in this area to the east and southeast a little bit, as that wraps back up around. So then the supercell, it continues to just roll right on through here.
And that's going to extend it. The Weather Service said they're going to extend that warning into another area of Osage County.
Okay, good. Thank you. And then I'll have you get an updated.
As soon as they do that, we'll have it.
That's awesome. Not awesome to have a tornado warning, but we'll look at the south side too. You can see these are going to be strong winds for Shidler, Burbank, as this is gusting pretty much in through here. So again, the back side, and this is Osage County. Tulsa's down to the lower right. We can widen out a little bit, Chloe, if you would. And you can see Pawhuska is pretty much next in line for what's going to happen here. And just want to give you a perspective to where Tulsa is located. You see Bartlesville right in here, and then the Tulsa area. The storm that produced the tornado and a supercell that's out to the west. We have Alan Hancock going to pick up those storms as well. Bob is going to be analyzing and pushing with these storms eastbound. And then also this has been a tornadic cell, the one that went through the Enid area. Now this is downsized a little bit. Circulation is still going on. And Chloe, if we could look at, well, there's debris with it again. And so that's probably the new circulation feature. Potential going on. So that's the second part of this that's happened. So Kyle's heading back south to pick this side up, and that's where the tornado would be right now. So that's the new circulation because that other circulation was pretty much eaten up. That's not good for the folks there. So that's north of Marshall, Covington area, and then that will be getting on into parts of our area. So once we get on over toward Red Rock and Noble County, that's a transition county for our sister station for us. So a lot of things happening with that storm as well. Alan, that is looking pretty tough. And then Chloe, I just wanted to get an update. Can you do a future view scan for us and give us an update on what you think?
Yes, so far.
Okay.
Make sure my microphone is on. All right, well, let's take a look at see what's going on in the next couple of hours with these storms. First off, I do want to mention, just as Alan mentioned a minute or two ago, we have a new tornado warning for parts of Osage County. That's in effect until 10 o'clock. And as these storms continue to move off to the east, kind of southeast in some areas as well. I'll go slow as we move through the next couple of minutes. So right now it's 9:14. We'll move this to about 10 o'clock. It's still into parts of north and western portions of Osage County, still moving through, crossing the I-35 corridor for that southern cell that also was that tornado warned and the tornado confirmed storm that moved through parts of Enid. That crosses the I-35 corridor around 10 o'clock this evening. And then the next hour, closer to 11 o'clock, is when all of those move closer to the Pawnee area, Ralston area, and then moving into portions of Washington County as that continues to propagate eastward. But they are moving relatively slow for the time being, and they have been all throughout the evening, Trav. All
right, and as Chloe mentioned, that new tornado warning gets it getting pretty close to Bartlesville. This could sustain itself. We'll talk to Al here in a second, have a new storm track on this. So what we see with this and with where Vaughn is located and this leading edge continues to be a circulation feature here. So we do want to make sure that you're aware that now the circulation is south and east of 4 Acre, headed eastbound over Ranchland. Yeah.
Vaughn's GPS is not updating frequently. So he's the southeast of 4 Acre now.
Okay,
he knows a way through there to get to Pawhuska that way. So
he does? Okay.
Yeah, so he's closer to that than he looks.
All right. Does he mention anything about that lowered area that he was talking about? Just
not anything of note new, just kind of the same old last I talked to him.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. And then Al, if you would, let us know what you're thinking on the storm.
Yeah, storm circulation southeast of Blackland, just near Personia, moving to the east. Our friends at the Weather Service increased this movement fast. It's going between 40 to 50 miles per hour right now. That is the fastest that it has been moving all evening long. At least that right now is the algorithm movement on it. So we've drawn the track with that in mind. So Myers would be at 9:19. We're at 9:16 right now. The Ocasa area at 9:37. Pawhuska, you are technically in this tornado polygon. The circulation might stay just a little bit north of you, but we want you to remain aware of all this. You are in the tornado polygon, potentially near 927. And then the Woolaroc area would be at 940. So right in this area, I'll take this and kind of zoom in. You see where the greens and the reds are all coming together. And again, that is where that tornado circulation continues to be there. So again, that's moving to the east now pretty rapidly. So if you're in this area, this would be into the central Osage County vicinity from Big Heart, right down Highway 99 to near Pawhuska, over through the Myers area. Here's the Blackland vicinity, the Personia area. You need to take your tornado precautions. That's away from walls and windows, the interior-most room of your home. If you have a storm shelter, obviously into the storm shelter. If you have 2 stories, you don't want to be on the 2nd story. You want to be on the lower level ground area. Again, moving to the east. Now here's Bartlesville. You're not in any warning right now, but this is a heads up that you need to be kind of paying attention to this storm, Travis, because it's moving eastward. So folks around the Bartlesville area, just kind of watch this storm, but it has been a very steady state circulation off and on for a long time.
Oh man, thanks Al, appreciate that. And once again, as we look at what's going on, this is kind of a 3-dimensional look at these storms as we're looking pretty much from around the Tulsa area. And then what we're going to do is kind of give you a perspective of how this is looking on as far as radar is concerned and with the storms. So one of the things up in Kansas, we've had severe weather. Those are not severe now, but this gives you an idea of the types of storms that we're looking for vertical development. And so this helps us determine, again, the strength of the storms, what's happening with the storms, and also with the rotating parts of some of these cells. So one of the things that we're looking for is this is the main part from the Osage, pretty much western Osage County at this moment. And so this storm is very, very powerful and meaty. So that means there's a tremendous amount of rain in there. Embedded in that is going to be some small hail. So that's backing it up and then going forward. So you can see how this has been steady state. Alan mentioned this just a minute ago. And so the unfortunate thing is it just doesn't want to really quit. And so what we were hoping is that they would die down some by the time they got to Tulsa, Bartlesville areas, Pawnee, that we'd start to see this dropping off in intensity. So far, we really haven't seen that happen. We continue to see it advancing and unfortunately remaining very steady state, strong and severe. We do have some tornado videos that we have had. We're putting that on social media. Jalen's busy working on that as we speak. So you'll be able to see that there. Of course, on our newscast here as well with our folks. And tornado did hit the air base, so we do know that. So we're going to get that information for you here shortly. Biggest thing we're concerned about right now continues to be the advancement of the tornado warning. And so this is going to go through the heart of Osage County. The good news is that we have a severe storm that is not affecting major cities. But if you're here and in Ranchland, you do need to be very much taking precautions to be safe. I know that a lot of times that it's like, I think I'll be okay. But that indentation right in here with the circulation, and as Aaron mentioned, Vaughn is on his way down through Pawhuska or down into Pawhuska through some ranchland and back roads. But this circulation right in here, just northwest of Pawhuska at this point, continues to be strong enough that anytime we see that, that's what's going on. So there's still a chance. So this is east of Blackland, and so that's going to be out, again, open rangeland across this area. But if you're in a ranch up in here, we do want you to know that that could be a tornado coming right at you at this moment. It's not super tight, but it doesn't have to be. And so we've seen that happen already with the history of this storm. And in its perspective, that's one of the things we're seeing. Al, with this as well, do you have a new update on what's going on there, if you could? Okay.
Yes, we're continuing to take it to the east now. between 40 and 50 miles per hour, which is the fastest movement we've seen so far this evening with any of these storms we've been tracking. The circulation may be trying to recycle a little bit. Right now, there might be a new circulation trying to develop near the Black Land at Persona area, maybe just to the north Persona, around the Myers area. That circulation to the south has opened up quite a bit. The velocities seem to be a little lower than they were about 10, 15 minutes ago, but it continues to give us the potential for a developing tornado. So the tornado polygon is now that red polygon that encompasses the Big Heart area. Myers, Pawhuska still technically underneath the polygon here that goes until, what is that tornado warning that goes until 10 o'clock tonight for the central Osage County vicinity. I've just cleared that track so you can kind of see it a little bit better there. But it's moving again right in this general area. So Myers right now, Big Heart 99, southward near Pawhuska. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions with this storm cell. It's continuing to move to the east. There's no other storms right now outside of that. We'll just quickly go up to the north, for example, like Nowata County, Craig County area. That might happen later tonight. And then we still have those big storms that are northwest of the Stillwater area, still a tornado warned storm around Wacomas and part of the Grant County area. Tulsa, not yet, and we may be coming later tonight. Could be a really late night for us here.
Oh, yeah. And unfortunately, that's not a good thing. We are set up for severe weather, as we said, across much of the area in terms of over the course of this next, really through the weekend. And we'll see if these storms can push on through tonight, then that's going to make our Friday across the whole area much better. The outlook for the daytime on Saturday is really not bad. I know the Jenks Urban Herb Festival and Plant Festival is going on this weekend. Red Fern Festival going on in Tahlequah. That's just a couple of things. And so we have a lot of things. FC Tulsa's in town. Is that Saturday? I think Saturday afternoon. So there's a lot of big events. So don't be afraid to go to the events at this point. But in the evening, late in the day, into the evening, we will have to be a little bit more aware. And like FC Tulsa, that's going to be like, you'll have to be aware that there are going to be some big storms coming in during the evening hours based on the data we know as of right now. And we'll continue to keep you updated. Tornado warning still going on. You can see that cell is kind of taking a little different shape right now. And so velocity data with this is not super tight right now, but there's still strong winds. It was tight and it's kind of loosened up a tad bit on that at this moment. But that's still showing up strong gusty winds, strong winds that could be damaging winds, and there could be some power outages. And Chloe, we'll have you look at that in a minute too, if you could, speaking of which. But this tornado warning will continue over Highway 99, not too far from Willow Rock, and then go on to the south. I wanted to go just briefly down to Enid, if we could. I just want to update folks on that. Again, we are confirming that a tornado did go through the Air Force Base there. And that's part of this cell. And so they continue with a tornado warning on this. This was the Vance Air Force Base. And again, Enid was just to the north, went through there and then fell apart a little bit. We still have strong circulation. Kyle is in that right at this moment. And is he the REM 23 right at this second? I think Kyle's still REM 23, if I'm not mistaken. This is what he is. Okay, thanks, Colton. So he's in the middle of this right now. So this is a tornado warned storm. Can't tell. We do not have any confirmation of a tornado, but that rotation continues to be strong in that area at this particular moment. So that's what we're going to be watching for the folks down there as well, because that storm is still strong and it's continuing to move toward I-35. They shut down I-35 while the tornado that was to the north in Osage County was actually crossing I-35. So quite a few things happening, but you can see what's happening there. Just wanted to point that out. These storms are not losing the intensity that we thought they were hoping that they would. A lot of wind flowing into these cells, and because of that's what's sustaining this, and that's why we're concerned about what's happening. So again, Kyle's right in the meat of this. This is the center of the circulation for the tornado warning. And again, that will continue to track east toward I-35 here fairly shortly, and then be in our neck of the woods once it starts getting to near Perry. And then heading close, should stay just to north. Al, what is that on the storm track? And that should stay just to the north of Stillwater. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah,
with this
it looks like it, yeah. At least at this point, there's no signal that it's drifting or trying to go a little bit south of east. But in the northern sections, for example, take a look at Lake McMurtry. I mean, that basically is Stillwater, just near and north of the lake. So the northern parts of Stillwater, yep, right there, the northern parts of Stillwater will be impacted by this. And it wouldn't shock me to see if they put a warning out for part of the Payne County area, a severe thunderstorm warning for part of the Payne County area on that.
Okay. Hey, thanks. Appreciate that. I just want to point out the winds, too, flowing into these storms continue to sustain them, unfortunately. And so that's what we're seeing with that. That's the velocity data. Links 1, can you give me the winds for a second on there, if you would? So these are wind speeds. And so, I mean, these are strong maximum winds that have been blowing and going here for a little while. And are these updated in the last hour or so? Or, Jalen, is that updated? Okay. These are maximum wind gusts in the last hour. So that's feeding into this, and so that's part of the problem. All right, let's go back to Osage County again. That's where we have, of course, our tornado warning. That's why we're continuing our coverage, and so that will continue to be the storm that we need to be watching. And we'll get a picture out of Bartlesville, too. I think we can get a camera out of Bartlesville in a little bit. But this is wrapping up kind of on itself at this point. And Vaughn is someplace in the Osage. Is that what I'm going to say? Is that the best way to
He's
frame
on
it?
County Road 4201, I believe, heading southeast.
He is? Okay. Has he been able to see anything?
A lot of heavy rain.
Okay.
He should be talk-toable, though.
Okay, talk-toable. Okay, Vaughn, if you can hear me, just an update from you. Just torrential rains. Are you getting any winds with this or not?
Yeah, the winds are still, they could gust up to 30 or 40 miles an hour. I don't think I'm in that area that has the strongest winds. I really am trying to just concentrate on the road because it's very difficult driving on these dirt roads at nighttime and really can't see because of the heavy rain. So anyway, only moving along about 30 miles an hour. I don't have to worry about any power lines here, I don't think. That's great. Back to you.
Nope, it's dark 30 in central Osage County right now, and it's going to stay that way. We're talking about Alan, I was just looking at some of the velocity data. It looks like that's opening up a little bit and not as intense.
Yeah, I think that's the case. From Pawhuska to the north to the Myers area. We'll take a look here, and you can punch that up on 3. There you go. And then south of the state line region, so here's Chautauqua, and there's Elgin. From Blackland to the Myers vicinity. Yeah, it's gone through some changes quite a bit, and it looks like top-end velocities have dropped, and it's not very well organized. However, we saw this happening about 15 to 20 minutes ago, and a new circulation quickly developed on that. Here's what it looks like if you're trying to just see it on your radar. If you pull this radar app on your phone app, this is what it looks like. There's lots and lots of heavy rain, and again, that area, you see that red box, that's the tornado polygon that goes underway, and it stays underway until 10 o'clock for the evening hours. That does include Pawhuska, the Big Heart area, Highway 99, back up. Hey, there's Myers, Travis.
Woo. Again, wrong spelling. A bad spell of weather in Myers. I don't know how I'd say that, but it's a bad spelling of Myers.
Have an E.
Yeah, man, I tell you, we got to fix that.
What's his name? Travis.
There we go. Yeah, they don't need to do that either. Hey, we are looking for conditions, though, as this continues to move to the east. If there's any luck at all, just looking at some of the new data, this could weaken. So there is some good news there, but there's still another circulation feature that's just kind of popped up again around Ponca City, and so they're issuing a severe thunderstorm warning on this particular part of the cell. So that's taking it into west central Osage County. And that's just, all this warm, moist air coming in is what's causing the problem tonight. So if you're in these areas, Fairfax, you're lined up for this. But there's been some winds that came through Ponca City. It doesn't look like much, but it is. And so that is kind of wrapped up a little bit there. So there should be some 60-mile-an-hour winds associated with that as that continues to track to the east. Very, very turbulent atmosphere. So any place from Fairfax back through from Ponca City, Caw City, and then back into central Osage County now. It's just big old storm, and so we're looking for we call it the proverbial needle in a haystack and trying to find out where the circulation is the worst. We do think, though, that weakening area in central Osage County is probably going to be responsible for maybe we'll get to drop the tornado warning if this continues for a little bit longer. It does not look as firm as it did before in terms of intensity and in terms of the supercell itself. So that is the welcome news. We still have velocities that indicate, though, that this is a big supercell, still maintaining its rotation, not as significant or as tight as it was while it was going through through Ponca City and back to the west, because we've tracked this for quite a while. Very similar to what we just went through with this storm when we had the tornado warning in Bartlesville. Was that Friday? lost track of my days, but anyway,
me
it just
too.
went up right to Bartlesville before the storm finally died out. So if you're in Bartlesville, and again, do we have our tower cam from Bartlesville to look at too? Just wanted to see if we could already see lightning on the western horizon. So that with the severe storm and what's happening, Paycom, all right, that looks good. We've got that switched on into a different thing. A little depressing news about one of the basketball players. I'm going to just throw that in there. I think John Holcomb will be happy that I mentioned sports in the middle of weather. But we're talking about, again, with the tornado warning in this zone, we're going to continue to watch for you guys over toward the Bartlesville area because that severe thunderstorm warning butts right up to where you guys are. And then we're looking back to the west in terms of that storm and what's going to happen here. And Al, I'll have you do another update on the storm track if you would for this. But so far, so good, and so I'm not going to complain about that. And before we do that, you got it lined up for Bartlesville just to look off in the distance. And is that on Links 1? Is that what you're punching up there? It looks like did we just pull it up on Links 1? It is. All right, so this is Bartlesville looking to the west, and you can see that line. I just started seeing some of that lightning back to the west over in this area. So we'll see if this continues to develop and move into Bartlesville. And Alan, you can probably give us a little bit more information on that. But so far, that doesn't look too bad in Bartlesville.
Yeah, Bartlesville watching the storms just to the west of you. They're not quite in your area, but they will be soon. So we'll take a look at the radar. And again, that tornado polygon still continues on until 10 o'clock tonight for this area of Osage County. So if you're residing in this area, you still need to be able to pay attention to take tornado precautions. Because the circulation has dropped down. It doesn't appear to be as organized as it was, but it may cycle back up. So Myers would be right now. Big Heart would be at 9:37, Hurd at 9:38, the Ocasa area at 9:55. Notice that we didn't mention Pawhuska, but Pawhuska, again, we have mentioned you prior to this. That circulation might say just a little north of you, but you are technically in that polygon. You see there's the red line, the polygon, and there's Pawhuska. So we want you to remain aware that you are still under a tornado warning, and it goes until 10 o'clock tonight because of these storms. And all of these storms are moving to the east. They picked up speed from an algorithm standpoint, moving to the east at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. I think they're slowing down again. And that is going to be across part of northern sections of Osage County. So Bartlesville, yep, you're definitely seeing the lightning here, but it's still quite a ways to the west of you right now.
All right. Hey, thank you, sir. I greatly appreciate that. We've had, again, with this severe storm continuing to track to the east, it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning now issued for southern Chautauqua County. That's the north side of this storm. That's going to take it into southwestern portions of Montgomery County. So that is part of the problem too. And we have aerial flood advisories. Let's go up into near Sedan, Kansas, if we could for a minute, and point out the newest of what's happening here. So if you are into southern Chautauqua County, southwestern portions of Montgomery County, severe parts of this storm right now is going to have some wind associated with it. And this will continue to track to the east as well. So this is just kind of the comma head part of that supercell as it's marching off to the east. And if you would, could you give us a quick future scan on that and what you have for us there, Chloe? That'd be great.
Yeah, of course. So here's a look at the next 2 hours specifically. So this is very short term in terms of our model data, as it doesn't go out very far, but it gives us a really good idea of what's going to happen the next couple of hours. So here's the start of the 10 o'clock hour, moving right over Sedan, that new severe thunderstorm warning. That storm itself that was severe thunderstorm warned, this is about 10 o'clock, moving over Sedan, Kansas for the time being. Then you move a little bit further to the east, that moves over far northern Washington County, and those storms still off to the north and west of Bartlesville, but moving in pretty close by the 10:30 to 10:45 time frame. Then we get to about 11 o'clock, and it looks like our future scan shows most of the northern half of Washington County still under those severe thunderstorms. Notice this forms into a line that's going to continue as we go through the next several hours. It forms into a stronger line as this cycle continues to move through, and it'll still propagate eastward for the most part, but slightly southeastward. So that's also why it's going to take a while to get towards the Tulsa Metro specifically. Kind of just as Alan was talking about a little bit ago, it's going to be a late night for folks in the Tulsa Metro storm-wise because it's really not going to be here for a while. So it's quiet around the Tulsa Metro right now, but folks off to the north and west, not as much.
Just what we need is a late night alarm clock when people have to get up early in the morning. That's not quite the timing that anybody wants. Tornado warning now is being lifted for Tulsa. I shouldn't say for Tulsa, for Osage County, just to the northwest of Tulsa. Are they going to? Have you seen any new updates from the National Weather Service? Because we've noticed this weekend, literally just talking to the producer. And so, if that is the case, Brian, I was just talking to you just a minute ago, but we're going to do another quick update, and then we're going to get some news information on our CW, and we will return our Channel 6 viewers to regular programming and have another update for you shortly. But these thunderstorms continue across this area. So again, as we look at what's going on, the tornado warning, as we cycle back through, as it went through the Newkirk area, then continued in Kate County. And then we have extended that out because of the circulation feature that's been associated with that. And as that has moved to the east, that has started to weaken, so the circulation isn't as strong, and that's why the National Weather Service, and we saw that, and the National Weather Service has said, okay, we do not have anything right along the leading edge. Of course, once we say that, then we'll see what else will happen. But Vaughn is literally now has an update. Hey, Aaron, real quick, update from Vaughn. Anything that he can tell us on that storm?
He's had a lot of heavy rain. I mean, he's about to pop out ahead of it. You can talk to him real quick if you'd like. He's just north of Pawhuska.
All right. Hey, Vaughn, one more time. We might be going to our own program on CW and then come back to Channel 6 here in just a little bit. But quick update from you on what's going on with this storm. What do you see? What's going on as far as you can't see much? I can tell you that much,
no.
I'm sure.
Yeah, heavy rain still. According to Aaron, I'm getting ready to pop out in front of this thing, hopefully. I'm getting tired of driving in this heavy rain on this back road. So, I'm pretty close to Pawhuska. Still on 4201 road. So, I had some pretty strong winds about 3 miles back. I would say they were probably 60 miles an hour. So, there is some wind still with this, Travis. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Watch out for a buffalo. That's all I'm going to say. Up by Myers there. We're talking about, again, any velocity data coming in right now and any circulation or relative velocities are pretty much going to be limited. So we'll look at that real quick. Chloe, if you would, give me a velocity update on that. And we'll just make sure that everything is about the same. And I'll ask Alan too. Don't see anything that is, very turbulent, windy conditions likely across this whole area. And shear for one moment if you could. And we'll look at that. So where you see these green areas, that's where winds should be 30 to 50 miles an hour. You start to see a few areas of red. That could be up to near 60 miles per hour. We're away from the radar, so we're looking up above it a little bit, but it gives us a pretty good idea of how it translates a little bit further to the surface and where those stronger winds are. So Vaughn's got a little bit to go. I'm not going to tell him too much of that, but he is going to continue to monitor with that. Al, what do you have as far as that line of storms?
We're going to track this entire line. So take a look here. This is from Sedan, Kansas, southward to near Pawhuska. Is moving east 40, maybe 45 miles per hour. So this is the entire storm from southern Kansas into Osage County. Sedan at 9:43, again, potentially 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. Peru at 9:46, Copan Lake at 9:55, Ocasa 9:56. And then it could get closer into Dewey and Bartlesville, some of those areas. I would think anywhere between 10:15 and about 10:20. Remember, this has had a significant rotation off and on for the last hour and a half to 2 hours. It does not right now, but it could cycle back up.
All right. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate that. So that is the leading edge of those storms that are moving up across areas, heading toward Highway 75. And then our guys are continuing to watch like that one tornado warned area. So again, the circulation is embedded in this big supercell that's situated there. So we have three of our guys there. Val's kind of in between. We have Bob, we have Alan, we have Vaughn. So as we continue to track these storms off to the east, we're going to watch that. Also, these cells that are with the warned part in western, southwestern portions of Osage County, just one more thing about this is that these storms are strong, but they're not super bad right now. The winds continue to be about 40 to 50 miles an hour. That's about equal to the winds that are coming into this storm. So there's like kind of counterbalancing going on. So this warning extends down to Fairfax, and then you see our other warning is encompassing this part of the storm. So gusty winds, and you see kind of an outflow domination now, or it's becoming more dominant across areas that has moving into or through Pawhuska now. So in fact, Vaughn's now behind it a bit, and so that's the outflow boundary, which is cutting off this thunderstorm, and that's why we think this one's dying. So the only ones we're kind of watching and kind of keep an eye on are going to continue to see if any of this development goes off to the south. All right, what we're going to do now, since these are dying down a little bit, we are going to continue our severe weather coverage and the latest news, because again, there's a lot of tornado video, a lot of things going on, and so we are going to continue that on our CW newscast, because we're simulcasting right now. And then what we're going to do is leave, if you're watching Channel 6, we're going to leave Channel 6 right now, go back to our programming until 10 o'clock. And then just to let you know, if you want to join us on CW, you can, or you can wait until 10 o'clock as well. So again, for those of you that are on Channel 6, keep it here. We'll keep you advised with more updates as we go up to the 10 o'clock hour. And now what we're going to do is we're going to continue our coverage, but we do want to get some more information. While we're not in a lull, but we've pretty much covered what's going on right now for Osage County. So if you're in eastern Osage County, some gusty winds, not too bad. Anything changes, I'll holler at Jonathan, Aaron, or Alan will, and we'll let you know. In the meantime, Jonathan and Aaron have some more news and what's happened today. You guys.
Thank you, thank you, Travis. We want to show you some video from a large tornado that touched down around 7 o'clock tonight near Brahman, Oklahoma, in Kay County. That's about 30 miles northwest of Ponca City. And then this is video from Enid within the last hour of a tornado touching down near the Vance Air Force Base. Of course, our crews are here. Our weather team is here, continuing to monitor the damage reports coming out of those areas, and we will update you as we learn more.
And we have much more video too, and of course we'll have that video for you as well. In other news tonight, many people have shared their frustrations about the construction on Highway 75.
From News on 6, this is a severe weather update.
All right, just when we were hoping things were going to quiet down, that is not the case. Now we have a tornado warning awful close to Stillwater. Alan's going to be tracking that for us here in just a minute. Storm trackers are still out. Obviously, we've been talking about severe weather across the area. Our storm teams and also our meteorologists continue to cover what's going on across the area. So we're still looking at with Alan and Chloe and Aaron and Jalen in our new storm center as we continue to monitor what's going on. We have all the latest of what's happening. So again, with the storms, what we want you to be aware of is this line of storms has moved through Bartlesville, outflow boundary. Vaughn is on the leading edge of that around Nowata. We're going to talk to him in just a minute, but we're going to get down to where Alan is located, and Alan Hancock, and not Mr. Crone right at this second, but there's a storm moving in on Cleveland. Now we have a tornado warning, and so we're looking at the tornado warning now just near Stillwater. So if you have family or kids at Stillwater, we have graduation coming up there just in a couple of weeks. So again, a lot of kids are in that area. And this storm is rotating, and so Tom Pastrana is there, and then also Val Castor, and on the south side, Kyle. So this is rotating in on itself at this moment. This is a circulation feature that is right there. No confirmed tornado, but the velocity data is close enough to cause some concern. Al has been following this for a long time. He's been keeping track of what's going on. Al, talking to tracks, give us an update on what you have.
Yeah, this, Travis, continues to move to the east right now at about 20 miles per hour. So again, this is a tornado warning for the Noble and the Payne County area. So what we're looking at is the velocity data that is the different green and the reds where the velocity is located near the Lake McMurtry area. So if you're familiar with Payne County and Stillwater, that's just a couple of miles northwest of OSU, and it's a little bit to the north of the main part of Stillwater. But you can see the track in Stillwater. The northern sections of Stillwater, including OSU, would be in the track. And there's the Glencoe area, and there's, right through the downtown area northward. And then here's where the circulation is located, Travis, near the Lake McMurtry area. So it's moving to the east right now at about 20 miles per hour. Here's the polygon. Let me kind of zoom out. So this would include portions of Stillwater, especially right along 51 to the north. It wouldn't include those far southern areas of Stillwater southward, back down to near Perkins. But from Stillwater on 51 north, that does include those regions. You can see that circulation feature, which is near the lake. It's near Lake McMurtry. It's moving east at 20 miles per hour, and this is a tornado warning that goes until 11:30, and we're at 10:56 right now.
All right. Hey, thanks, Al. We'll be back to you in a little bit. Meantime, that is a particularly dangerous storm in terms of that has Alan's been watching that and keeps saying, hey, it's still going, still going. So we have two of these at this time. Only one tornado warning at this particular moment with that circulation feature right in here. And what that is what's happening with this at this moment, as that moves to the east, again, wind damage potential is going to be pretty high. So that's moving out of Noble County and now moving into basically northern portions of Payne County. Val is on that, and Jalen, do you know if we have our, is it Tom that's on REM? Did that get switched over to REM 23? Okay. Because as that's moving in, Tom and Val are both located in good positions here to see this part of the storm. And so I'll just have to ask production if, hey, Aaron, do you know if that, if we change over on
I know they're working. I'm pretty sure we're getting Kyle. I'm not sure which of the other two we have. We had Val earlier, so I'm not sure if they changed that.
Okay, so Kyle's been on 23, I think. And so that is, he's looking up into the storm. If we could go to REM 23 and Kyle for a minute, is that good? Okay, and then what we're going to do is, so we're looking for any lowered cloud base, which is kind of right over in there. It's kind of behind the trees at this moment. Then we're going to look at another storm up to the north. Alan's been watching. So you see that kind of ragtag base right through here. So this is part, and of course you got the trees always in the way. But you see where we're looking into this, and we'll get that car past us there so that we can see it. So that's what we've got going on right in there. So through this, and then you can see this particular area. So this is what Kyle sees now as he's just hanging out there, and that's looking from near Stillwater, or the south side of Stillwater, back onto the north side. So this is a very powerful, highly charged storm. and a tornado warned storm. And Alan was mentioning this a little bit ago. That's probably going to stay just to the north of Stillwater proper, but it's awful close on the north side of town. So again, if you have family, you might just say, hey, if you're not paying attention, you need to pay attention, because this is a very potent storm with that. In there. Sirens, Alan just said sirens are sounding in Stillwater right now.
Information I have, yep.
Okay, so what that means to us is, again, that concerning is that the fact that with a evening of tornadoes and a horrific tornado up by Enid, still watching what's going to happen with that particular cell and what's going to happen with that storm. So that's what we're looking at with that particular storm. Let's go back to radar for a moment. And so this is the storm that of concern. Stillwater's here, circulation. Kyle's literally looking right into it. Val's driving into it. Tom is driving into it. So we've got it covered as far as that's concerned. Further to the north as well, we'll go just a little bit north and northeast. And this part of the storm around Blackburn and extending back down to Merrimack, Alan Hancock's been watching this. Is Alan with us right now? Hey, Alan, if you would, give us an update on what you're seeing with this particular storm. And you got a shelf cloud. What's happening?
Hey, Travis, had a little bit of a shelf cloud going on here. Some lowering, maybe a little bit of, I don't know really what to say about this one. It's not doing anything. It's definitely some scud, but I don't see any kind of rotation at all at this point, at least in this vantage point right now. Our highest winds we've recorded so far is 20 miles an hour on this edge of it, with sustained about 9 to 12 or so. I know this band is bringing in some strong winds with us. They're well on their way, but not seeing too much right now, nothing on the ground, which is great news right now. Back to you.
All right, thanks. And circulation, or I should say velocity data on radar, and then we're going to go to Alan with an update. So again, you're looking, and you can see Bob's at Hominy right now. He's looking into this as well. So there is a little bit for just north of Alan, and then Bob is looking back into it. Is Bob in Hominy where he can talk to us for a second, I think? Okay. Aaron's giving us the thumbs up. Hey, Bob, if you would, give us an update to your west-southwest. What's that look like? We've got a bit of circulation still going on there.
Yeah, you can't see it from here, but there's still quite a bit of lightning to the southwest. We're currently at 64 with a light rain right now, but definitely that cell's got a lot of electrical activity right now back south and west. Back to you, Travis.
All right, thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. These are the main warned storms. The storm that was warned in Bartlesville is no longer. Alan, you wanted to take us through this and what you're thinking?
Yeah, well, take a look at this storm. And again, I'm going to track the part of the storm that might have the more wind potential. I mean, this entire line that's going to go from Highway 20 southward is severe storm warned, but especially this area that I've got tracked. And that would be approaching the Hominy area, which is technically outside of a severe thunderstorm warning by 11:15. So we're at 11 o'clock right now because there's some pretty stout looking winds on the radar velocity data that are located right in through here between Highway 20 south to Blackburn. Look at all of that lightning. So that's moving to the east right now at about 30 miles per hour. So this is where some of the stronger winds are located. But notice all of that rain that continues on back down to the Merrimack area. Then some heavy storm activity as well up around Pawhuska and Winona. Technically right now below severe criteria. So again, tracking that storm that Bob is on, and then of course we still look at that severe storm that has a tornado warning on it in the Stillwater area. And Travis, I want to show you something. Well, I'm going to take you down there just very quickly to Stillwater, and we'll talk more about this in a second. But our friends at the National Weather Service readjusted the polygon on that. So if you'll notice where that tornado polygon is, it encompasses the very far northern part of Stillwater.
Yeah.
That first warning was all the way down to basically 6th Street or 51st Street, but it's now just a little bit to the north. That may not make a big deal for a lot of folks, but basically that's an indication that it's right across the far northern areas of Stillwater, northward, right along the road, getting back on the Creek Nation Turnpike, that you would need to really pay attention to closer into where the lake is located.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. And that's good news. And so hopefully it's away from the campus. Got a lot of parents that are sweating that out. So that we have to watch that. And then you can see as well, we can go to Kyle's video again if we could. So Kyle again is coming in on the north side of Stillwater at this moment. And he's looking back into this. And so this is what he's looking at this particular moment. So that is part of the rain curtain is off on the left side. and he's moving enough, and the lightning strikes. We get a general idea. Midst probably half of them are cedar or more. My favorite tree to dislike. But you can see that we do have this lowered area, and I think he's trying to get to that. I'm going to see here he's stopped, and wish he could have moved just a little bit further. Maybe he's at a stoplight. He probably has to wait there the way it looks right now. But you can see that there is wind, and that looks like, is that an inflow, Alan? Can you look at and see what you're thinking on that wind coming into? It kind of looks from his location like there's a pretty good south wind still coming into that. And we'll see what the...
Stillwater right now has a southeast wind.
They do? Okay.
In the gauge near Stillwater. Yep.
Okay, so...
That's not the airport. That would be the one a little bit more to the south.
Okay, so there's a good inflow into this storm. So that's going to help keep that sustained for a while longer. And that track, long-term track, could take it a little bit longer. I don't know what's happening there. That stoplight is a little bit longer than I wanted to sit there and look at it. But we have, who is on, oh, there it is. It's coming. Okay. Let's go back, Kyle, for 1 second there, just because he's moving again a little bit. I just wanted to see if we could see anything. Well, that's not going to help, I guess. So he's going to get in town. Who's, I just saw on router destination weather 20. Who is that? Is that, I'm trying to see. But he's trying to look back into that, and we're going to see what he's got going on here for a second. So it looks like kind of the lowered area right there. So I'm trying to figure out if that's it. You guys are going to have to help me look at that because those flashes, that looks like that's it. That's probably what he's got his eyes on too, as far as trying to check and see if that's coming across that north side of town right this moment. Let's go back to velocity, and then let's have Al do us another storm track because he's on that. So here's the velocity. That's Kyle's right in on that. So I think that's what he's looking at right now because he's looking to his north. So this would be what he's seeing literally right on him at this moment. So he's on West Lakeview Road. And so that's just on the north side of town. And again, the campus is literally just to the south. All right, Al, what are you thinking?
Yeah, still thinking again, that's the far northern sections of the city of Stillwater. That circulation, you can see that's moving to the east right now at about 20 miles per hour. We'll take it a little bit more to the north of town, and we'll take it straight up to that polygon and then move it east at about 20. Now, this is for the very smaller area of where that polygon is located, and that's going to be basically a lot of folks in the Lakeview Road area eastward, East Airport Road, and then right up to Perkins Road. In fact, here's a new tornado warning based on the very latest on the circulation, which is trying to redevelop right now a little bit to the north of where that's located. So, I mean, this is continuing to change its shape a little bit here. So this is going to be another kind of an extension of this warning.
Interesting.
As it's jumped a little bit more to the north, it looks like there. Yeah. But this entire region here, which would take it just slightly, again, north of the downtown or the Stillwater area, north of 6th Street, basically north. So that would be even a little bit more to the north now, around the airport north and east of Lake McMurtry.
All right. Hey, thanks. And I think if we could, let's go to Val right now, who's on REM 24. And we've got a good shot too from Kyle. Both those guys now have good shots. So this is Val. He just had a really good shot. Of course, Kyle just stopped. Now he has a better shot. And we're back to trees with Val. All right, can you do me a favor, guys? Sorry. Let's go to Kyle because Val's now having to move. And so this is here's what it looks like. So this is what they're watching really close. So this is the inflow coming into this thunderstorm. This is the circulation area. And so we do have a base that is significant and very low area right in there. And so that's a little bit tighter circulation. Al, you're just going to have to keep an eye on radar because I'm yapping over here. But that's what they're looking at. And so that's why he is on the north side now of Stillwater looking north into this. So that's given us a pretty good idea of what that looks like with that cell as it's moving to the north. Again, this is a tornado warning for northern portions of Payne County, which would be on the north side of Stillwater, and that is tracking to the east. And so that's the biggest problem we have right now because there's a lot of flow into this. Right now we do not have a confirmed tornado. There was a brief report of a funnel cloud over Lake Carl Blackwell, which is to the west of Stillwater, but since then we have not seen nor heard of anything else significant on that storm. And Chloe, as we look at what's going on with this, can we also do a 3D estimate too on the radar and kind of get a perspective of what that looks like here? We'll come to you in just a moment, and you can give us a little bit of that information. But as you're looking at it with us, I think first I'm going to go to Al and have you do, if you would, one more quick update on the storm track coming into that, so we can kind of get folks so that they feel a little bit more comfortable if they have kids at OSU.
Yeah, so it looks like, again, that it's staying to the north of OSU. The very first track, the polygon was right down to basically 6th Street. It has kind of skipped a little bit more to the north. So here's Stillwater. You can see the majority of Stillwater is south of that tornado polygon now. So that's Highway 51, which is also 6th Street, if you're familiar with Stillwater. There's McElroy and Duck and all this kind of stuff, the East Airport Road. This is where the tornado circulation is still located. It's right in through here. And basically, you see where Val is located. It's pretty close to where that circulation is. And it's moving to the east now at 20 miles per hour. So Glencoe would be next. And Glencoe would be at 1126. I also believe, if I can pull it up correctly here, I believe the city of Glencoe is also advised that they are also sounding their sirens as well, and they should. They're under that tornado warning right there.
Coming right at them.
Yep.
And so here's a look at the storms, and if you would, you can give us a quick update on what you're seeing over there, if you would, Miss Chloe.
All
and
right,
tell us.
This is kind of a vertical view of what's going on so far from these storms itself, and it kind of gives us a good idea of how intense these storms are, how high up in the atmosphere they go, thousands and thousands of feet lofted into the atmosphere in terms of those updrafts. So nearing just north of Stillwater, here's that tornado warned storm. Here's where Kyle was for reference. We were showing his shot here just a few minutes ago, and then Valcaster really in the thick of that storm itself, and there's that tornado warned storm itself. You can see how high up it goes up in the atmosphere. This shows specifically the hail updraft, but it also gives a good idea of the strength and the intensity of the storm itself. You go a little bit further off to the west as well. These are some heavy downpours, more than likely. We do have a flash flood warning, a brand new flash flood warning in effect in our western counties. This is for Noble County Noble County, I believe this is until 2:15 this morning. Yep, there it is. That flash flood warning for Garfield County and a little bit of Noble County as well. So still looking at lots of rainfall moving through, so flooding impacts on the backside of these storms, but there is that tornado warned storm once again. Again, north of Stillwater, you can see how high up it goes into the atmosphere, and then a little bit to the east as well. Some of those cells still moving through closer to Allen Hancock, and where Bob is moving through closer to areas near Hominy and parts of Osage County.
Yeah, and on that particular one, we're getting a report of quarter-size hail out of Hallett. So that is that storm right there. And so you see that that's a pretty monstrous storm. That's about a 50,000 foot top on those storms. Let's go to that storm and let's flat project it for a second, just because what I want to do is this is again some chunks of hail that are falling out of this one. We have our guys on this, and so you can see Bob's on the leading edge of this in front of it near Hominy. You have Allen Hancock on the south side. Hey, Alan, just real quick, this is still a severe warned storm. It looks pretty intense. We'll have AlanCrone do a storm track, but Allen Hancock, if you would, give us an update on what you're seeing as you're looking into that storm.
Yes, sir. We're looking directly west right now. Clouds are participating nicely. I don't see any pronounced structure that it seems to be alarming at all. We're working our way to Jennings area, trying to stay on the good side of the storm, so hopefully we can get a better pronounced look at that tornadic storm off to our west. So we're going to stay on it. We've got 20-mile-an-hour winds right now, 65 degrees. I think the cooler area is starting to work its way this direction.
Yeah, hopefully that'll kind of help kill these off a little bit. We don't need any more of that stuff going on. Stillwater still looking okay at this point. And so, Alan, if you would, just a quick update on the Cleveland storm and the hail core and where that's headed, and then we'll come back into Stillwater.
Yeah, so we have this storm that's between Hominy back down to near Jennings and Cleveland, and then heavy thunderstorm activity that goes all the way up to Barnsdall, Oshaleta. I'm tracking some of the stronger winds and the heavier storm activity. Hominy 11:15, We're at 1112 right now. Skytook Lake at 1132, Westport 1137, and New Prue would be at 1139. And that's got a lot of heavy rain with it. It also has some wind potential, especially to the west of Highway 99 around Blackburn. See those brighter shades of green? That's 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Some of that's aloft, not reaching the surface, but the potential is there for some of that to happen. In terms of hail, yeah, there's some hail with that, especially to the south of Blackburn. And there's some smaller hail near the Hominy area, but just to the north of Jennings, to the south of Blackburn, to the north and east of Merrimack, that is where some larger hailstones are underway. And that's a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 11:15.
All right. Hey, thanks. And Bob is in advance of that. Aaron, have you heard if Bob has any winds that are, I mean, that should be cut off from the main the outflow should already be into Tulsa. Have you heard from him?
He hasn't said a whole lot about anything too out of the craziness.
Oh, okay.
Into the craziness.
Into the craziness of storms. So yeah, we'll wait until he gets a turnaround, looks back at that storm. But that's still a warned storm. We'll see if that has to be reissued. It's a heavy thunderstorm advisory all the way up to Bartlesville. We no longer have a severe thunderstorm warning for you guys. Just want to point that out. It is heavy rain though across Nowata, and that extends where Vaughn is located. Hey Vaughn, just real quick update from you. It looks like you could be getting a toad strangler. What do you have for us up there?
We lost Vaughn.
We lost Vaughn again?
We have his video clearly, but we don't have him.
We have to get him a better whatever he needs for that to happen. All right. Vaughn looks like it's road's dry.
Vaughn is back.
Okay.
Vaughn is back.
It shows that like it should be pouring rain. Vaughn, must be the GPS. That has to be it. Vaughn, you don't have any rain where you are? Or where are you right now?
No, I do not have any rain, Travis. I am on Highway 60. Which is Highway 69. Maybe not that far, but I'm east of Nowata on Highway 60.
All right.
And not a lot going on here.
Wow. Shows you should be in heavy rain. We've got you east of Nowata around Cooties Bluff. What's going on? I'm totally confused. The GPS has to be off.
Yeah.
There is no way.
It's got to be.
Yeah, because otherwise that'd be just pouring heavy rain on him. All right, well, we're going to wait on that. Let's go back to Stillwater. We need to talk what's going on down south. So that tornado warning has been hanging in there for a little bit, but we do see that storm as it's moving at this point, again, from the northern areas. And looking around Glencoe now, that's where the warnings, sirens were going off just a moment ago. Val's basically underneath that as well. Looks like he just went through that. And don't know, but I would say Kyle, he's got trees right now. Just a minute ago, he had a good look on that, looking up into this. But that is now right around the Glencoe area. And Alan, I'm going to have you just go ahead and do another update on this if you would. And I'll wait till I see a good shot where there's no trees. And, oh, wait, let's go there to REM 23 for a second. He had a brief opening there, and then we'll go to Alan with an update. So if you can find me REM 23, there it is. So he's slowing down. Let's see. So I think it's right in here that we're looking, right down in there, near that power line. So let's see if that's what he's looking at too. Seem to be the... yeah, and he's getting closer into it. So we'll get a defined look at it. Maybe. He's trying to focus it to get it there. Okay, so it's still hanging in there. That doesn't look, but it's really hard to tell like there's anything under that base. So, Mr. Crone, I think what we'll do is have you go ahead and give us an update as well on the storm track. So what do you have for us?
Yeah, Kyle is to the north and northeast of Stillwater, a mile or two. And the circulation feature that we're still trying to kind of find here has opened up quite a bit. It is near the Glencoe area. So technically we still have that tornado warning that's underway here for that small area that's in that polygon, but it's about to move out of the polygon. And notice also there is a new severe thunderstorm warning that surrounds all of this, and that goes until midnight. So from basically the northern part of Stillwater back to Lake McMurtry and then all the way to Morrison, that is now a severe thunderstorm warning. But in terms of the circulation feature, again, it's not exactly robust as it was. As far as we can tell at this point, Glencoe is still hunkering down here for the potential for a tornado warning trying to develop here. The Stone Wolf Casino would be at about 11:43. If that storm continues on, it's not under any warning right now. Just want you to remain aware at the casino and then over to Casey and around the Pawnee area. But we're always watching and trying to project where these types of storms will go. So let me clear out all of that track so you can kind of see. There's the Stone Wolf Casino right over here. Here's Rambo, here's West Point, and there's Glencoe that's still technically under that tornado warning polygon that goes until 11:30 or whenever it's canceled. We're at 11:18 right now. And then there's the new severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses that entire area. There's a lot of rain with this as well. Heavy, look at all that heavy rain that's underway as well. Yep.
Hey, while we're at it, REM 23 again. Kyle, is he moving now? Doggone it. He had a stationary shot of that for a minute, and now he's kind of moving away from that. All right. Hey, let's go up to southern Kansas. We have had a warning up there for you guys. Sorry we haven't had a chance to talk about that for a little bit, but we do have a severe thunderstorm that is now over into Labette County in the southern part. That's on the north side of that leading edge of that line of thunderstorms that has been going strong. And so now that's till midnight tonight. And so we are sitting at 11:19. So they've extended that for quite a while. But if you're up in this area, there's wind. There's really strong winds, gusty winds, especially right along the Oklahoma state line. And so that's kind of part of the, not the comma head effect, but it is a little bit of that. And so that's where those winds, primarily stronger apparently into Nowata County. Let's zoom in a little bit closer in onto that and get down to where we can look at it. So then there's Edna and then Oswego and then extending on over to Chautauqua. So that's coming up on you guys here in just a moment. Lots and lots of lightning with this. And so that's part of the warning, probably for 50, 60 mile an hour winds associated with this. Is this tracking to the, is that tracking due east, do you think, or is that east northeast? Al, what do you see on that? And what are you thinking on that particular part?
Most of that is still east. The little top head of the comma head feature might be going a little more northeast and at 40 to 45 miles per hour. So here's the timeline that we have for you here on that storm. Welch at 11:27, Blue Jack at 11:30, Chautauqua at 11:32. Afton would be at 11:43, North Miami at 11:44. The severe part of the storm that's warned right now is in southern Kansas, so that's Labette County, Kansas. That goes until midnight. It is still pretty meaty south of there, but I think technically at this point there's no official severe thunderstorm warning for the Craig County area or southern Nowata County. And one of the reasons why is this big green line right here that's out ahead of that. It's trying to disrupt some of that. But so it's not impossible that that could go over severe criteria wind, but there's still quite a bit of heavy wind and rain that's underway there. But the severe storm is in Labette. And we still have this severe storm that is west of the Skiatook in the Sperry area. And our friends at the National Weather Service just indicated, I think we had a 56 mile per hour wind near Red Rock back out to the west with those storms out there, Travis.
All right, so we're still active with severe thunderstorms, a lot of water. We'll talk to Chloe a minute about some of the rainfall totals, but I did want to point out too, with this outflow boundary that helps out, but where Bob is located right now, he should be in an area that, is he available to talk to you? He's got thumbs up on that, Big Aaron? Looking good. All right, hey Bob, if you would, can you give us an update on like winds and what you're seeing with this line as it's moving through?
Well, right now it's about 10 miles an hour where I'm at. I'm just east of the line, looking back west towards Hominy, and really hasn't been any wind yet. I think I'm probably a couple minutes away from the leading edge of this, but I've been watching the anemometer, and it's been about 10 on average.
All right, so not all that exciting yet, so hopefully it stay that way. We'll be back to you when you intercept that a little bit. Wind gusts continue to be fairly strong in advance of it, but again, that outflow boundary is kind of interesting what's going. So these have been the winds, and you see there's that Red Rock wind Al was just mentioning. and then we've had 30 to 40 mile an hour winds. So it has been a breezy night. It's been a kind of a very mild night across the area, and so that's shaping up to be a stormy night for us here in Tulsa. So it's knocking on the door. We said midnight to 2 in the morning, and that's pretty much what we're going to be looking at now as it's getting on the northwest side of our metro. And then there's a ton of water with this as well. I tell you what, if you could, Chloe, give us an update on rainfall amounts, because this is seemingly kind of going over the same areas.
Yes, it has. And for the southern edge of it, it almost looks, just because it's taking an easterly track, it's what we call training. In some areas, just repeated water over and over and over again. So you see that those areas of those darker colors. I'm actually going to take what the radar is estimating, and we're close to 3, 4, 5 inches in some areas. This is not confirmed, of course, but this is radar indicated, and that's a pretty good indication of the amount of rainfall based on what we've seen the last several hours, how heavy these rain rates have been the last several hours as well, and also the repeated rainfall in these areas where you're just seeing this easterly track on the southern extent of these storms, heavy downpours, training storms. That's going to lead to some possible flooding in some areas. So that's why we do have a flash flood warning, not one, but 2 flash flood warnings in effect. That is for, the first one is parts of Noble County. That's in effect until 2:15 this morning, or tomorrow morning, I should say, to be specific, and then 1:15 tomorrow morning for Noble County as well. So those are some areas to really keep in mind in case of the flooding risk itself. A little bit further north, we don't have a flash flood warning, but we do have an aerial flood advisory for parts of northern Kay County. They've seen quite a bit of rainfall as well. But folks in parts of central, extending into southern and southwestern parts of Osage County, starting to see that rainfall creep in. And as this continues to track off to the east, Trav, we'll start to see more rainfall as we go closer to the metro, but not for a while, because these storms are still slow going and still off to our northwest right now.
All right. Hey, thanks so much. The National Weather Service in Oklahoma City will allow that tornado warning in Payne County to expire. We'll see at this point how the National Weather Service in Tulsa treats this as well. So the flooding rain, the heavy rains, the potential continues for a lot of water with these storms, and they're tracking to the east. We'll have Al do some more updates on what's going on. But again, as this is an elongated severe thunderstorm warning, because you can see how it's developed. And then you have more rain and thunder to the north. Lots of lightning with this. And when you get a training like that, as Chloe was saying, this is not a good situation. So there are going to be some flooding situations. I think they'll probably be issuing some flood warnings here before too awful long. Back into the circulation feature and what we're seeing with this at this point. Let's look. And so Val is underneath that right now. Looks like he's getting a lot of heavy rain. And so again, the tightness of the circulation, we try INX2. Let's see what that looks like from the distance and see if we can pick up on very much. So it's a changed environment. Looks like circulation feature is even going out of the tornado warning area. So Al, what do you have for us on that, and what are you thinking about with the track?
Yeah, the track continues to be to the east right now at about 20 to near 30 miles per hour. It may try to reestablish itself just to the east of Glencoe and southwest of the Pawnee areas. That is something that we'll need to watch. But that is embedded in a really heavy area of thunderstorm activity as well. So we know that the tornado warning from our friends at the National Weather Service in Norman, that goes until 11:30 for the Payne County area, including Glencoe, is going to expire here in just a couple of minutes, and they're not planning on reissuing that. But now it's into the Pawnee County area, basically. So we'll need to watch for that to see if the velocity speeds come up. There's still a little bit of rotation there, but the velocity speed doesn't look too significant, but it is to the southwest of the Pawnee area. And to be clear, there's no severe thunderstorm warning, no tornado warning right now for Pawnee County or anything of that nature. So we'll keep you posted on that. We still have some pretty strong storms that are around the Hominy area. Those are moving eastward. And then we have additional thunderstorms that are way up in far northeastern Oklahoma, around the Blue Jacket area. Those are blowing and going as well.
All right. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate that. Again, storm teams and our meteorology staff continues to cover what's going on. With the tornado warning ending, and I don't see it being reissued, here I'll tell the production and Colton and Chad, what we'll hear at the first break we'll go over and switch over to our YouTube weather channel, and then we'll do cut-ins on channel 6. So if we can, what we'll do is transition slowly here as we start to see with this severe line of thunderstorms. I want to go to Bob first, though, and find out a little bit more about this storm that's been warned for a while and make sure it's not too bad before we leave. There is like the outflow boundary looks like it could be around Sperry. So this could still be running into some fairly warm, moist air. Now, Bob said it's not that impressive of winds. Bob, give us an update now. That's getting ready to hit you at this moment. What are you getting at this point?
Yeah, it's starting to hit me right now, Travis, and I'm getting gusts from 25 to 35 right now. Nothing real excessive. Heavy rain's starting to move in. Still getting quite a bit of lightning out of this, and I should be fairly close to the hail core. I should hear some pings here shortly. Back to you.
All right. Remember to be careful when you're talking if a hailstone hits your windshield, Bob. Just going to point out something that Jalen's kind of laughing when I said that. So again, we'll not have Bob answer that. So that was a moment in time a couple years ago. Big hail, Bob. All right, so as this is moving through, so we're literally where Bob is located here from Skiatook Lake, and then Skiatook itself is obviously right back over here, right there. So that's coming down Highway 20 as Bob is doing the same thing. So if he's getting winds of about 25 to 35, this is not to the severe limit. So don't think that this is too bad of a storm. The winds have pretty much been it's been sliced, so this could weaken a little bit. And at this point, Chloe, I don't know, have you seen very much hail out of any of these? What do you have for us as far as any hail and updates?
Just a little bit.
Just, okay.
In terms of our barren hail product, we've seen a little bit here and there just along that line, just small hail at this point in time. So the hail, though, that is very minimal. Wind-wise, you kind of saw Bob's shot right there, and he was also talking about the winds starting to show up. There's a very prominent line of those winds moving through near Skiatook Lake, but Trav was mentioning 100%. It's really starting to kind of go on this weakening trend, which we like to see, we love to hear, especially as folks are heading to bed or wanting to go to bed at this point in time. It's so late for a lot of folks. So here's that line, though, moving through, and it's also showing up pretty well on reflectivity.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. And Vaughn, we haven't talked to. We just saw a 47-mile-an-hour wind gust up of Enid. Vaughn, we're going to come on over to you for a minute and get an update up to the northeast and see how those storms are doing. See, you got a lot of lightning. Do you have a lot of wind up there yet or not? Vaughn. I was going to talk to Vaughn.
Vaughn, okay, Vaughn, yep.
Yep. Hey, Vaughn, if you're there, if you can give me an update. I guess you were probably talking to Aaron, so you missed that. One more update from you from up there. What do you have?
Yeah, this leading edge is just now coming across me here. I've had 38-mile-an-hour gusts with this leading edge. So far, it's still staying under severe limits. That's good. So we'll keep monitoring it. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So again, our storm teams continue out in the field with our meteorologists in-house and watching what's happening. So I think based on what we're doing right now, 11:30 was the official time for the tornado warning to expire. We have not been seeing any rotation that is specific to seeing an additional tornado warning issued. We'll go back to radar now and take a look at what's going on with that as far as, so the warnings now are canceled for that particular part of the storm. So we still have this storm. Hey, and Aaron, did Bob have any other strong winds?
Bob is now getting dime-size hail.
Oh, he is? Okay,
yeah.
Dime size. No winds, though? Nothing to 30, 35, was that it? So is that, because there's pretty healthy, heavy downpours right now going on there mixed in with that hail. So nothing? That's
Same.
It? Okay.
37's been his max wind.
Okay, so that's minimal severe criteria pretty much. The hail's making it stay in there just a little bit longer. So we'll watch that. And we'll go over to Stillwater, and then Al, I'll just ask you if there's anything else you want to see before we go over to our YouTube channel. So this is a look at the storm that's just now east of Glencoe, south of Pawnee. Alan Hancock is someplace in, I don't even see him right now.
He's south of Jennings.
There he is. Oh, okay, Alan. Hey, Alan, if you would, if you're looking into that, do you see anything else going on with that storm at this point?
Travis, we really didn't. We're going to try and move just a little bit further east and get a better perspective of that, kind of that bowing, that leading edge of that storm.
All right.
We didn't have a whole lot going on, not even much lightning anymore. So reposition, let you know.
Thanks. All right, let's go back to REM 23 for a minute. They're still in that area. Let's see. Okay, see what's going on here yet? So that's still there. So it's not. It hasn't totally gone away. And so we're getting this. This is night scope camera, and so we're looking at how that. So that's still a lowered area there, Al. What are you seeing?
Let's take a look at the radar, and we'll try to scope this out a little bit. Yeah, there is still some form of rotation that is located to the west of Casey, near and south of Pawnee, and to the north of West Point. So right in this generalized area here. It doesn't appear to be very well organized, but that's the leftover. That's the remnant of that circulation. You can kind of see I'm scrubbing it back and forth. It's not moving that fast. But it's right along, part of that's around 412. So looks like Kyle is just north of State Highway 51. He's looking back north to near West Point, and then right up to 412. So from the 412 area in Pawnee, and that's another mention here. This is a ton of water that is coming down right now, and it's moving very slowly as far as this entire line. We're going to have some high water and flooding issues all along the 412 corridor. Right now, it's not a time to drive from Tulsa to Stillwater or Stillwater to Tulsa.
Yeah,
you know.
not good, not good.
Yeah.
All right, you two, thank you very much. I appreciate it, along with Jalen. Jalen, was there anything that you need to add, Jalen, while you're here on Channel 6? Were you good? Okay. And then Aaron's got everything continuing there. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to transfer on over, and we'll be back on Channel 6 in a break.
Yeah, go back up real fast because the winds are getting stronger around the Craig County area.
Okay.
So
they went severe on that.
Yep.
They just did? Okay, because we had 47-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and so then Vaughn is, where's Vaughn?
Vaughn is by Veneta. He's
Veneta.
heading to Afton.
Okay, all right. So we just issued severe thunderstorm warning, so that's going to continue. Southeastern Labette, it has been ongoing for a while, so that's pushing outward, and you can see what's going on along that line. Al's got there a storm track for us. Is that going about? It's going about that fast, huh? So it's,
yeah, I think it's probably picked up speed just a little bit here. We'll check the official. Yeah, 40 miles an hour. Yeah, it's moving at 40.
Okay. All right, so if you're up in the areas to the north, that's wind and rain. Let's check out for a little bit of hail, if we could, just to
sure, yeah, we'll flip that over real fast here.
See if there's anything mixed in there. Shouldn't be. Okay.
Not a lot. It's mostly just wind. Well, a lot of water, a lot of potential for some wind right there. You can see that, all that really bright red reflectivity. That's lots of wind that's going to move into the Osage County area, Ottawa County area pretty quickly here.
We've said Osage.
I know, we've said still a lot. Yeah, so it's Miami and Afton and Fairland and Wyandotte. It's going to be up next.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, based on this, though, what we will do, we are going to transfer over to our YouTube stream. If you haven't gotten on our YouTube stream, that's where we're spending time when we're not on Channel 6. So we want to get a little bit of programming in on Channel 6, but we're also going to be right back on Channel 6 with more updates during our commercial times. So we will be doing that. We will be watching as well through the early morning hours, because this will go till 4 a.m. For our severe weather watch. And so the potential for severe storms could last for quite a while. Problem, Alan mentioned, Chloe's mentioned, the flooding potential. So if you have friends, family traveling tonight, Highway 412, and then maybe even up to the north, we'll have to just be aware. Now they've issued in southeastern Kansas, southern Cherokee County on the Comma-Head part of this cell. So that's continuing to move to the northeast. So Ottawa County, you're coming up next. It's already through most of Craig County, minus where Vaughn is located. And so that's what we have at this moment. We're going to be back on Channel 6 in a little bit. We'll be streaming. And we are streaming right now, in fact, on our YouTube channel. And if you haven't subscribed, it's free. And I think it's a really cool thing. You can just check it out anytime. We'd love for you to do that and subscribe. And as I said, yeah, that part is free. And then you get notifications, too, when we're on and talking about weather and anything that needs to be talked about in the world of weather. So thank you for watching. We'll have more information a little bit. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised. All right. Hey, thanks for staying with us. Hopefully I didn't scare anybody when I turned my mic on while it was quiet. A lot of people are asking, it's like, well, why don't you play some music or something? Eventually we will. Mr. Crone we're probably going to put Mr. Crone on that. He's got some awesome music. If you didn't know, you've probably heard him from the morning show, know that he is drummer and musically inclined extraordinaire. And he shared a little bit of that music with us the other day. And I was very impressed. And I've been impressed with him before.
You could ask Alan what we could do is if anyone remembers I think Alan played with these guys. You get the old Zoograss Boys back together and they can get some Zoograss Boys music.
Do you want to do that, Bill? It's like
Yeah,
little Zoograss.
that'd be good, yeah.
All right. So
Do the
he's got
bluegrass.
some good stuff. You'll hear about him in the future, let me tell you.
No, that's not true.
Not true.
That's
I'm a meteorologist. I just say that, and it doesn't have to be true. They already know that.
not true.
Anyway, hey, we do have some serious storms, though. They're still up to the north. These are blowing and going across Ottawa County. So they're still strong enough. They could cause some power outages. The one Bob's on is not doing much, but the one up to the northeast here, we're going to kind of watch what's happening because you can see that from Miami, and that's now pushed into central portions pretty much of Ottawa County, and then that extends down to where Vaughn is located. He's in Veneta. Hey, Vaughn. On the south side of these storms, Vaughn, is there very much wind? I mean, you're just on the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning, but doesn't look like too much, but what do you have?
I'm headed up 44. I'm getting kind of a north wind with this, maybe a northwest wind, but I think max has probably been 45 along this leading edge, and but ahead of me up here, I think there's a little bit more heading into Miami, so that's kind of where we're headed to see if we can take a sampling of this wind up here. Back to you.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So again, that is severe thunderstorm warning up in that area. Alan's been keeping an eye on this and that leading edge. Alice, looks like it's booking along at a pretty good rate. What do you have for us there?
Yeah, moving to the east at about 30, maybe 35 miles an hour. So this is going to be right around Miami. 69 Commerce, back down to Fairland's got some rain with it, but not the stronger winds at this point. It's mostly across the northern part of the Ottawa County area.
All right, and with that moving off to the east like that, we will have that probably out of Ottawa County pretty fast.
Yeah, I think so.
And yeah, because that'd probably make a difference. And that south side doesn't seem to be, that's outflow again, kind of down to the south.
That little green line, yeah, that is the outflow there. You can kind of see it. In fact, that's where the stronger winds are located from Fairland all the way back down to Bernice. So the winds back behind it in this part of the polygon are mostly well below severe criteria winds right now. It's just that's where the polygon remains. So the severe thunderstorm warning goes until 12:15 for folks around the Miami vicinity. Let me take you back because look, these storms they look pretty meaty. Yeah. Look at those storms around the Skiatook area in Oshaleta. I mean, that's heavy thunderstorm activity that's coming down there. The winds have come up a little bit near Oshaleta, but Bob is right in the middle of that. He'll give us the real look around the Skiatook area, but it's mostly, I think the bark is worse than the bite right now with those storms, but there's a lot of rain that's coming down.
So much water. Mm-hmm. And hey, Bob, while we're in your vicinity around the Skiatook, if you would, could you give us an update on what you're going through and winds and all that?
Yeah, winds haven't been too bad, but I've been in a hail core for the last almost 15 minutes since I talked to you last. Most of it was about dime-sized hail, but it came down at a pretty good clip. So that's just now coming into the west side of Skiatook. I'm pulling in on the west side now, so they should be getting some probably dime-sized or smaller hail here very shortly.
All right. Hey, I appreciate it. We'll have you keep us updated on that. And so that's part of that storm. And here's what it looks like. Jane, let's put this together for us. So the hail core, again, so there is hail kind of along this whole area. And so that's interesting to note. So we could have dime size to maybe quarter size hail. So that extends from around western portions of Washington County from Oshaleta back to Ramona. And then that's county line, Osage to Washington County. And then where Bob is located, so he's been running along with this, and then that extends back to the west. Further back to the west is where we have strong to severe thunderstorms at this time. Alan's been watching that as it's continued to move to the east, and so has Kyle. He's been in on this heavy thunderstorm. And so let's go to Kyle first, and then we'll talk to Alan about some of the what's going on as far as storm tracking. But this is a look of what Kyle is seeing with this storm. So he's getting hammered on there with a lot of rain. And then you're also seeing there's still a lowered area with this. So you do see what's going on with that as far as what's going as that storm's moving east. That's headed toward the Tulsa area. Hasn't really slowed down. It's weaker than it was because we had a tornado warning with it when it was north of Stillwater. But since then, it's still hanging there. And you can kind of see right in here as the lightning strikes. Again, of course, you're getting rain and a lot of things happening. But that gives you a pretty good idea of what we're looking at with that particular part of the storm. Thanks to Kyle for helping us out there. And then, Alan, if you would, tell us a little bit more about that storm and direction, if you would.
Yeah, that storm is still pretty meaty right now. And it's moving to the east at about 40, maybe 30 to 40 miles per hour. I've got it actually tracking at 40. Just had some 60 mile per hour wind gust in the Pawnee area. So that is pretty brisk from a wind standpoint. And again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning that's underway from Pawnee to Blackburn to Hominy to Cleveland to Jennings and Howlett. You can see the estimated time of arrival that's on the screen. So Jennings would be at 11:56. We're at 11:49 right now. Westport right after midnight. It'll be 12:13. Keystone Lake at 12:13 and the Oak Grove area at 12:14. Heavy rainfall, but I'm going to just show you the wind here. I mean, that's a lot of wind to the west of Cleveland and the Pawnee area and back down to the Merrimack vicinity. And that's showing a little bit of a signal, a little bit of a sign, even though the winds are moving due east. The southern flank of that is starting to drop a little bit more to the south. And we've seen that in a lot of the high resolution data. This will eventually have to start moving a little bit more to the south. We think in the next hour it's going to do that. So Tulsa's going to get some of this soon.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. So that's kind of fortunate, unfortunate. Depends upon if you want rain or not. I was kind of hoping we could wait just a little bit longer, but some of the folks out west, they're not. They don't feel like I do. It's like, okay, because we, any place from Tulsa to west is, they'll take rain. And I'm going to take rain too, so I'm not going to be complaining because there's nothing else that can be done because nature is doing its thing. Okay, so with this heavy rain and thunderstorm activity, there's still a lot of winds that are pulling into this. Alan mentioned that as this system is coming through, we have strong winds of 60 miles an hour. But also there's strong winds to the south. And at this point, we can also look at some of those winds. And we have Jalen who is helping us out. And Jalen, I know you have the winds set up on Links 1. You want to tell us a little bit about the winds and the gusts of winds that have been associated with that?
Yeah, so as we mentioned earlier, Rockwell, I'm pretty sure had 56 mile per hour wind, but Veneta also has 53 as well. We've had winds up in the 40s to mid 40s, so winds have definitely been up there. Not really in the metro area. We're still sitting 30s to 35, but we did have a gust of 60. I believe that's in Pawnee.
Yeah, that's what that's what Alan said, and I just said that too. So again, and that's all feeding into there. Thanks, Jalen. And Aaron, do you have on the updates of what's on? Is he in a better position to kind of look at what's going on?
Yeah, he's getting off of the interstate here at Highway 69, and he's going to kind of hang up in here in the Afton to Fairland area, and he'll be able to now get us some better looks at what's going on.
All right. And Bob, did he have anything else as far as with the storm coming in Skiatook?
Nothing other than the dime-sized hail and the winds that are not too meaty, but a little bit.
All right, and then Alan is kind of coming in on the west side of town a little bit.
He is, and one thing of note is it kind of, the southward progression of this line is kind of halted a little bit. So we may, like you said, it's going to start training a little more for a while, but it doesn't seem like it's really sagging south too quickly.
On the east side, no.
Yeah.
The west side, I think that's where Alan saw that the winds are, that it looks like those storms got some sagginess to them. They're getting a little bit farther, inching a little bit further south to the Tulsa area. So we're going to be watching that for a while. We do have cut in on Channel 6 coming up here in a little bit. But the line of thunderstorms right now, the severe weather primarily in Pawnee County and then also into Craig County. Those are the primary ones into Ottawa County. So the whole line of storms along that will be embedded with strong to occasionally severe storms. The outflow boundary continues to show up all the way now right along I-44 corridor. and then that extends back down into northern Tulsa County. So you can make out a pretty sharp line right now from around Sperry. So that means that the cooler air is coming in, undercutting these storms. That doesn't really stop them, but it does make it better because the chances of a tornado north of that outflow boundary are near zero. It's going to have to be a monster storm to really do something like that. We do not have that at this particular time, but that outflow boundary is significant. And then also, if you could, Jalen, go out to the west and go to Twin Lakes radar for a second. And we're going to go back out to I-35 roughly, and a little bit further west even. And we'll loop this for a second. There's more development. What's kind of interesting, they've had like the severe thunderstorm warning. You see where Val is located, and then Jed's up here. This is redeveloping. And so this was not here for a while ago. Can you go back about 2
hours?
2 hours. 2 hours would be good. About every 5 or 10 minutes if you could in a sequence. And so there's nothing here. Most of that all moved east, and then all of a sudden you see this flaring up. So there is a boundary. So there's a cap, which is kind of suppressing a lot of stuff that's going on south and west. And so that's why thunderstorms haven't been able to form. But along this boundary, there's been enough push with it that's helping to create more thunderstorms. So they're lining up. And so this is a part of the equation as far as these storms. We'll continue to have to track east too, and then that'll continue to sink south and east. So a lot of things are still going on because this storm is not finished. As far as Tulsa is concerned, there's going to be a lot of people waking up to most likely lightning, and I don't see a whole. Hey, Bob, if you're with us, is there very much lightning with your storm up in Skiatook at this point?
It's decreased, but there's still occasional lightning out here, so it comes and goes, but it's still here.
All right. I appreciate it. You out of the hail now on the east side of, looks like you're on the east side of Skiatook.
Yep, got out of the hail finally, so hopefully it's done for a bit.
Yeah, that'd be nice, and running away from it there. So again, it's right at Highway 11 on the east side of town there with Highway 20. All right, what we're going to do at this time is we're going to go back and get set up for our cut-in on Channel 6. We will continue showing you radar here, but just wanted you to see what's happening across the area. Again, really devastating news out of Enid. Man, I tell you what, that was we were just looking at some of the houses that were blown away, and literally blown away. It was just awful. And so again, that was out to the west, Enid, near the Air Force Base. I didn't ever hear confirmation on the Air Force Base. Did you guys hear?
I haven't heard yet.
Okay, he didn't tell us for sure. If
no.
There was somebody who, if you could, Jalen, could you pull up before we go, because we've got just a minute. Was there a way on to pull up the tornado? And so the gentleman who was sent us one of the first videos, besides Kyle was on it, and so we were following that. But this was from the Air Force Base, and so he was on his dorm, and then he's looking out the window, and this is the tornado. So there's houses out in that area, and then we're talking about a lot of these are just totally devastated and gone. So we're hoping there was enough time to see the tornado and to get to a place of safety. So we're praying. We haven't heard anybody hear of any injuries yet. I haven't heard of anything.
Not yet.
Not yet. And yeah, I hope it's we just don't hear of them. But this was a big, bad tornado. Now, unfortunately, that happens this time of year. All right, we're going to leave for now and going to go back on over to Channel 6, do some updates there. As we say, keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
From News on 6, this is a severe weather update.
All right, I wish I could say good evening as we start to approach the midnight hour. It has not been anything near good, especially out to the west of us, where we're getting reports of so many homes that have been hit and destroyed with tornadoes out around the Enid area from earlier tonight. Still have severe weather, no tornado warnings in the area, but want to give you an update on what is happening. Storm trackers are out, and of course our storm team continues to cover what's going on here in-house with our meteorology staff. Additional strong to severe thunderstorms are out to the west, and you can see it stretching right now, pretty much I-44 corridor from really the northeast corner of the state with severe weather up around the Miami area, then to Craig County. Then we have these heavy thunderstorms moving across eastern and southeastern Washington County, and that extends back to the west as well, all the way from Hominy and then Claremore, or I shouldn't say Claremore, but Cleveland, and then that goes back on over to the west where there's still heavy rain, thunderstorm activity. So all these storms are producing very, very heavy downpours of rain associated with areas that have hail in them. We do have an outflow boundary coming in through Tulsa, but the storm's on the north side of town, kind of picking up a little bit of steam right in here. And with that, there is a bit of a hail core. AlanCrone's been watching that with some of these storms. And Al, if you would, give us an update on what's going on with that storm now east of Ramona, heading into Rogers County.
Yeah, it's moving east right now at about 40 miles per hour. There's a lot of hail. Now, the hail size is still relatively small, but there's a lot of hail with it. That's why, at least at this point, there's not an official severe thunderstorm warning, because the hail size is not large enough to trigger that. But you are picking up quite a bit of hail here. So Collinsville, I mean, it's coming down. And now between now at about 12:07, 12:10, moving in your direction, Talala at 12:12, Nowata at 12:23, and Ulaga Lake at 12:27.
All right. Hey, thanks. And so there's that hail core again that Alan was just tracking. Lightning's picked up in that part of the storm, so that's still going strong. Bob's to the south. He just reported not a whole lot going on there. To the east, the winds continue to be relatively strong, gusty at times, and those winds are going to continue for a while. So we're going to watch this. More storms are out to the west, headed into Tulsa, going to wake some people up. We'll be here with you. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
From News on 6, this is a severe weather update.
Okay, once again, more severe weather continues along this line. Kind of pulses from being moderately severe to severe. The one that we were just covering, Alan did a storm track on that we said was really getting on with some hail and all. That is in northwestern Rogers County right now, and also in southern portions of Nowata County. So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. So we're still lining up with these storms. Even though some of them weaken, there's still a lot going on. Vaughn is up in Ottawa County. That line now is pushing all the way into southwest Missouri. The biggest one that's around at this point is around Nowata, and so Bob is on the south side of that. But let's take a closer look at what's going on in here. So this is north of Claremore, northwestern Rogers County, going from around Oologah extending up through Nowata. Hail with this is continuing to show up right into the zone where you see the magenta colors, and so that hail size has popped up. So this is an elevated area where we could have golf ball size hail or larger with this. So this was kind of enhancing itself a little bit when we were here just a little bit ago. Now it should be some chunks of hail. So let's go on over to Alan and get an update on storm tracking. And what do you have for us, Al?
Moving northeast right now, and again, one of the faster cores that we've seen so far this evening, between 45 and 50 miles per hour. And with that, this would be the estimated time of arrival for some of these areas here. Lake Oologah, it's 12:11 right now. We would expect it near 12:18 to 12:20. The Sanders area at 12:30, Chelsea at 12:35, and the Howard area at 12:36. So as the hail you mentioned, the potential also for some winds at 60 miles per hour. We've got some 50 mile per hour winds reported around the Talala area, but it's the potential for some 60 mile per hour winds and also some of the hail. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning for this polygon shaded area. It goes until 12:30.
All right, thank you, Al. Appreciate that. The other severe thunderstorm continues to be across portions of southern and southeastern Craig County. Vaughn has been in the middle of that for a while. Hey, Vaughn, if you could give us some updates on wind and what you're pretty much encountering there, if you would.
Yeah, 40 to 50 to up to 60 mile an hour winds with that leading edge, which is already into Missouri by now. But I'm dropping back on this storm that's severe. I'll catch it about Enid at the Big Cabin. So we'll get back with you then. Back to you. Lots of heavy rain, of course.
Oh, man. Yeah. You've been living with that tonight for sure, all the way from tornadoes in Ponca City and then back into what we're doing now. And again, this is the leading edge, so it's into southwest Missouri, and then that now extends over Grand Lake, having passed through the Grove area. You'll get gusty winds of 30 to 45 miles per hour, maybe. You could have had some 50 mile an hour wind gusts. That goes down to Langley and then down to around Pryor. But notice, even though the boundary is pushing south, we still have very intense thunderstorms, tremendous amount of energy getting shot up into these storms. This is a storm Alan was just tracking. The other storm that's really getting going and still hanging in there, unfortunately, is the one at Cleveland. This one is just around on the west end of Lake Keystone, and so very heavy rain. Embedded in this is going to be hail, and so that outflow boundary is coming in, but there's hail chunks now falling again from near Jennings, and that extends back up to around Frontier. The winds associated with this should be around 45 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So this is a very turbulent area as it starts to come in. Alan is just in advance of that at this point, and Mr. Crone is putting a storm track on this as we speak. And Alan, if you want to just a quick update on that, and then I'll talk to the other Alan, I guess.
Yeah, it's dropping east, maybe southeast again, 30 to about 40 miles per hour. So Manford close to 12:30. Yeah, we thought it was going to be a bumpy night, a late night, and that's the way it looks like it's going to be here. Shell Lake would be at 12:30, Sperry at about 12:36, and we're getting closer into the Tulsa area, but not at this point, but it will be soon.
All right, once again, so it's heavy thunderstorms. There's the line and what's happening with that. Alan, if you could, Mr. Hancock this time, just give us an update on what you're looking at as you look into that storm.
Hey, Travis, Alan, we've got a decent position right now to try to intercept this kind of outflow of this bigger storm coming through out to our west. We've got occasional lightning off in the distance. I know we've got the winds that are about to approach us right now. We're pretty calm at 10 miles an hour, but I know it's about to change here in the next couple of minutes. But we'll keep a close eye on it for you and give you info as we get it. Back to you.
All right. Hey, I appreciate that. And I know Jalen has been watching some power outage reports too, but the hail, we'll go to her in a minute, but the hail core right now, there's one near Jennings at this point. So Alan's not in that as of yet, but there could be a little bit of penny size, dime size hail with some of these, and so that could continue with this hail core moving off to the east. And so we'll be watching that. That's right along 412, and that's pushing south, or that's pushing east and a little bit south. And then we'll talk about that in a minute as far as you can see that push right in there. Let's go to Jalen though. Jalen, have you any new power outage reports that you can share with us?
Yeah, so I do see that Nowata is already at 100 customers. Noble and Kay County, they're down to 200 customers, and then it's not showing up. Oh, sorry, I forgot to hit one. 400 customers in Payne County as well, and then 200 down in Pittsburgh, but I don't think that is due to storms. And then we have 100 customers out in Oklahoma County.
Yeah, so the ones up in Noble, I was surprised we wouldn't have a little bit higher numbers in a few of those areas with that tornado coming through that was out west there by Enid. So 100 around Nowata with the customers there. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to continue to monitor these storms, but right now severe weather continues across Pawnee County, moving into southwestern portion of Osage County. The severe thunderstorm Alan's concerned with is the northern Rogers County one that continues to have some pretty big chunks of hail. And then the other severe weather is starting to push out of the areas of Ottawa County, even though that's been heavy rain. So we're going to be watching these storms. We're going to have more information coming up in just a few moments. The biggest thing though is additional heavy downpours of rain are going to be possible across these areas, which would lead to flash flooding. If for some reason you have to be out tonight, as we say, turn around, don't drown. As we also say, keep it here. We'll keep you advised. Hey, welcome back. Again, hopefully I didn't scare you by my voice just jumping on the line and everything's all quiet. I want to give you a quick update. Again, if you're just with us on our YouTube stream, Vaughn is kind of outside of the severe warned area. He's coming back, intercepting our storm that has been severe. And so this has some hail with it. It looks like the northern Rogers County part has probably the biggest chunks of hail. I'm going to talk to Alan in just a minute on that. Some really heavy rain also in southeastern Osage County. And that's part of a severe thunderstorm warned area that's moving across eastern Pawnee County. So we've got a couple of big areas of a lot of water, and that's just coming into Tulsa as we speak. Probably the biggest one, though, is continuing to be in northern Rogers County. And Alan, what do you have for us as far as concerning with that storm and the hail potential?
Yeah, there is a lot of heavy rain associated with that. Strong winds that are underway as well, 50, 60 mile per hour winds potentially. And the hail, there's quite a bit of hail, and some of that was reported a little bit more back to the west when it moved across the Skypick area into Washington County, but the hail size got a little larger and the wind speeds got a little stronger. So that's why our friends at the Weather Service went ahead with a severe thunderstorm warning. You can see that Talala area back to Uliga and then through the Nowata vicinity. So that is where a pretty strong portion of the storm is located. Hail from Uliga right on 88 right up to Talala and then to the Nowata area. The hail size has come down a little bit. The winds are still pretty brisk right in this area at 50 to 60 miles per hour. So from Ulaga to Lala, the Nowata vicinity, again, that is going to be considered a severe thunderstorm warning that's underway there. So it's moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So if we'll track the hail core, and we'll do that, we can kind of show you where most of the hail we think is going to end up. And this is a pretty good proxy for where some of the winds are going to be pretty strong as well. So that would be Chelsea at 1238, Bushy at 1239, Estella at 1246, and Sunsweet at 1246 a.m.
All right. All right. Hey, that's a quick look at what's going on. We need to get back on Channel 6 here to make sure folks know what's going on. But we do want you to know we'll continue streaming. So if you're with us, I'll try not to scare you next time we're on. But we are going to go back over to Channel 6 for a little bit and get some more updates. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
From News on 6, this is a severe weather update.
All right, around eastern Oklahoma, still watching heavy thunderstorms, few severe happening across the region, so it isn't over with yet as it continues to be a stormy night in eastern Oklahoma. Not tornadoes, so that's the good news. Metro area starting to see some heaviest rains to the east of Tulsa, northern Rogers County, still with a severe thunderstorm warning. We've dropped a few other areas, kind of scaled back on a few warnings there. And then up in the northeast corner of the state, that warning is now gone. We still have heavy rain showing up. Vaughn is in Veneta. He's going to cut off into this storm and intercept what's going on there. Hey, Vaughn, just real quick update from you. What's the weather like in Veneta? What's happening there?
Yeah, it's not good. There's quite a bit of wind with this storm that's coming through right now. I'd say 50-mile-an-hour winds with it. And, of course, the heavy rain. Haven't seen any hail yet, but trying to get in line for this severe storm that's going to be coming through Big Cabin.
Okay.
So we'll be on that within the next 7-8 minutes. Back to you.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. And then back on radar, you can see where that storm is located coming in around Ulaga Lake. Alan's been watching that and has the latest on the storm tracks. And Alan, that's still moving at a pretty good clip and still some hail.
Yeah, it is compared to some of the storms that we had earlier tonight where they were crawling. This is up a little bit between 35 and 40 miles per hour. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Rogers County, the Nowata County area. I'm tracking the most strong severe portion of the storm. So there's still some severe weather criteria near and north of the Nowata area, but especially from 28 south to near Talala to Ulaga. Those are two hail cores that are underway there. And again, this is moving east. So Howard at 1243, Bushy at 1245, Sunsweet at 1251. That's obviously where all the rain is located. There's the hail, and we've got some winds at 50 to 60 miles per hour with some of this as well.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. So back on the west side of Tulsa, there's some hail that's coming in with this. It is not a warned storm in southeastern Osage County, but it's extremely heavy. And with that hail, so you're going to get rain and hail kind of mixed in there. Bob's in between what's going on here with the hail to the east and hail to the west. And so he is in relatively good shape. Alan Hancock is watching the storm as well as that's coming in. But there will be some hail associated with this one. Southeastern Osage County, eastern Pawnee County, coming over the Keystone Lake area. So if you are in these areas, just kind of be advised, gusty winds, some mixed with hail showing up there. And we're going to continue to monitor what's happening because there's more rain and thunderstorms that are going to be rolling through from out of the west because this is not over with yet. So we'll have more information as we work our way through tonight. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised also on our YouTube channel as well. All right, we are back again. Thank you for sharing our YouTube stream with us. We're talking about conditions still favorable for additional severe storms. We do have several active storms that are severe, and that's still the one that's in northern Rogers County, and Vaughn's intercepting that here shortly. We have the heavy rain thunderstorms. Bob's going to be intercepting this part of the storm. This doesn't look like much, but this is a very potent part of the storm. That's pretty huge. And then we have around Lake Keystone to Cleveland, our good friend Travis Sperling. He's got a great name. That's all I can say. Why are you rolling your eyes?
I didn't roll my eyes.
Okay, just going to make sure. It sure looked like you were. But anyway, he just reported about 3 to 4 minutes of pea-sized hail. And that's quite a bit of pea-sized hail. And he said it's coming down. And so that's the wall of water and pea-sized hail. Alan Hancock right now is right at the pretty much the apex of the wind and the storm that's coming in. Alan Hancock, if you're there and listening, would you please give us an update on what you're seeing as that storm's coming in on you right now?
Travis, I'm 2 for 2. We are here and we're listening. However, we haven't measured any significant winds like we would see on that radar with that fine line there. I'm not sure if they're just not making it down to the ground level, but we have not got anything over about 10 to 15 miles an hour. However, we're going to go ahead and push a little bit further east and see what we can come up with. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. And so we're watching again as that comes on into the Tulsa area. Let's go back to radar and get an update on what's happening with that. You can see the outflow right in there. And then Alan's going to take us with a storm track on all this, because this is a lot of water coming in on Tulsa right now. There's thunder, there's lightning, so people will be waking up and waking. How about that? Awakening. They'll have an awakening. Alan, what do you think?
I think it will wake a lot of folks up.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, so it's moving kind of, it's trying to drop a little bit south and east, but it's still moving mostly east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So let's do a track on it and take a look. There we go. So you can see from Ramona to the Skytook area to Lake Keystone, that's heavy, heavy rainfall. And there's the movement. Sand Springs at 1243. The northern Tulsa County area, if this will drop just a little bit more to the south than east, we should start to see some of this by around 10 till 1. 1250 OSU Tulsa, that would be near the downtown area. Oologah would be right before the 1 o'clock hour. So that's heavy, heavy rain and some potential for some gusty winds. We're also tracking these hail cores. You see these little really bright reflectivity areas of the purple. That is some hail. And we'll flip this over to the hail core and take a look. And that is where hail is coming down. There's a lot of it. There may even be some hail that could cover the ground in a couple of spots from Lake Keystone, Frontier Shores, back to the south of Skytook Lake around Tall Chief Cove, and then near and north of Manford. It's not really in Manford yet, but it's getting close to it.
All right. And we do have our severe thunderstorm watch. That's what's in blue that you see. That's till 4 a.m. in the morning. It looks like, did somebody take the warning off, or did that?
I think they both dropped both those warnings.
Okay,
because I was going to say, they were set to expire. Yeah, go to 12:30. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I do have something to show you.
Okay. Yes.
We're going to go down south just a tad by Okmulgee.
Yes.
There's some storms might be headed towards your farm.
Okay. Well, great. Wonderful. I need the cows to get a bath, so that's great. So they're getting a little stinky. They smell like pigs. But hey, you can see out to the west, we still have a severe storm out west. Hey, there's something though serious. I won't joke about this. And then you, that's out. Let's go on out west to the Enid area for a second, if you would. On the wrong radar, you have to punch up the other one, I think, because I see one moving, but I don't see the right one moving. There you go.
Sorry.
There we go. So right around Dover, we have thunderstorms that are going on. And Jed is still out there watching this. This is continuing to develop. Around the Enid area, and this is, of course, Vance Air Force Base right here. We had, Aaron, you were talking that there's some people that were kind of talking about injuries or possible deaths from the tornadoes, right? Some people.
Yeah, I had read some people saying that they'd seen reports from out there that could potentially be the case. Now, obviously, that's in the chat, so I can't confirm what's happened, but
right.
That's we're waiting to hear the confirmation on whatever's happened out there.
And this is back when it was happening. And here's our policy too. And this, we were just talking about this in 2013. When a tornado in Moore went through the school, there were reports of so many people dying. And it was bad enough the way it was. But I mean, there was probably so many reports, and people were getting mad because I wouldn't, and the news people wouldn't report that, because it was like, we don't know for sure. And if we had done those reports, we would have been way off. So we wait, because you have to have confirmation, because people can make radical statements. Social media can just explode on something just because it can, and we all know that. So we try to make sure that you have the right information. We're not going to say anything about it until we know for sure. If we do not end up with any injuries, if we have no deaths, that's going to be a miracle, I do believe, based on how strong that tornado was and how terrible it was. So we're praying that there's nobody, but it's going to be tough. So we're going to wait until we have official confirmation on what happened and who's injured. I mean, I'll be surprised if somebody isn't injured, at least, because that was just a monster tornado. So just want to put that out there for people that are kind of wondering. And there'll be some people that'll say things, but again, until we have that information, we're not going to say anything, because that's not as important as trying to get through the storms right now and then get that information when we know it's right. All right, just not being pious, just being, that's the smart way to do things in a news operation, and thank heavens we work for a great one. So this line of thunderstorms right now continues to be heavy to severe, so that's why those warnings now extend all the way back. And look how far back it's going now. So this is just like lasting. And so this will last until either what we have is like a kind of like a low-level jet. I haven't really looked at analysis on that. Alan, I don't know if you have either, because we've been so busy, I haven't had a chance to do analysis. There we go. Thanks, Colt. But we're going to go back on Channel 6 here in about 3 or 4 minutes. But these are all the way back to the west. So, I mean, again, these are redeveloping, and then they get severe, and then they're real intense out in these areas. So this is what we're going to keep an eye on. Val's in the middle of some of that still. And so there's aerial flood warnings now. So these are flood warnings because of the amount of water that has fallen. And so, Jalen, you can just real quick, if you want to, give us an update on that. And then Alan can also give us an update on what he's seeing as well. But take a look at this. What do you have there, Jalen?
So this is the past 24 hours rainfall. And so I'm just going to take a few pixel queries. So yeah, 6.5 inches just north of Perry, and then over by Covington, almost 5.5 inches as well. So we're looking at ranges between 5 to almost 7 inches of rain. So these flash flood warnings are very important to think of. So if you plan on being out right now, I would advise staying inside, because what do we say? Turn around and don't drown.
Turn around, don't drown, don't forget it. And then tell them about refreshing again on YouTube.
Oh yes, so with our YouTube, if it seems like we're lagging, you'll see there's usually right here, I'll actually go to where you can see. We have what time it is up in the corner right here. If it's lagging, if you just refresh the page, it will get you back to where we are.
Okay. Al, what do you have for us, sir?
Yeah, we're still tracking those heavy thunderstorms that are located again now from Skiatook back down to Keystone Lake. They're now getting into the Manford vicinity. Right now, they're just a hair below severe criteria, but they're dropping to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. I would still say it's mostly east, but a little south and east. So there's the estimated time of arrival. OSU Tulsa 1246. Owasso, yeah, you're going to get some storms here coming up about 15 till 1. Mohawk Park right before 1 o'clock. Real Rogers High School 1251. And it will just continue on. So it's going to continue to drive in that area, which for the most part, Jalen, pull up 2 real fast and we'll take a look. This is the timeline. Notice southern Oklahoma, that darker shade of blue. That's 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. So really, I mean, it seems like these are crawling, but it's really pretty much on schedule here. It's getting closer into the Tulsa Metro. It'll continue to do that through about the 3 to 4 o'clock time period. It'll keep on going southbound.
That's amazing. We kind of questioned that for a little bit when we were looking at some of those and kind of, well, maybe it'll make it. Maybe it won't even storm out to the west of us because of that cap that we were talking about. Some of our models said, there's too much warm air in the lower to mid levels, and so that's just going to keep these storms out west from doing anything. Wrong. And so that's why you continue to do analysis and check out with what's going on. Even some of the AI models that we now have, we're not very good at this. So we've got a long ways to go yet before we achieve perfection, if that ever happens in the world of weather. Aaron, will that ever happen, do you think?
I wouldn't count on it.
Okay. I'm going to agree with you on that. That's going to be a little bit difficult. All right, so once again, this is what we're seeing at this point. Hopefully we get good news out of central Oklahoma as we go through the morning. We do have this outflow boundary. Alan's into that right now. So we're going to be moving on over to Channel 6 here with some updates. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
From News on 6, this is a severe weather update.
All right, I guess we can officially say good morning. We are well over the midnight hour. Storm teams are out. Meteorology staff continues to cover severe weather across the area. So as we continue, we are unfortunately still having heavy to severe thunderstorms. So if you're kind of wondering about your area, we have been on our YouTube weather channel stream for Channel 6. So if you get a chance, I say subscribe, because we're usually talking there and kind of explaining a lot of things. And it's in a little bit more of a easier laid back fashion, unless we have severe weather, and then it's not fun. But we're usually, if there is any severe weather, we're going to be talking about it here on Channel 6. Our warnings have pretty much dropped off, but the heavy rains and some hail are still going on. So our severe storm, in which Vaughn was intercepting just a little while ago, that has weakened somewhat, but it's still heavy rain across portions of southern Craig County, and then also into northeastern Rogers County around Chelsea. Vaughn's right now just southwest of Enid. Hey, Vaughn, give us an update on what's going on with that, if you would.
Yeah, I'm sitting right here at the Turnpike Big Cabin, and I think this is turning into a flooding threat, really. There's been a lot of heavy rain, basically training over the same area, so we're going to have some flash flooding coming up pretty quick if we don't already, Travis. But the wind's about 45 max here so far, so hopefully we keep it down below severe winds. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. Appreciate that. So radar continues to be very active with the rain and the thunder and the lightning. And we'll be talking to Alan in just a minute about tracking and where these storms are headed. I just want to point out that the storm coming in on Tulsa, Bob is just got hit with that. We had some reports of pea-sized hail earlier, but let's go to Bob. And Bob, what did you just get nailed with this line coming in?
Got some strong winds. The top wind that I recorded was 57 miles an hour,
okay.
Getting some 35, 45, but just torrential rain and a lot of lightning out here, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning and very heavy rain. And like Vaughn said, I think we're going to have a flash flooding issue in some places. Back to you, Travis.
All right. So again, for anyone who has to be out overnight, not a good situation. Alan's been tracking all of these storms, especially the ones with hail and wind. Al, what do you have?
Yeah, it continues to move mostly east, but the southern part is kind of sagging finally south of east. It's about 35 miles per hour. And so here's the track. I mean, the northern part of Tulsa County is finally getting some heavy rain, and Bob is right there in the Skiatook vicinity. He's picking up those winds at 50, almost at 60, which would be severe weather criteria. And then that leading edge goes back to Sperry and then back also to near Manford. So there's the timelines on the screen. To northern Tulsa County, you're getting some right now. TU would be right before 1 o'clock. Brookside would be about 1 o'clock as well. The southern part of the county might take a little bit longer for that to move in. And the potential is there also for some hail. So here's the hail core. The hail cores have dropped down, but there's still quite a bit of small pea-sized hail that will be coming out of these storms. And again, a lot of wind. You see those bright shades of green? Those are some really gusty winds that are at 40 to near 50, maybe close to 60 miles per hour. So some of that's close to severe weather criteria wind.
All right. Hey, thanks, Al. Appreciate that. Those storms continue to the west, but before we go there, I wouldn't mind having Jalen, if you would, give us an update on rainfall totals and what's going on with that and the flooding potential. I'd really appreciate that.
Yes, so let's look at the last, this is just the last 3 hours, and I'm going to do some pixel queries throughout this, even by just south of Bartlesville. They already got almost 2.5 inches of rain. Down by Hominy, they're at 3 inches as well. Veneta's already starting to get quite a bit of rain, and the storms are just now making their way into that area. They're already at 1.5 inches as well. And then down by Cleveland, 2.5 inches. But then when we move over by Stillwater, they're at almost 6 inches of rainfalls total so far, and just in the past 3 hours. So that's quite a bit of rain, and we keep talking about the training of the rain just sitting there and dumping water on certain areas. So definitely need to remember, turn around, don't drown.
All right, amen on that. So again, our newest graduate from the University of Oklahoma, she had her pictures taken, was that last night?
Monday night.
Monday night, okay. And congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And a local Sapulpa lady. So again.
Go Chieftains.
There you go. So we were talking about again tonight, strong severe thunderstorms. If you're waking up with us, not severe, but boy, these are healthy. They're very healthy. And so if it's waking you up, we're not in a bad situation. We're in pretty good scenario at this point in terms of they're still heavy, there's still potential for flooding. Now the problem is, if you're like the rest of the guys, they're saying, hey, you don't want to be driving in this if you don't have to. And so we're going to find out from Alan. He just hit the wave of wind that came into the West Tulsa area, and Alan's right now around the Sand Springs area. Alan, if you would give us an update as that line was coming in with the wind and now the rain, what do you have?
Yeah, Travis, we registered a 40-mile-per-hour wind as we pulled up here to this spot we're at right now, 129th West at Highway 412. Our most recent gust in the last 5 to 10 minutes has been 32 miles an hour. So we're right there at that edge of some zippy winds and possibly some damaging winds, but nothing too severe right here. Nice, steady flow of rain right now. That's what I got for you right now. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So again, a lot of lightning happening with this, and so you can see still some of the hail within that. And then let's zoom in a little bit closer into Tulsa on the west side here and down to Tulsa Hills and Sapulpa. So this is the outflow from that he was hit with. So this is about 40-mile-an-hour wind right in this area. So we don't expect, just asking Jalen about any power outages, so we'll go to her in a minute for that, and then we'll have Alan give us an update also on what he's thinking with those storms out west. So this is the outflow boundary right now from downtown Tulsa. Now that extends back down to Sapulpa to Kellyville. If you're waking up and you're kind of going, what's going on? Nothing too bad. So these are just, I'm not going to call it garden variety thunderstorms by any stretch of the imagination, but it's spring thunderstorms. And so that's why Alan's had some gusty winds and some very heavy rainfall. We've got some small hail associated with that. Let's go out and just take a look for a minute, just wider expanse if you would. And just wanted to point out before I go to Alan, though, you can kind of see a lot of rain out to the west. We'll have to talk to him about that. But first, let's go on over to Jalen and see if you have a couple of new updates on power outages, if you would, for us.
Yes. Okay. So this is actually a look at our Oklahoma power outages and where they had the Enid tornado hit the ground. They're already at between 1,000 to 5,000 customers, customers without power, and then up in Grant they're less than 1,000. So the numbers are starting to come down quite a bit. Payne County, earlier were at 200. I think they're down to 100 now, and then Nowata County also has quite a few people still without power.
Okay. All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. And so that's what we're looking at there. Mr. Crone joins us at this point again. Alan, a lot of storms hanging out west. What are you seeing?
Yeah, first we're going to track the storms into the Tulsa Metro right now. We're going to head you out west in just a minute. So Owasso is getting closer. It's going to wake you up there. Brookside, 1252. Tulsa Hills, 1 o'clock. Claremore at 104. ORU at 107. The Jinx area would be at about 109. And again, those are bumpy storms, 50-mile-per-hour winds, some hail, and some heavy rainfall. Now, what's going on out west? These are storms that are continuing to thrive and will also continue to pulse up and down from a severe weather standpoint. They're moving east at about 30 miles per hour. They're trying to sag a little bit to the south. So while the storm around Tulsa is doing a little bit more of a southeast movement, these are almost still due east. And that's going to be a flooding concern along both sides of 412. There's still some severe storms that are underway, so this is a severe thunderstorm warning for the Kingfisher County area and Logan County that just came up. That goes until 1 o'clock. So we're not finished with the threat for severe storms, especially for those areas that would be south of this region. All of those counties that are highlighted in blue, that's a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 4 o'clock this morning.
You know, what's interesting is most of the severe weather is out west where there's no severe thunderstorm watch. Typical. Isn't that kind of interesting how that goes? So, but we do have a few heavy thunderstorms we have heavy thunderstorm advisories right now for these cells, the one that Alan was tracking. But we are really concerned about what's going on with the amount of water that's falling. These are dying down a little bit, but a lot of our computer models are still sticking with us in terms of what's going on. I mentioned this also in our YouTube stream. There were people that are trying to say that there's injuries and death with the tornado in Enid, and we do not have any official confirmation. So we're not going to say anything until we have some solid information. So social media can run wild sometimes on that, and we don't want to make any statements that are going to possibly prove false. So we don't know for sure. That was a terrible tornado in terms of it's a typical, unfortunately, April 20s tornado. And that's why I don't like this time of year, because bad things do happen at this point. So we always have to be aware and be prepared. But we'll wait and see what's happening. But we did have a lot of homes that were destroyed and not just blowing the roof off. And so that's not a good thing. And so we're praying for the folks out west. And they still have rain and thunderstorms across the areas just to the south. So hopefully they don't have any more rain, especially in some of these homes that just sustained so much damage. So with the rain and thunderstorms still going on, we're going to continue. And don't forget our YouTube channel as we continue to stream there. So if you're watching kind of bored and you want to find out a little bit more about what's going on in the world of weather, we're streaming there, and then occasionally we're going to put in our comments, and especially if we have something to say. And of course, if anything serious, we will be here on Channel 6. At this point, though, we're talking about conditions that are very heavy thunderstorms, and so if you're waking up, it's not severe, one more time, but they are heavy enough that you have to be aware. Guys are still monitoring everything that's going on here in the Tulsa area. We'll have more information. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
From News on 6, this is a severe weather update.
All right, if you're waking up and you received an update from us that's saying, hey, there's a severe storm approaching, dangerous storm approaching your area, we just want to calm your nerves a little bit. We set that at a rate in which any storm that is potentially strong or severe, but isn't warned as a severe thunderstorm warning, but is very powerful, that does update, and that also will trigger your phone. So again, you'll have to just be aware that that is a possibility to help you stay aware of the weather. Now, sometimes it works really good, and other times some people are going to complain and go, it's not even a tornado, because there was a tag that there was a tornado. So there isn't, but there is a very heavy thunderstorm coming across Tulsa right now. So that's why some of you are waking up and you're going, oh my gosh, this is not good, and it's not bad. It's just really heavy rain. Now, if you have to drive in this, it's not good. I just wanted to point out Bob is driving in it right now. Bob, it's probably not good as you're driving, but can you give us an update on North Tulsa? Winds, anything going on? Hail, what do you have?
No hail, fortunately. I'm in Owasso right now at 116th Street North to 169, and we're getting very heavy rain. Looks like the lightning's tapered off a little bit here in the last 10 minutes, so maybe that's a good thing. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Thank you, sir. We have been on the road with Bob and Vaughn and Alan for quite a while, along with our meteorology staff here in the building. But again, if you did receive an aerial flood advisory just kicking in now, that'll be going until 4 o'clock. And so that's Tulsa County, Rogers County, southeastern Osage County. So that's for this heavy rain that's coming on in. So we're going to see heavy rains associated with this. And that's the biggest thing. So that's why if you saw something on your pager, or not pager, oh my gosh, dating me, cell phone, paging you. Can I say that? That didn't even work either. All right, anyway. So if your cell phone went off, that's what's going on. So if you just turn on TV wondering and go, well, is this bad? No tornado risk right now. We do have a tornado watch out west. Alan joins me now, and Alan, that line is moving, that aerial flood advisory. That's expected because we talked about how much water is falling, but what do you have with that leading edge?
Yeah, it continues to be pretty bumpy. I mean, some 45 and 50 mile per hour winds. The hail core behind that has started to diminish somewhat, but there's still some small hail, pea-sized hail, that is near and north of the Owasso area and just to the kind of east of Sand Springs and the far western sections of Tulsa, kind of the western arm of Tulsa County. You just saw that flare up just right there in the last scan, just south of the Sperry area. So what I've done is I've tracked this leading edge. So it's moving to the east, southeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So it's now into the northern half of Tulsa County. There's Owasso. You're picking up rain and some very small pea-sized hail, 50 mile per hour winds. Tulsa Hills would be at 112. ORU area would be at 115. And Broken Arrow would be at 125. And then we're anticipating that this is going to continue to slowly build back a little further down to the south as well. So that's going to be the heavy rain, and then the polygon that you just mentioned, that's an aerial flood advisory. That's a product from our friends at the National Weather Service. It's not the flash flood warning, but it's a step in that direction. Yeah. It's trying to tell everybody that, hey, there's been so much rain that now there's street ponding, there's waters, and the creeks and streams are starting to rise up, and you just need to be aware of that.
And buckets of water.
Yep.
Buckets and buckets of water.
Still coming down.
Yeah, okay. Alan Hancock, we're going to go to him. And Alan and Bob are not too far apart right at this moment. Mr. Hancock, if you would, you're kind of on the south side there. That's a line coming in. How heavy is the rain there, and do you have any winds?
We had a few 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts while coming across Highway 11, kind of circling the airport CIA area right now. Got some pretty strong amounts of rain, pretty consistent. I haven't seen any flooding or any ponding or anything at all to be concerned about. But I know that we got a lot more rain coming directly from our west that we'll be keeping a close eye on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alan Hancock. There we go. That leading edge of rain and thunderstorms again now around northwest of Verdigris, and then extending back on through Owasso, and then on over to Sand Springs and back to the west, heavy rains. We're going to talk to Vaughn in a minute, but first I want to go back out west if we could and look at what's happening out there. Again, if your phone went off, You just have to know that these are really heavy thunderstorms. The only severe weather to speak of with chunks of hail is pretty much out here around Marshall Crescent areas and to the west of I-35. So that's that's what we're watching at this point. And so you see where Kyle is located right now. And then Jed is right in the middle of this particular cell. So still heavy rain, thunderstorm activity here. And that severe weather is still marching east-southeastward. Tons of lightning. The atmosphere has so much moisture and warmth to it. It just has that energy. And then that trailing edge goes all the way back to northwest of Oklahoma City. So that's going way west. And so it just kind of keeps on developing in that same area. And that's where some of that heavier rain and the aerial flood warnings are. And you've had our aerial flood advisories. And so coming back around the Tulsa area, so that's the blue that you see. So that's taking up a lot of room. National Weather Service said they're preemptively doing that. And then back to the east, Vaughn is in heavy rains right now. Haven't issued aerial flood advisories there, but Vaughn, if you would give us an update, what's going on there? You starting to see the water getting a little bit of a problem?
It is, especially where I come from. Down at the Big Cabin, I would have to say they've had at least 2 inches of rain here in the last hour and a half. I'm on 69 right now, headed south, just went through Adair. And rain is tapering off, but we got those heavier storms off to the west. So we're going to wait for those to come through and take a best sample of those. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it very much. And Mr. Crone, as we'll probably wrap this up here after we talk to you. Any additional information that you need to pass on?
Well, it's starting to kind of get a little bit more now into the middle part of Tulsa County. So more and more folks will soon start to hear the thunder. The lightning is going to rattle you out of bed here. So it's continuing to drop down to the south. So it's now into basically what would be considered the heart of Tulsa. Now here's Tulsa Hills to the south. It's not quite there yet, but it will be soon around 81st Street, and then take it right down 75 to Jinx and the Creek Nation Turnpike, and then over to 169 and Broken Arrow. There's some rain in those areas, but in terms of the heavy rainfall, the winds that potentially could be near 50 miles per hour and some small hail, that is continuing to kind of slowly sag south as these individual cells are dropping east-southeast at 30 to 35 miles per hour.
All right. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate that. So that's the latest of what's happening within that realm of the world. We're also going to continue to monitor. And Jalen, I think they just issued a new updated day 1. We'll just look at that before we go back to our streaming area. But this is the latest look, again, of the rain, the thunder. So we're going to continue to monitor this. And as I said, on our YouTube stream, you can see that. You'll see that with what's going on. And we'll be making comments on there and keeping you updated as far as that is concerned. Also, we do you have that available to us there? Or it's coming up there, I see. So this is the newest one for the daytime hours for Friday. So there's a small risk of a few severe storms in the far south parts of our area. That'll include the homeland, the Buffalo homeland of one guy that we know. That's he's not even paying attention right now. He's so in depth in that. I've called him Buffalo, the Buffalo man. I wonder why. It isn't because of McAllister, is it?
I think so.
I think so. Buffalo man for a long time. And that extends over to Wilburton and Poto. So we'll be watching that tomorrow afternoon. Won't be much down there, but if something gets going, it could be a chunk of hail falling. That's more likely the case. Better tornado chances down further south. And the updated one also for Saturday, the Storm Prediction Center just put that out. And it doesn't have a real high tornado risk, but it has a chunk of hail and wind. And guess where it's targeted? Was that mainly just to target over Tulsa just because? What do you think, Al?
Well, it's going to be late Saturday night.
Yeah,
looks like. Could be another late night, early Sunday morning wake-up call.
We gotta get a nap in there sometime, I suppose.
I don't know where or when.
Amen on that. All right, so that's the latest update of what's going on. Again, we'll be over on our YouTube stream with some information. We'll be crawling this across the screen, and then as we get new information, we'll be back here on Channel 6. If you need to go to bed, hey, it's not a bad thing. You can do that because it's not going to be tornadoes, but heavy rain and potential still for some flooding. If you have more information, keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
All right, hey everyone, meteorologist StephenNehrenz here at just after 3 o'clock, about 3:12 now. Just a quick update again, as we've been monitoring. If you've been in the the YouTube chat there, we put a little pinned comment in there earlier, just letting you know that we're here watching. Station and I are keeping an eye on storms. They are not severe. We're anticipating that most of these storms, as they push southeast this morning, will continue to stay below severe limits as they are now in a setup slightly more stable setup than what we had maybe later last night. So these storms will be very loud, though. All right, I know that a lot of folks have woken back up to storms, or maybe you haven't been able to go to sleep because of the storms, because they have a lot of thunder and lightning, a lot of very heavy rain. Frankly, right now, flooding is the biggest threat with most of these storms as they roll across northeastern Oklahoma. The last hour or two here in the metro, of course, it's been pretty noisy, and now getting on kind of the south side of the Tulsa metro. So I'm going to just give you some views on radar here just to show you what we're looking at. Again, line of storms that stretches from just a little bit east of Oklahoma City through most of northeastern Oklahoma, kind of right through the heart of northeastern Oklahoma, if you will. So we'll kind of just follow the line here. I'll zoom it in towards the metro first. By the way, all these different boxes, I'll pop these up really quick. You see all these kind of teal shaded boxes from Tulsa to the north and then all the way up towards Grand Lake. These are aerial flood advisories. It was aerial flood advisories, if I can talk correctly. There we go. That's what those are called. Basically, that just means that there's been a lot of rain in a short amount of time and that the typical flood-prone areas are going to be problematic. The ones that that always quickly fill up with water, the areas in your neighborhoods, certain roads that always flood pretty easily. Those are the ones that you're going to want to monitor early this morning, because these storms have a lot of rain with them in a short amount of time. So that's what those teal boxes are. Now there is still a flash flood warning out around Stillwater, where they had, in addition to severe storms, some even heavier rains. And it's not out of the question that a few flash flood warnings could occur here in northeastern Oklahoma this morning. And of course, with it being, this very early morning time frame, folks that are getting on the roads, and it's dark, and sometimes maybe you're driving through areas that are poorly lit, and you can't really, you don't have a lot of lighting to work with, and you can't really tell if water's covering the roads. Really just want you to use some caution, all right? As you're driving this morning, flooding could really creep up on you pretty quickly. We've already been, kind of hearing some calls off and on of some, some water rescues from folks that are stuck in, kind of poor drainage areas or low-lying, spots. So just please keep that in mind as you hit the roads this morning. Here in the metro, here's where the heaviest storms are. So from downtown Tulsa to the north, rainfall rates have diminished quite a bit. It's still raining, obviously, but the rainfall rates are slowing down. But from Gwenpool, and then actually I'll zoom it in further here, all the way down to Bixby, Broken Arrow, still some very heavy rain falling and frequent cloudy ground lightning. That extends all the way through Wagner County, pretty much all of Wagner County right now. You're under some extremely heavy rain, a lot of lightning. In particular, as you notice as I zoom the radar over here towards Wagner and Fort Gibson and west of Tahlequah, the lightning numbers really go up. There's a lot of lightning. That's probably the noisiest storm we have right now, is that area from Wagner to Fort Gibson to Hulbert. That'll be approaching Tahlequah here shortly. And once again, not severe, but either it's not helping you go to sleep, or you're waking back up to these storms because they are just very electrified. A lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes with these storms. So let me, hold on, I'm just pulling up the YouTube stream also so I can read the comments while I'm doing this, folks. All right, so again, these storms, this is probably the heaviest one, or it is the heaviest one, or the noisiest one right now, coming into Tahlequah here before too much longer. Now, as I zoom the view back out, I'll show you where there's some additional heavy storms as well from northern Cherokee County, northern Adair County, southern Delaware County, just getting kind of on the southern end of Grand Lake and into northwest Arkansas. As I put this into motion, and I'm going to zoom it back out a little bit, you see this little kind of green line that's raced out ahead of the thunderstorms. So you can kind of see that as I'm looping the radar here, and I'm going to stop the radar for a second. I'll kind of highlight it in case you're not picking it out. This right in here, you can kind of see this thin line here that continues out ahead of those storms. That is a gust front out ahead of the line of thunderstorm activity, and that's a good thing. As far as limiting severe weather potential, it's a good thing for us to see that gust front outflow out ahead of the thunderstorms, because what that tends to do is it's what we call kind of undercuts the updrafts of the storms. And long and short of it means it generally will help keep these thunderstorms a little more under control. It means that the chance of there being some sort of rotation or anything like that is much lower when storms are, a little more what we call undercut like this. Now, they're still obviously very noisy storms. They still got a lot of thunder and lightning with them, as we've been highlighting, heavy rain and flooding threats. But as long as they continue to be, mostly behind that gust front and outflow boundary, that will help keep these storms from getting, like I said, too out of control. Now, again, what we still have to watch is occasionally these storms will surge a little bit more quickly. They'll kind of catch back up to the outflow boundary or the gust front. And at times when that happens, they can intensify again. So that's what we'll watch for. And like I said, in particular right now, this storm going from Wagner County into Cherokee County is probably the strongest one we have right now, with a lot of cloud ground lightning, very heavy rain, flooding potential. It wouldn't surprise me if there's still some small hail embedded in that storm just a little bit west of Tahlequah. So we're keeping a close eye on that. I'll expand the view back out and then also show you southeastern Oklahoma. You're still just kind of playing the waiting game in southeastern Oklahoma for these thunderstorms. It will take a few more hours because the progress to the south up to this point has been relatively slow on these storms. Now, here in the last about hour or so, they've finally started getting a little bit more of a noticeable shove to the south and east. But if you are from the I-40 corridor from Henrietta to Shakota over towards Webbers Falls, we get past the 4 a.m. hour, and then, beyond 4 a.m. to 5 a.m., you'll be feeling those thunderstorms. Probably before that, Henrietta, Shakota, by the 4 a.m. hour, you'll feel some of those storms. Over towards Sallisaw, maybe closer to 4:30 to 5 o'clock before the brunt of those storms reaches you. And then even further south, down towards McAllister and Eufaula and Wilburton, Stigler and Poteau, how much of the thunderstorms reaches you by early this morning is still a bit in question. There's a chance that I would say that kind of the brunt of these storms, I'll zoom the view back out here, more than likely the strongest storms that are kind of ongoing right around here, from Muskogee to Tahlequah, will head generally this direction towards northwest Arkansas, and more than likely won't make it all the way down to, say, McAllister or Wilburton. But kind of the what we call the weaker portion of the line, you notice how the further west you go on this line, the more kind of disorganized and weaker the storms get. That portion of activity of the line will make it further south as we go towards the morning, but it may be a little bit more, scattered in nature once it reaches, say, McIntosh County, Pittsburgh, Latimer, Haskell, LeFlore counties. And for some of you folks down towards Pittsburgh, Latimer, LeFlore counties, I mean, it may be, closer to 6 a.m. or heck, even, a little bit closer to sunrise before you're noticing more thunderstorms in your vicinity. So southeastern Oklahoma, especially south of I-40, you've still got a while before you're going to be seeing any thunderstorm activity. So you're going to be, continuing to play the waiting game. That also means get some sleep, go back to bed, and we'll keep monitoring for you. But once again, this line of thunderstorms that is moving through northeastern Oklahoma is not severe. We're keeping a close eye on it because there's always the chance that, embedded portions of this line could ramp back up to, slightly stronger limits. So that's what we'll be watching for. But as I put that in motion here, from about Welty to now just coming into Okmulgee, you're feeling some very heavy rain and thunder and lightning. And then from Muskogee to now coming in on Tahlequah, that is the most intense portion of the line. So again, I think for you folks in particular, going from Wagner County into northern Muskogee County and also into Cherokee County, more than likely I'm sure you folks are going to be the ones that are going to be hearing the noisiest storms here for the next hour or so. A lot of frequent cloud ground lightning and very heavy rain. Gusty wind potential too. Again, the over the last hour to 2 hours, the wind potential has come down on these storms quite a bit. Again, since they are what I called undercuts, meaning that impacted by a gust front out ahead of them, that also usually helps limit how strong the winds will be. So we haven't been seeing 60 to 65 mile an hour wind gusts here recently with these storms within the last hour or two, but and not anticipating that to come back up. But it's possible that as these storms start getting a bigger push to the south and east, we might start seeing some 40 to 45 mile an hour wind gusts out of that. I'd say in particular that, like I said, that more intense storm moving from Muskogee towards Tahlequah and Fort Gibson, those areas. I would not be surprised if, I'll zoom back in on this one more time, I would not be surprised if this portion of the line in particular it gets just a little bit rowdier. Maybe the wind speeds could pick back up on that portion. And again, the frequent lightning will continue. The flooding threats will continue as well. So again, thunderstorms rolling across northeastern Oklahoma, starting to get south of Tulsa. So, I mean, we are still seeing rain in Tulsa and still heavy rain on the south side of the metro, Glenpool and Bixby and Mounds and Hectorville and all those areas, surrounding areas, Broken Arrow as well, over towards Coweta. You still got some pretty heavy rain for a little while longer before you get kind of on the back side of this line of storms. And also zoom the view out here one more time before we send you back to the radar here. So the further north you head from Tulsa, obviously the quieter it is getting. The good news, need a little bit of a break after what was a very bumpy night, evening and night. And of course, we're going to have more on our newscast this morning about that powerful tornado that they had in Enid, that large tornado that was in K County, west near the community of Bremen. We're going to have more about that, but specifically the Enid tornado in particular. We've got news crews out there from our sister station News 9, and also a lot of other updates on what happened out there. So we'll be having more on that this morning on 6 in the morning. But again, line of storms, if you are north of those line of storms, your storm threats with this round have wound down. So you're in good shape. Even if you continue to hear thunder rumbling from, say, Tulsa to the north, you're now well behind this big line of storms. If you're south and waiting on this line of storms to move in, again, severe weather potential is currently low, but we will continue to monitor the possibility that these storms, at least one or two storms along the leading edge of this line, could eventually maybe flare back up to, if nothing else, maybe some 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gust potential. And we'll see if we get any wind gusts stronger than that. But more than anything else, a lot of thunder and lightning with the heaviest storms here, and also some flooding potential. I'm just looking through the YouTube chat here really quick, just to make sure if I'm missing any questions. And I see everyone in the chat. We appreciate you guys, by the way, for hanging with us and on the YouTube stream here. And like I said, hope everyone that's still up that needs to get some sleep, I hope you get some sleep, because I understand how that goes. Working the morning shift, we understand the lack of sleep thing for sure. So again, Tulsa Metro quieting down. South side of the Metro, you've still got some heavy storms for a little while longer. But and there's right on cue, an aerial flood advisory that just popped in for this round of storms moving to the south of Tulsa. Like I said, that just highlights what is the biggest issue right now with these thunderstorms, is that the flooding threat is the biggest threat of all with these storms this morning, and with it still being well before the daylight hours. Flooding can be even more problematic at night when, like I said, you maybe can't see water covering those roads. So I just want you to just use caution if you have to hit the road early this morning. Don't drive across roads that have water covering them, because you never know how deep that water could be on a road. So it's not worth chancing that. If you come across a road that looks like it has water over it this morning, just travel very, very carefully. And again, we are watching these thunderstorms for you. We're here. So I'm going to hop back off the mic, turn my mic off, and we'll go back to not having any audio for the time being, and we'll keep the radar running for you here. But we're here, StaciaKnight here, monitoring things. If we start seeing things getting a little more intense, or maybe some severe activity picking back up, we will be back on to give you some updates for that. But again, storms continuing to roll across northeastern Oklahoma, mostly a flooding threat right now, but there could be some strong wind potential at times, and a lot of thunder and lightning, and some noisy storms. So we're here watching it for you. We'll have more updates, and if you don't hear from us again on the microphone in the next few minutes or so, 6 in the morning, we'll be starting at 4:30 on Channel 6, so we encourage you to tune in there. Of course, we will keep you updated on storms, not only this round, but more rounds, unfortunately, to come through the weekend. We're going to have more on that on 6 in the morning throughout the morning. Again, that starts at 4:30 a.m. on Channel 6, so hope you tune in with us then. Again, otherwise, I'm going to turn the microphone off for now, but we'll be back on if we need to, if storms get more intense. Again, we're here watching these thunderstorms for you.